I want your playlist What's up, fam? How we doing? In a trade the pool meeting right now. So I'm kind of doing a lot of duties this morning. I had to send the hot stocks to them, and while I'm in the meeting, send out morning alerts, get the live stream up, try to trade. All right, over to SPHL. We got another banger runner this morning. Already up around 250% or so, 200 plus percent. I imagine when that was at 1240, it was up 500%, or it goes up a lot. This one definitely has run quite a bit, just like ROLR did yesterday. ROLR was more of a straight up move in that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour, or 8 o'clock hour, depending on what time frame you're in. But it was more of a straight up move, set sideways, got the dip at the bell, and then it ripped, baby. This one's been running for a couple of hours now. Did get a good dip buy off of the 720, 730 mark. There's a little bull flag there from earlier in the morning, about 45 minutes ago, where we bull flagged and squeezed up the new high of day. And I see a little juncture there for the bounce play. It's not big, but if you went in there, you got a great bounce play. Got about $1 out of it, maybe a little more. Down below, I see support right around the same kind of juncture, right around 650 to around 635. If that cracks, then watch for a move back down to around 530. On the way up, strong resistance starts around 10. We've got a past chart history there besides what's going on this morning. I see it also at 10. Then I see it really strong at 1150. Over that mark, watch for the move to 1250. Pre-market high. Now, if we get over 1250 in pre-market high, we do have a nasty upper shadow from back in September at 1430 resistance. And that's kind of pre-market after hour stuff. In market, all the highs are around 680. So just be careful with those after hours and pre-market levels. Now, we do have 1150 showing up on market, which was old support almost a year ago back in February. This play could blow the lid off today and pull a roller, and then even find its way to 16 and possibly 20 today.
Sometimes I'll randomly just throw that in the title of a video and get double the views. So I think that's a strategy too, with just a leading gapper on the day, as degenerate as it is. You know, that's what people are looking up on X, on YouTube, etc. So while you're speaking, I already have these ideas. Like, okay, let's just take that and send a clip maybe to the editor, because I could do like a 60-second or less clip on ROLR and the idea behind that ticker and what's going on, and that on the short side will certainly bring in attention.
Yep, and I think that's going to actually jump right into where we're going to go into our next area, but go ahead, I think someone was jumping in.
Yeah, it's me, I'm sorry. First of all, the editor is Marco, and he's here in the meeting. If you don't know, he's here. And second of all, you leave the charts, you leave the you leave everything. I really need you. Also, if you see something interesting or you think that you can create a video about it, like really short one, Kevin, like you mentioned, please do, and straight away send it to me, send it to Marco, send it in the group so everyone will see, and we will upload it as fast as we can, because this is something really good. It's super interesting. You know that it works, but we need you guys to do it and to send it to us.
Yeah, this is how we're going to do it, because I have these already now for the Discord and social posts. So this is where really we're going to be more of our daily requirements, right? Our daily requirements right now for myself is to post the sunrise report and the playbook. Those are social posts that I put out there.
Sorry, team, still in this meeting right now. Just listening in on this, making sure I'm not missing anything. Good morning, Daza, T-Web out there.
So I think that everybody can easily do 2 to 3 posts and actually give value every single day. And if we do this, we're going to have a huge pool for Gil to pick from to go and do posts on X, and have a lot of value for Joe to go and post on the Discord a whole bunch of things from our different creators that we're showing them the value every single day. So I created a 2 to 3 post kind of strategy that if everybody can jump in, we're going to have so much value there to give that some of these will really take off, right? And some of them can be, like you mentioned, Gil, with just a short clip video. on a specific ticker, right? So for me, of course, I'll keep doing the sunrise report and the playbook, and I'm going to add more swing charts where I show the chart, I show the technical analysis, and a small little snippet of, hey, this stock, this is how I see it, and I'll probably just pull one from the playbook and just have like the actual chart broken down, right? So then from there.
Also, I want to sorry because you mentioned the playbook. It can be great if I'll post the playbook in the morning, and after the live, you comment some graph or some image, some comment, whatever you want.
Yeah.
I think it really can work. That it will be together.
Love it, love it. So follow-up post off of the playbook. So adding the follow-up post.
Yeah, it's not follow-up post. It's even just to write a comment on the post.
Okay. Yeah, it's like kind of a thread.
Yeah.
Thread, essentially. Create the thread
Exactly.
afterwards.
Yeah,
Keep
exactly.
it going. Would you like the answer to come from my Twitter, or would you like the answer to come from Trade the Pool? Just so that I know, so that I can
Yeah,
send it
it
to
can
you.
be from your account, because most of the time, like,
Sounds good.
it's the
So
middle
that
of the
way
day
there's
for you. Exactly. It's relevant
back
to
and
all
forth.
of you. And because the middle of the day for you it's our night, so it will be really helpful if you send right comments or on the post that we have, so we won't miss.
Got it. And so we'll move forward here because I know it's 8:30 already and we gotta get moving. But of course, let's move towards these. These should be very simple and easy to use, right? So Michael Noss, if you could provide any type of bot trade example, sometimes it could be at the end of the day. It doesn't need to be at the beginning of the day. Just something where I can see an entry and an exit, and you just talk a little snippet about the trade. You don't need more than 2 lines. It could even be 1 line, but I think if we did that, that'd be great. Another thing that I know you already do, Michael Noss, is talk about what's going on in the day, that market day, whether it be there's.
All right, team. Still in the meeting here, kind of quadruple dutying it up from the meeting, sitting in post for them, doing the morning alerts, get the live stream up alert for everybody. SHPL on watch, AUID on watch, BNKK on watch, RILY Riley on watch. And those are your new tickers that we weren't looking at yesterday. SPHL, BNKK, AUID, and Riley. ROLR is definitely still on watch. Had some movement and pop already this morning. And that's the thing that I was just saying over the Discord. We're getting too many plays to pop. When you get this many plays to start to pop, if you remember back in September, you don't get an all-day runner. You get the mob shift, where one pops and then it drops, or one pops and then it drops. Not that great. I don't like when that happens. I really wish some of these plays would die off. But we do have some heat this morning. We'll go over the levels in just a moment. See if we can't find a beautiful bounce play like we've seen a lot of over the last few weeks.
Traders to see it because they search these tickers on Twitter every day, and Twitter is trying to push more and more on the ticker and keyword as they move more into financial media. So we want to make sure that we're tagging this every single day. The next thing, a hangover short list. You can put that out every single day, Kevin. You can just say, hey, I have this ticker or maybe these tickers that are on this short watch list. And you can call it the hangover short watch list. You can and that's what I want people to do on these posts. I want them tagging themselves because it's going to bring the personality to Trade the Pool and will bring viewers back to you also. So it should benefit you also. All right. And then the top small cap chart of the day. If you can just grab any stock that moved massively, Kevin, take a screenshot. Right, hey, this stock did this today, or we saw a big explosion out of the gates with this one, then it broke 8 and kept going. A simple comment like that.
All right, over to AUID real quickly. It's coming back on down off the highs of 165. Watch for a dip buy coming up soon into the 130 mark. Could come into the high 120s, but somewhere here in the 130 mark, mid 130s, 130 area, and it's already kind of trying to bounce off the upper shadow and former high of day at 135. This is looking for a bounce play coming up soon.
And then so all the audience will go there and say, oh, Money Mitch posted this, Michael Noss posted this, Kevin's posting this. And they start to kind of fall in love with different personalities, right? And that's what we want. We want to create raving fans from our different personality opportunity. Steve, I don't know if you're out there, but I was trying to think of a way to maybe include you in this. So I was thinking one fib setup could be a really great thing. If you have any fib setups for the day, you just take that chart, you do your own little chart analysis, and then you write, hey, I'm looking at Microsoft for 50%. Boom.
Yeah.
Simple like that, man.
Absolutely.
Keep it simple, right?
Real quick, I had a few other just real brief ideas just in
Go
case
for it,
these
man.
fit with your bigger vision here.
Yeah.
I know the content I really like on YouTube for trading. I really like trade analysis.
All right. And boom, there's your bounce play for AUID. Did not quite come down as low as I wanted it to, but that's why I'd alert that to you guys. Beautiful bounce play from AUID. Let's just go real quickly through the rest of that. AUID support under this area would be at 115. On the way up at 165, we have resistance. Over 165 resistance. Watch for a pop into around, whoa, this has some room to run. Watch for a pop over that one. This could run into 2. In my opinion, this could really see 225 today. So we don't really have a lot of resistance on the way up until around 210 to around 225. Then over that, we start running into the floor from previous support from September into November. So we'll go anywhere from 215 to 230 area will be strong resistance. Over that, watch for a pop up to around 275. And then we can run into 3 at that moment. Will we get another sub $1 play that runs to $1 or $3, I should say? We've had a lot of those recently and at least get close to, if not to at least 2, So this is going to be on high watch again today to see if we get another one of those runners. The only reason it would not happen is because we have the big mojo guys up top that may take the mob away from like SPHL and ROLR. Over to BNKK on the way up, $6 resistance is going to be pretty tough. Before that, we have resistance right here at 530. Over $6 resistance on the way up for BNKK. Strong resistance comes in right around the 625 mark. 625 area would be nice. Over that, watch for a pop-up, possibly to 720s for BNKK. To me, though, there's really strong resistance from around 630 to around 650. Now, if it pops over that, watch for a move to 7 to 720. And then over that, 775 into 8 has some really strong resistance. Over 8, watch for a pop to 860, 875 area. Then over that, another set of touches that's really strong right around the 920 to 930 mark. I don't quite think I gave you support. Support on the way down is 465. Nice, just nice little area that was just built up there. Wasn't really on the chart in my opinion, really, but there it was. We have it now at 460. It's being built in. Under 460, watch for a move down somewhere close to around 410. Into around under that, we go to 375. Not that clear cut on the bottom under 460 though, so it could get a good crack. Over to SPHL, we talked about that one again, still rolling up there real nicely, holding into the 8s there. This is going to be the one that's on high watch. Again, like I talked about, ROLR and SPHL are going to be the 2 plays who's going to have the mob. These are going to be our more supernova-y, halty type of tickers that can move pretty big. So SPHL is still going to be on watch. Now, if it starts cracking earlier on, this will be a play possibly later in the day as we'll look at something else to start the day. But SPHL is going to be on high watch.
We wrap right now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I'm just making sure I wasn't missing anything.
We just got done. That's the
Got the meeting going on over on for Trade the Pool. But if this play cracks that 720 mark and comes down to the VWAP or lower, I would imagine something else gets the mob to start the day. But that does not mean that this can't U-shape or cup and handle red to green move back on up. Now again, a lot of the time when these plays have run too much in market and been running for a while, traders move away from them. I think yesterday what helped out ROLR was the fact that it popped up that hour before the opening bell and it wasn't running that long in pre-market. SPHL has been running right now at this moment compared to yesterday in ROLR. ROLR popped up right around 8:10, 8 o'clock. This one popped up an hour before that. So it's got an extra hour of charting behind it, and traders start to slowly move away from these tickers. So I would not be surprised we do see a sell-off, creating that red to green move.
I love love the videos. I'm with Gil. I think they do better. But for right now, as long as we can get these posts up, I think it's going to start creating a recipe of success. We'll see which posts really kind of trigger the algorithm, and then we can also push a little bit more on those specific posts once we start to see the results come in. Right? So thank you guys for taking a moment. I didn't want to take too much from your time. I'm sorry if it took a little longer. I just wanted you guys to see that, hey, we're going from a complete approach. Let's start to build. Michael, I'll be reaching out so that we can start building that series on bot trading, and it would just be all about you helping me, right? So I'll do a lot of the heavy lifting on what I need help on, how to bot trade, right? So that way people learn from that. The shorts, Marco is an amazing guy to work with, guys. If you guys need help on reactionary clips, you need a funny clip to work off of, reach out to Marco. I'll have him reach out to each one of you guys that will be kind of working with the shorts, and then we'll have a drive that we all put them in. I'll let you guys go. Have a great day, and let's work together as a team, and let's do it this year. Because I think together we're going to make big moves, and everybody's face will be out there to get more exposure.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks, guys.
Y'all have a great day. Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thank you. Have a great one.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Carlo, you okay to
Joe.
stay for just a second?
Sweet. All right. All right, now I'm back with you guys. What's up? T-Web at SPH 721 minutes. Nah, yeah, that's not enough for me, Tim. No offense, I would be very careful with this. This is not built up nearly enough, you know. Yesterday we had a little bit more on ROLR. If you go back to yesterday, it was a little bit more, right? It was at least 5 minutes or so of consolidation. This is, you're not going to see, no lie, you're lucky, I'll say you're lucky, not that you traded it. ROLR's super hot yesterday. This most times won't bounce right there. Why? It just is not enough chart. ROLR is the reason why you're seeing any sort of moves from anything today for the most part for spikes. Now AUID is going to do these sub $1 to $2, $3 things. But SPHL, no, that's not nearly enough charting for me. I need at least 3, 4, 5 minutes, you know, for sure. Now we get what I'm talking about, where we get the move and then explosion and the boom and the explosion. It's similar, but it's not nearly enough. That's why yesterday I wanted the $10 area, because there was even more. You know, usually the bounce plays I'm looking for, there's more consolidation. This is very, very little. Now again, in hot times, you'll get those sort of bounce plays on those areas, you know. But generally, in most times, you're not going to get bounce plays right there at that little bitty baby juncture. And AUID, that's why I came over to tell you guys for the bounce play. Perfect dip opportunity there. Now a 40-cent ripper on AUID. Did not quite come down to the 130s, but that's why I had to put that on the board there out of nowhere. AUID, money bounce play, as alerted. I'm telling you, bounce plays is where it's at. Bounce plays is where it's at. Let's see if I could find a, and I don't really have, I mean, this is another good example too as well, Tim. This is why I would want to bounce play. Fail at 130, fail at 135, fail at 130s, and then we squeeze up real nicely from it. So there's a lot of touching, a lot of consolidation for a good 20, 30 minutes right through this area, right? That's why I was saying, hey, bounce play. You know, that's why I immediately had to get on the morning alerts and alert that 130 dip. Now, again, it didn't quite come down to it. It's tipping right off this upper shadow right there. But that's exactly why I alerted AUID, because it's very clear to me where to take the dip by. You know, it's just one of those things where not enough chart right there, in my opinion. You know, like this, I like I like this at 520. You know, it's really flat, and we really explode from there. So 520 I like a lot, but now, of course, we've moved up so high, it's kind of like that $10, 950 area yesterday for ROLR. I just don't think we're going to hit it anymore. I just don't think we're going to hit it. Dang it, AUID beautiful. Got it. Just wanted to. Yes. It'll work in hotter times, but when you get to these, you get back to cooler times, yeah, no, don't take those bounce plays. Even if you do randomly out of nowhere see a play go parabolic, just be very careful. You know, in hotter time periods, that's going to be, a little sexier and work out a little better. I do like the 160 bounce now, in this bit of a plateau, because at least it's failing and failed for a few minutes. to get a bounce play, right? Because we even were trying to fail there at the 160 mark. So I like this area, as well. And I see what you're seeing there, but yeah, it's a little too small for me. Oh man, AUID, what in the heck? AUID, money. Wow, what a banger there. Now a 50 cent almost bounce here. Bounce play, money, 60 cent bounce play now for AUID. On the way back down, 160 will be the new bounce play support area. Right around 160, maybe a hair above it. Hey, we got something. Hey. Fat Albert, baby. All right, surrounding that area with orders to get filled there, team. Surrounding that area of orders to get filled there. All right, I'll be right back, taking a quick break off the mic. I'll be right back in here to break down the rest of the levels with you guys. And the usual 45-minute after. Of course, I've started a little ahead of time today. I'll be back here, though, in about 5-10 minutes. up, fam? How we doing? I did get filled 500 shares. 500 shares there on, let's go a couple pennies there. Let's go to 50. All right, so I'm out some more shares there. I'm scaling out here in pre-market. Got filled 500 shares. That's it. Didn't get filled full share size again. Only got filled my top order at 167. It filled me at 166, which is nice. So I'm canceling all my orders right now. Here we go. Going to scale out some more. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Love it. Love it. Love it. There we go. Add a little more at 189. Put a limit order in. Got filled there. Let's go. Let's see if I'll get filled here at 193. See if I get filled at 193 here. I got another order in at 193. 193 there. Let's see if I get filled another one. There we go. There we go, baby. There we go, baby. Let's fucking go. I got 50 shares left. Let's go to 25 shares for fun. Scale out here. I may not get any more. I'll take it. I'm down to 25 shares there. Got about 20 cents on this play. Would have been much better. Gosh damn it. I wish I would have gotten more shares there. I wish I would have gotten more shares there. Stop loss for me is going to be at 180. If I see anything below 180, I'm going to go ahead and put in 180 right. I'm going to put 179 in right now on my limit orders for the remaining shares. It isn't much. I got out most there. Good bounce play. Best order that I put out was 193. I'm going to go ahead and just take this so I can do orders here. Yeah, it's starting to come on down here. So I'm just going to take this. Oh, shoot. Go to 180. Sell. Yes. Cool. That's fine. I'm out. On the 500 shares, I made 90 bucks. I made 90 bucks on 500 shares, so not bad. All right, let that go. I've got to let this go now so I can get levels out. AUID hopefully got filled there. I didn't get filled full allotment, unfortunately. I only got filled 500 shares. I had orders from 167 down to 157. I was trying to get filled 2,500 shares or 3,000 shares. Unfortunately, my top order at 167 got filled at 166, which was nice. Gave me a little bit better entry. I literally pretty much top ticked that bounce. Got it at 193. I put a limit order in on Trade the Pool. It got clipped and filled. Out of it now, though, just so I can get to these morning alerts. Only made, I think 90 bucks on the 500 shares, but it's not, it's all good. It's what's been happening to me in these bounce plays recently. Even, the last few days where I'm getting filled like yesterday or the day before I'm filled 400 shares, but still make 500. Yesterday I was filled 400 shares and made almost, $450. So that's $1 per share. It's just one of those things when you put limit orders in down low, and they may not always get clipped. I will say right now that is your best kind of mob mover, as the rest of these plays have moved out to the right. We have one new small cap ticker to add to the list is CJMB. All right, I have not gone over the big mover either, which is ROLR. Rolling. Down below, we have support right around 2065. If that cracks, watch for a move down to around 20 or 1910. Under 1910, watch for a crack back to around $18. 18 to 1780 is key for this play. If that cracks now, it was on such a fallback yesterday from 33, 34 all the way down to around 16. Well, 18 is my point. So when it came to that line yesterday, it didn't really crack and go through further. I think today it will really collapse through that line. Now, still watch for a bounce at 1585 area, 1590. Under that, this play will then collapse back down to that 1250 bounce we got yesterday at the bell. Now on the way up, 22, 30, 50 resistance. Over that, watch for a pop up to 24.75. Over 24.75, we run the pre-market high right around 27. If we go over that, watch for a round two. And this play is definitely going to run through 30 again. 33.50 resistance up top. 33.65 is going to be strong. Over that, watch for the typical move. 35 over 35. We usually run pretty close to 50. We have a higher starting ground today too as well. Oh, AUID, baby! Fucking AUID. Oh, money. AUID. I should have held on to that a little bit longer. I wish I would have had more shares there. I had to get to the morning alerts. It was creating that M shape too, where the right side of the M was higher with that kind of double top look. So that's the other reason why I took that. Was kind of getting worried that it didn't squeeze and do this when I got in on the original push up. It's all good. Created that double top look, so I wanted to scale out into that as it was turning red. Here you go. Here's another banger. So my first bounce play, 130 area up to $270 bounce play. 160 alert now has gone up, almost 60 cents. Probably is going to see another 70-cent bounce play. We're talking from the first bounce area I alerted, almost dollar move now, 80-cent move from the original bounce play. What a beautiful, beautiful move here from AUID. I hope you caught a piece of it. Did anyone take the dip buy? Anyone get in AUID? T-Web? Daza? Anybody? Get in with me on AUID? This is the baby play. Look, we can get maybe one more bounce play at 2. I'll say AUID last dip op at 2 area. It hasn't run high enough for me, though, yet. Hasn't run high enough for me. First dip buy was 165, so it was 30 cents. This one was 2 to 1, so it's got to go 30 cents above. Well, yep, that's going to be it. Right around 2 area. Oh, SPHL. What you trading SPHL, Daza? Did you go in long there, hopefully, I guess? There's not a lot of movement there. I'm guessing maybe a bounce at 720 again, possibly, or 730. Got that last little dip there, which was nice. That one's looking to push more. I'm going to leave AUID alone. I've got to get to levels anyway. If you're looking to go long here, 190 area 2 as well. You have the 190. I would put orders from 2 into 190. You've got the uptrend channel as well. You've got the uptrend channel here as well. Somewhere right about right there. Put it into a 3-minute time frame. Maybe clear that up a little bit, right? Maybe you can put that actually down in the 3-minute. Anyway, somewhere in there is just where your trend line's at. Somewhere right around there. So you got the trend line as then there's your 2. And that probably will be that quick whip down to 2. And I swear that may end up climbing and going for more there. Come on, what's it? Okay, you're good. Yep. Gotcha. Fucking money, these bounce plays, baby. Fucking money. All right, CJMB now has that VWAP caught it old school. I know a lot of you guys missed those days, I'm sure. And hey, just short it under the VWAP and watch it go down to nothing. This play skyrocketed from 120 to 465 in about 4 minutes. Came down, formed a head and shoulders, cracked the bottom of the shoulders. So the shoulders bottom is right around 290, right around 3. Over that, watch for a pop into around 350, into around 365. Over that, we have resistance at 4. This has a great double top look where I know a lot of traders like CR Trader and other traders in my library, man, if this gets back to 420, 450, 460, I'm gonna go short. Watch for a double top look here on CJMB. Rolling. Motherfucker, we rolling. We killing this shit today. Oh, these bounce plays, man. I fucking love it. I'm in heaven. One last alert here real quickly. SPHL's looking like it's about to crack back on off day, so be careful there if you all long. Bounce play potential right around the 630s mark. Under that, I love the old flat plat that we have around 520. We exploded from there right around 745. And if you go back the last 30 minutes before that, you can see resistance really strong at 520. I would imagine that area gets a bounce play if it gets down to it. And last but not least, real quickly, AUID. This could squeeze one more time. We are on multiple legs up. First flag up was the break up to 165. Second flag up was the break to 2. That's why I took the bounce play, because I was in flag 2 for the move up to flag 3. That's where I'm always usually typically trading. Form flag 1, halt up once. I'll go. If you remember, I was in a trade a couple weeks ago, probably about a month ago now. It was sometime in, I would say, mid to late December, where I was in a halt up. I played gapped up. You remember, I forgot what play was. It was halted into the opening bell and went live at the opening bell with the PR and had a huge gap up. And I said, team, if this opens with a big gap up and goes flying into a second halt up, I'm going to try to get in right before the second halt up. I did. And it went into a third, it gapped up again, because I knew it would gap up again. Because if the first gap up, which was like $1 or more, I forgot what it was, the next one will be 50 cents. And it did that and then ran into a third halt up. And then, boom, there's your profit area. So that's kind of like here. First flag up, wait for the mob, the bullish mannerism, the volume to come in, that profile. Then you know if it squeezes up to round 2 in that second move up, then you can come in and get a bounce off that first pop, which was the 160 bounce we got, to move to A, the top, move back to 2 essentially, and where we just came from, and potentially go up to that third flag and bull flag up, which we're at now. So this may have one more pop. And I alerted us again, that $2 bounce play, and that's it. Don't be leaving this alone and let it reset from now. You should have gotten the 130 or the 160 area. And if you didn't, or the breakouts, or the 2 even, leave it alone. Yeah, I don't know if CMJB is going to get there, T-Web. I mean, damn, that thing just keeps Let's go, AUID, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. And boom. And boom. And boom. There you go. That's how you trade AUID. This is what I'm looking for every day. This is exactly what I'm looking for and what to trade. This is absolutely banger right here. I'm telling you, look for this, these kind of setups. Look for these charts, team. These are money. When I start seeing these kind of flags, these bull flags, these staircases on the way up, this is what you have to trade. This is exactly, look at the $2 bounce play now. Look at the 160 bounce play now. Look at the 130s bounce play now, right? Perfect. And this is why you have to spread out orders a little bit. It's not quite coming in because it's a hot bullish play. Usually these more bullish plays won't fully soak down into that demand zone. They'll just barely clip it. That's why you got to put orders kind of surround that area. Beautiful. Now a dollar move, almost 100% move for that 130s dip that I alerted about 30 minutes ago. Fucking killer. Real quickly, dip buy potential on AUID. If this holds up for a little longer up here, this $2 to 190 area is going to be juicy again. As long as this holds up a little longer, this area will see another dip buy. It may come down a little lower again. We'll wait to see there on AUID. It's definitely taking the mob away from everything else. Absolutely money. And hopefully you guys can just go back, rewind, you know, Brosif, T-Web, J-Web, Daza. Listen. This is it. That's the chart. You know, this was the chart. You know, yesterday, and this is even why when I took the dip buy off of that on that halt up. You know, I know it's just a 5 or 15-minute candle, but there was a quick dip there. Just trust in the flags, you know, because you're getting, you know, old resistance, new support, old resistance, new support. And then there was this last flag up, you know, and this was a super parabolic move. Now, again, it's later in the day, and this did come down more so than I thought. And then you just staircase down and you get a backside move. I really figured this was going to stay somewhere in this area. Kind of like where, if anything, where we're at now would be where but, you know, got more of a sell-off than anticipated. Still holding up. I figured we'd still hold up. Anyhow, that chart, this chart right here, whew, ooh, that AUID is sexy. That is just funny for me to have to say that. That AUID there. Oh, I friggin' love it. All right, let's go to small or large caps. Let's get to it. Boom, ba-da-dum, 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 bum, bum, bum. Man, bounce plays just been money recently. Hey, anyone liking bounce plays out there? Anyone want to comment on bounce plays? How you liking them? Anybody? Bounce plays. How we doing? How's your mama and them? How's your mama and them? You like them or not? You like them or not? Another play that's up, I'm just going back to the scanner, making sure I didn't miss anything, is CGTL. It is really close to that high of day. It's got double top potential, or it already has, I should say, at the 420 area. Over 420, look to see here. We look like we could have some clearance for takeoff. Yeah, over 420, this has clearance for takeoff up to around the $5 area, and over that to 6. Has strong resistance at 6 into 650. Now back down for CGTL, we have support at 335 to 350 area. That's really nice. Down below, 290. That's the only one I'd put on watch. Yeah, you're good too. Oh yeah, for sure. They are getting money. CGTL also. All right, Q. All right, let's get to large caps. All right, over to large cap tickers here. SPY, strong resistance on the way up today. I'm just going right into an area that just kind of I don't know why my eyes are like, man, this 5 or 695 mark's strong. Now there is some resistance moving up at 694.25, 694.30. Over that, watch for a pop into 694.85, and then it's really strong resistance at 695.25. So keep those areas on watch. Now I'm going to go because we made such a big move up again from yesterday that 695.25 is your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes back then to Monday's high of day, 696. Over that, we go to 697.30 pre-market high on Tuesday. That'll be 697.30 ultimate high of day. On the way down, we'll have some support at 693, 693.10. Under that at 692.50. Under 692.50, watch for a move down to, right around 691.50. The low from Tuesday, breakout area from this morning. 691.50 area, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 690.50. Ultimate low of day there. Felt like if you saw me, like, what was he? I thought I heard one of my dog, like a dog. I don't know, like moaning, whining, like they were wanting something. I thought I heard that. I think it was something outside though. Boy, oh boy, Apple's still in this wedge. It did crack it yesterday and come briefly down. So if you did, that was the one trade I was talking about. It did crack Tuesday's low and went down to your first target area, which would be this Monday's low. Went right to it. And a lot of support there from Friday as well, of last week. So at least you would have gotten some profit there out of it, you know. And then, you know, you could have gotten target one is my point, you know. So keep those levels on watch today. We're still moving in this tight wedge. I'll send you a video so you guys know what I'm looking at that don't have the live stream. All right, there is your wedge right there, team. And you can see how we cracked out of it and went down to right there, which would be Monday's low, and a lot of support right there from Friday. Still in this wedge, you can use, there's your levels, there's your numbers. And again, just use those lows when you crack. If you crack the trend line, and again, what we said over 260, 150, you're on clearance on the way up. Watch for a dollar, if most likely even a $2 pop if we can confirm, especially in a 15-minute time frame, which we have not been able to do. La 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 bamba. All right, cool. Settling out there. Got 250 out of the deal. Woo-hoo-hoo, baby, baby. No one's got the mob right now. It's, well, I'd say AUID does, but it's kind of like they're leaving it because it's like I said, you got that third move up, and everyone's like, all right, well, that's that. There goes that play. You know, they're like, what's next, so to speak. They're doing a Goldberg. Who's next? All right, real quickly in small cap, just giving you that analogy of if you ever watched wrestling back in the day of Bill Goldberg and who's next, right? He had that winning streak and it was stupid, but it was fun for me as a kid at first. And then you got to realize, like, hey, how's he got all these wins? Anyway, that's what the small caps are doing right now. They're going who's next. AUID, there's that third last leg up, like I talked about. Boom, shock a lock up to 250. Now traders will slowly disperse from it, and this is that reset moment I'm talking about. Let it reset. And then we can come back to I really identify what the next trade is for there. But in its fossil too, also, hey, what's going to be that next ticker? Is it going to be CGTL? Is that going to squeeze and go over 425? Is CJMB going to try to U-shape and come back on around here? So right now, no one really has the mob in the small cap sector. AUID definitely still has most of it, but you can tell there's going to be a big volume dispersed comment as it starts to leave it. It dies down, and then everything else goes, oh, who's next? Where are we going next, guys? Who's next? All right, let's go back to AMD. Over to AMD, double topping, almost at. Now, we're not quite there yet, but we do have a huge high at 234 on AMD on Monday before last. So last Monday, we have a massive upper shadow, and it just failed all day long from 234. We just had a huge upper shadow, and now we're coming back down at 231.40. I'm still going to say we can get over that mark and upper shadow for the day, and so watch for a move up. But I'm going to call that normal high of day. Normal high of day, upper shadow, and I still have like an uptrend built in from yesterday, and we'll see if it respects that lines. I doubt it, but I just like to leave them in because they're kind of respecting them this morning. But ultimate high of day then gets to that 234 mark. Ultimate high of day there. On the way back on down for AM Dizzle, we're trying to hold up like old resistance where we just failed and then reclaimed, which is at 228.75 area, 228.65. Watch for a crack of that down to 227.10, 227.20. And under that, we go down to around we have then a good pull down to 225.50. Under 225.50, we go down to 224. 224, normal low of day. Do some math here. Is that too low? Yeah, I'm going to go 224 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 224 because we could even get down to 223, which would then be the high from Tuesday. I'm talking about the high from Wednesday as my normal low of day at 224. But then we have Wednesday's low at 223. And I'm going to go 223, maybe a hair below it for your ultimate low of day. Okay, the B plays. I don't know what all's in here. Baba, B. Boy, Aunt B just not that pretty in market. Neither is Baba though most days, honestly. It's like it makes like these after hours runs. Baba is just it's really ugly. I'm gonna leave it alone today. I'm probably gonna do the same thing with B. They're just ugly in market. They make these huge after hours runs. Baba makes these huge after hour runs or sometimes pre-market runs, but a lot of the time it's an after hours. Or what's time we see it out of nowhere, like Thursday of last week, then on Monday. So we haven't seen one this week, so that's be the only thing I'd say would be watch for a squeeze. We see these huge pops out of the gate there for Baba, but a lot of the time they're in after hours when you're seeing these big moves. But we do see some spikes at the bell, so it would be back over 170.30 for the move up then to 171 area to 171.30, over 171.30 to 172.70, and it could just blow the lid off from there and go straight to after hours highs at 174.25. Now, if it gets through that, this play is going to see one of those $7-8 banger opening bell moves where it goes up most likely to around 176.50 to 177. Be just an ugly in-market ticker. I mean, it really doesn't give me that whole babble like, hey, watch for this to happen. I'm gonna leave B alone until it finally gives me something to say, hey, wow, okay, we're looking like maybe good again here possibly. We had that good move up, and yet still we're moving. It's very ugly, in market for the most part. It's when you look back last few days when it's made that run up, a couple of Fridays ago was nice. Last Wednesday was nice. Other than that, most days are pretty ugly and choppy, and it's indecisive, and really, it's like they don't know if they want to go up or down. They're undecided. The indecision is there, really, so to speak. So I would leave B alone. I gotta go type it away now. Google here. On watch for a breakout this morning. If I was going to trade a large cap play, this is it. It's 338.65, 338.60, almost at 875 row. If we break that, watch for a move up to around 240.50, 240.50 to 340.50 to 340.120. The main resistance from Tuesday. That's going to be your target one. So that's a good a minimum $2 pop, maybe up to about a 250 pop possibly. Take profit there. That'll be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, Google, if it gets over that, this thing could really start to blow some lids off here. And I think this is all-time high if I'm not mistaken, and it is. So this play could really get to roaring. And I'll say watch for a move up to 345 for your ultimate high of day. I don't like it to the downside. I know it didn't give down levels, but it does have a pretty nice uptrend forming. So it could crack that instead and come on down, forming from base of go to after hours lows, and you're going to see kind of a tight uptrend that we're in really tight. So it could crack back under 338. Watch for a move down to 337. Under that, then to 336.50. Under 336.50, watch for a move down to 335. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day. I'm not going to go all the way down to yesterday's lows, but I'll split the difference and say somewhere around 333 to 333.50. Ultimate low of day. Missing anything on small capville? Nope. Ah, nice. There's that 190 dip again. So that's, like I said, I knew we'd probably see another one there. And again, this trend line, it's like, where do we have it in at? Because if you really want to put it in down low, it's right there. It's like we're bouncing on the trend line now. I was trying to make it tied up with that. But if you truly want to have the trend line in correctly, that's where it would be at right there. Basing off this candle and this candle. So you're getting that trend line 190 dip buy. So this definitely still has the mob, or some of it anyway, right? Meta's been a really nice mover here recently, so I've loved some Meta sauce. Watch this back over 619.25. Has good pop potential up to 621.85 to 622. Over that, watch for a pop up to the other reversal from yesterday at 623. 623 into around 624, the low from Tuesday, normal high of day. 623 to 624 area. If we get through that, watch for a pop to 626.50. Right around yesterday's open, some major support from Tuesday, ultimate high of day. On the way down, this also has kind of that googly-ish look where we have a trend line from right at the end of after hours lows through pre-market. We're on the trend line right now. If it cracks that, watch for a move down, in my opinion, first to 616.50, and then we go down to 615.50. Under 615.50, go down to 614. We'll call it 614.70-ish area. All that support from yesterday, you'll see it down there at the bottom. That's your normal low of day. Now, it's got a lot of those staircases to come because it's a really low trend line. It's not too steep, so you'll have those areas you have to worry about. If we crack that 615 mark, 614.70, 80 mark, this play is going to see another good third day in a row dumpage. Watch for a move down to 610. Ultimate low of day there. Normal low of day at yesterday's low and after hours lows. PLTR also pretty tight this morning. So you're finally getting some little bit of tight movement. This looks like it wants to pop, could drop at over 179.80. We've talked about or 179.30. Again, this one's, I'm not a big fan of this. It's caught in a trend, and usually I wouldn't alert it. But just watch for this to pop at the bell over pre-market highs to 181 to 181.50 area. We know that strong resistance, 181 to 181.50. That's going to be your normal high of day, ultimate high of day over that. Watch for a pop up to 183. It could get even higher and finally have its nice good squeeze day and see up into around the 186s. But I'm going to go 183 ultimate high of day. Which again, you know, like I say, if you go over that, watch out. Over to the Qs. Let's see here. We have resistance and after hours high. We're running into that right now. We'll see if we fail there right around 626.60. Over that, we go into the double top from last Wednesday and Friday's high of day at 627.85 to 628. Let's continue. No, let's continue then up to the high from double top from Monday, Tuesday. 629 area, normal high of day. Normal high of day, because we're coming from 615 area. 614's already up 12 buckaroonies from yesterday's lows. So essentially Monday, Tuesday high, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 629.50, which is so strong resistance into that 630 mark. Watch for a pop to 631.50. Ultimate high of day there. Now on the way back on down, trying to find this hobgoblin moosh of a mess. 624.90 to 625. Support below that. Watch for a move down to 624.35. Under 624.35, watch for a move down to 623.90. 623.90 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 622 area. Maybe a move down to 621.70 area for your ultimate low of day. And Tesla here also looks like it maybe wants to pop here at the bell. Very tight, 442 resistance. If we pop over that, watch for a move to 444. That's the thing about Tesla. It could come up and down in a hurry, but we know it can fly as well. Over 444, watch for move to 445.50. Over 445.50, we run to 447.25. 447.25 to 448, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day moves you up to then 49. And over 49, watch for move up to 451.85 to 452, the highs from Tuesday. On the way down, watch under 450 or 440.50. Under 440.50, we go down to 439.65. Not a lot of room to run there, in my opinion. But under that, then we get down to 438. Under 438, watch for move down to 437. Under 437, which is my normal low of day, watch for a crack to yesterday's lows, somewhere between 434.80 to 434.50, ultimate low of day. Plays at the bell, watch for Tesla to squeeze there. I really do like Tesla. My other favorite plays at the bell there, Meta looks like it wants to have a pretty good size move as well. It's not as flat top. That trend line crack could come into play. Definitely Google at the bell is my favorite. So Google's really tight. It looks like it just wants to papacito. Those are my favorite plays to trade at the bell. And you're getting at least a lot of tight movement. Like Apple's really tight. It looks like it's going to make a good move at the bell. So some of these plays, if you go across the board, or have this really tight movement into the opening bell, like PLTR is another one. So keep your eye on those tickers as we move into the opening bell. One I forgot to put in was NVDA. I usually don't like it anyway. I did skip NVDA, of course, for a reason, but it does also look like it wants to pop. It just has a lot of resistance behind it, which would be Monday's high of day and then Tuesday's high of day. But it has that same, hey, I've been failing at the same area over and over and over at 186.50. So that would be the one thing I'd be on the lookout here for as well, NVDA for large caps. Small caps at the bell, who's going to take the mob? AUID did get that bounce. Another one at that 2190 area. That's also where the trend line's at. It got about a 15-cent bounce. There's that reset that's coming in like I talked about. Traders are going, okay, who's next? What's next? I will say that 710 mark has been holding really nicely. 710, 720 area for SPHL. The ZIT ramped back on up. I'm going to sit back and wait. I don't have anything I like right now. I would say that 165 area to 160 area for AUID would be a good bounce for you slow and steady traders for the move back up to the VWAP in 190 where we failed at earlier and now where we're kind of bouncing at ish, 190 into 2. So that would be a potential trade at the bell. I'm not seeing anything else from small caps that says, hey, go trade me here, at least at Zabel. Maybe ROLR gets the mob going again. Not a clear-cut area to take a play on ROLR. In my opinion, here goes SPHL starting to ramp back on up here, starting to get a little bit of the mob. Definitely can pop in a hurry. Doesn't take long. SPHL is another one of those like ROLR where you can move 70 cents to $1 in a blink of an eye. All right, we're good. We're good. We are good. So good. Any stocks you guys want me to break down? Any extras, let me know. So far, 1 for 1 on the day on AUID. Yesterday, we got 2 great bounce plays on ROLR. So 2 great bounce plays on ROLR yesterday. One at 1270. I was in at 1277. I was in at 1277. You got to believe it? Just what a ripper! Literally from 1277 to 33, almost 77. What a move! So today, we got AUID. I was in right here at 166. So I wish I would have gotten filled more shares there. Same thing yesterday. ROLR was only filled 400 shares, made almost it was like $440, $450. Starting to get a little bit of the mob right now. Let's go ahead and put the downtrend line in for ROLR. Rolling. IPW. Love says IPW. Oh, that popped and dropped. Good Lord, that was a good one. That popped and dropped. Google's cracking the trend line. So it's trend line crack for Google. Whoa. There's the Tesla pop. So there we go. It's a trend line crack for Google. Tesla with the pop. So Tesla had that tight look to it. Beautiful pop there from Tesla at the bell. And it's actually a trend line crack for Google. So Google right now, $2 short out of the bell. Tesla, $2 pop out of the bell. So nice, good moves there right out of the gate. It was instantaneous too. It's really hard. You just have to go point of no return. You're just jumping in with momentum. Now Google, a $3 crack as this continues. Like I said, that was such a tight move. Beautiful there from Google. Oh, let's go over here so you guys can see that too real quickly. I don't know if you're watching Google, but there you go. Look at this tight wedge. There's your tight ass wedge right there, right? Everyone can see the flat top. I'll zoom out a little bit more there though, but you can see how tight that is, and just going to a larger time frame. You can see here I was trying to base that off of. Now it looks a little better in a 15-minute time frame. When you go into that, you can see it a little bit better there, but I could have had that in maybe possibly a little bit tighter really too, of course, but beautiful, right? And then you have this flat top resistance right here. It's about as pretty as a chart you're going to get heading into the opening bell for a move. Right into the downtrend and a fail there. Whipacito right back on down. Beautiful reversal into that downtrend for ROLR. I guess you could have market ordered in right there at the opening bell. Of course, if you had limit order set in this way, how does that not halt down there? Very intriguing to see that play still live with that big of a reversal. Yesterday, if that play would halt, it seems like. Maybe the volume is not as strong or as heavy as yesterday. Yet another bounce off that's trying to, anyway, hold the $7 area. And that's what I miss old AK-47 days. I know anyone that's around Broseph T. Webb been watching me for a while. How often back in the day would I be... Well, okay, I want to ask chat. Anyone that's listening. And I'll put the line in to give you a hint. What would I be alerting right now into the opening bell and saying, what would I be saying we're looking for? What would I say we'd be looking for right here? And just be salivating, licking my chops. Could not wait for this. What would I be saying? Does anyone remember and how often I traded it? Yes, T-Web a shelf. Yes. 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 Oh, come on. Where are they at? Where are they at? We do have CJ and B halting up. CJ and B is halting up. CJ and B is halting up. CJ and B is halting up. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Nice. Tesla with a beautiful squeeze at the bell there. God bless. That was beautiful. Nice, good move there. Good trend line crack for Google. CJ and B is halted up. CJ and B is held 33.13. 33.13. So what I'm going to do is put B and KK over. I'm going to move some tickers around. We're going to go roller here. B and KK here. CJ and B. Look at this right off that line. CJ and B here. All right, so CJ and B is halted up. Just because it's halted up, we'll take a look at it. Roller. Beautiful. We'll just put the lines in and trade them right. This line from yesterday working out really pretty right now on roller. We'll get this into at least a 3 minute. That's another reason I was like, why is this not working out? Get it into 3 minute. Shelf crack, yeah, those used to be money, right? Good golly, I like that retest on pre-market out. CJ and B. Yeah, I would put orders in. I would say start around 420. Start around 420 and work it into 460, area for sure. You're gonna. That's the one thing I don't like about this, is I don't mind it for bounce plays, for sure. But when it's I don't trade tippy top bottoms. That's the one thing about bounce plays. It's kind of like a bounce play, but it's not. It's my bounce plays don't come at the bottom of a chart. They come in bullish volume profile areas. So again, it's a little different, but you have to treat it like like that, where you have to surround that area, with your limit orders. We're still trying to hold this 190 mark. Old trend line up is now resistance, as you can see here for AUID. It's why I talk about put your lines in and trade them. Whoa, Google, Google, Google. What a move, baby, baby. There you go. It's exactly why I said Google for the move of the day. Google, love it. I journaling there you go. That's money. Yeah, just journal the shit out of that. Journal the shit out of that. I'm gonna leave CJ and B alone. I want to look for another bounce play myself. What's funny is I like the 250 bounce for CJ and B. You got boom, you've got boom, you've got boom. So you got this beautiful W shape. We've gotten bullish. Volume is there. Now, not if it runs back up to 450s, right? Now, if it fails right now out of the gate and kind of moves up to 375 and then meanders around and then sees a pullback. But I don't want it too much higher. But the 250 bounce is not bad, now that it's run off of it really hard. SPHL really losing the mob, running too long in pre-market up a little too high. Not that it matters sometimes when you run into the opening bell too high, as we saw yesterday. But a lot of the time when I've noticed that, it's been running for too long and it's up too high. When it starts spiking in this area and it's still up at the opening bell, but these plays have been running from at least 2.5 hours before the opening bell. Usually these are the ones that typically, at least at the bell, are just kind of like, meh. This doesn't mean it's done for the day, like I was saying in the morning alerts, especially after what we had yesterday with roller. But let's just say in normal time periods, I say normal, at least 50+% of the time, half the time that I've been trading stocks, you see this move and I'm like, it's too much, been up too long. Traders are going to move away from it. They're going to move to something else that's not up that high. What do most traders think? Well, I missed a trade. Or a lot of traders, right, or get too scared to trade because they feel like it's up too high. La-da-ba. There goes CGTL with the pop. So CGTL with the pop here. So we're going to go over to, since SPHL is slow, we're going to go with CGTL over here. And I'll put what is it? Jeez. SPHL it was over here. Oh, and there's another fail at 420 is all it is, though, for the time being. Another fail at 420 is all it is. I'm waiting to find a bounce play. AUID was money in pre-market. Can't deny that. I know you guys did. I think I was maybe the only one that got filled there, unfortunately, and it wasn't much. You know, I was almost going to, and I should have done 1,000 share increment lots instead of 500, and I thought about doing that and just going in like 4 orders, 4,000 shares potentially, instead of surrounded it with 500, and I did more, and I should have gone bigger and less. That way, if at least one of them does get filled, my top one, it's at least more, right? It's 1,000 shares instead of 500. That would have been nice, because I probably would have held that a little longer, at least some of those shares, and then would have gotten out in that pop to 220 for sure. You know, would have had at least a good 60-cent bounce play or so. All right, so CJMB. This, honestly, for that double top look, does help you out, T-Web, if you're looking for this. Gap down, move back on up, right? Instead of just, you don't want to see a gap up to here and there. Then that kind of does get you a little timid. Now that we are timid, but now that we gap down and trying to pop back up, it's going to have some bearish look, feel for a lot of traders. So keep your eye on that. I like CGTL if this can get the mob. This is the only one I like right now that's built up a chart for a bounce play. I feel the backside move already may come in for AUID. And if I'm not mistaken, okay, I don't remember. I thought this play we've seen it in the past and give back gains. Maybe we have. I felt like we've seen this play in the past and there is a gap up and giving back gains. But I swear I've alerted this play in the past and it just reminds me of a play that does not hold, or at least I remember that of this play. And it's starting to show that right now. If you are looking for a bounce play because you like it, it's slower. AUID 165 area down to around 155. This is your bounce corridor on AUID. CGTL, you can see exactly why I would like it. This top shelf resistance, 420 into around 4, 420 into 4. And again, why the moves work at the bell sometimes here, but then in the reversals. Now we're at least getting some moves at the bell. It's nice. Google, Tesla. I wasn't watching AMD, but Jay Webb said AMD with a good spike at the bell. But even AMD, we get the move, and then we get this choppy reverse, or sometimes even reversals like Google's doing right now. Trying to move right back on up in the opposite direction. I mean, Tesla came pretty much right back to 442 and the breakout zone that I said watch for breakout of 442 came back down to it. Now, it does provide sometimes like that, as you can see with Tesla. It's hard to trust it because you'll see crazy red to green moves or green to red moves to get the bounce play off a pre-market high, off that 442 area, which this was a flat plat on Google, so I do get the reasoning for why I'm trying to take a bounce play at that 442-ish area. But then this is what I'm talking about. You get kind of stuck and you don't see much movement. The upper and lower VWAP bands run flat. Now you don't have a lot of good movement, most likely, ahead of you. That's why I like that bear flag on bear flag out of the gate. If you can get it, maybe we get that on Google today. We are getting SPHL to completely lose the mob and slowly come back on down here. And this is where the shelf crack comes in. And that's where we're just not getting clean, candlestick confirmations. Like this one came to 7, candlestick confirmed, went back up. Let's see here, like even in the 1 minute, we confirmed below at 685. So we were below the shelf and confirmed below the shelf in a 1 minute, 685. We popped back up from 685 to 785 almost. And then now we come back down and start to crack and really then start to fade. So you're not getting those clean breaks anymore. You're getting a break, it comes below, then comes up, then now really gets the reversal. And if you try to trade that in the 3-minute time frame to kind of clean that up a little bit, the first confirm below happens. Luckily, does not screw you out, but as far as it bounces right at 7 is my point. Right at where maybe your candles are confirming. But in a 3-minute, the candles are actually confirming at 7:15. So that would put that confirm at 7 or-ish area below it in a 3-minute time frame. So you're just not getting good. It's just not. It was working so crystal clear, perfect. Oh my gosh. And again, just markets just shift and change, like large caps right now. And again, like I talk about look at Tesla. We'll go ahead and look at it. This is just absolutely what I'm talking about. AMD, exactly. Again, go to the 3-minute time frame. You get candlestick confirm way up here. You get a little bit of profit, and now you're reversing back on down. Even if you try to trade that in a lower time frame for whatever, you're not getting the continuation. You're not getting plays to hold up. You go up, nasty, wiki, and we're right back down to pre-market area. It's just not providing for good moves. Meta, look at this today, right? This is why I've moved away from large caps. Now Google did work out 3-minute candlestick confirmation though. We probably maybe even right at the opening bell if that was in precisely and I was really wanting to trade it, that would have been hella lucky, hella awesome and money, and this would have worked out. But we would have made sure we took profit because boom, now we're stuck. Those contracts and that theta is starting to suck ass. Again, this is slow and steady. This is definitely why you want to have your orders around 4, maybe even 435, and maybe even put up a little bit higher as this is kind of starting to squeeze up, right? And slowly but surely build this flag. It's staircasing-ish a little bit, right? It's not just one euphoric massive move up. We are halted up roller now, trying to gain the mob back.
ID. ROL.
Nope, not missing a thing there. Not missing a good golly miss molly thing. We're doing good. We're doing great. I love it, team. Again, bounce plays is where it's at. Waiting for the next play. Bounce plays have been money. Roller right now doesn't really have anything I like. Now it did hold. Lo and behold, there for a good 5-10 minutes now. That 2080 mark on the line that I have in from yesterday. Bouncing off of it now through that downtrend. All right, sweet. Just checking, making sure we're not missing anything here. All right, just making sure. Don't see anything else out there. Roller would be your main one today. On watch would be roller there. Oh, EVTV's running. So EVTV's also running. So we do have EVTV running. So EVTV is running. So this one's actually running here. All right, so we do have EVTV running. EVTV is running. All right, I got AUID on watch, SPHL on watch. BNKK is not doing a damn thing. We do have resistance here right on this 345.50 mark on EVTV. And over that mark, team, we can make some moves. So over that 350 mark, this play can really get to go. Watch for a pop-up to possibly 4 here for EVTV. So this play's running today. Not bad. The volume there kind of coming in. Not bad. Remember, BTAI was a play we saw yesterday after the opening bell. I just start like looking at scanners, essentially, and what's hitting high of day. I'm like, oh, that's new. I remember, I remember that play. Or oh, that's new. Let's take a look at it. And so that's just what you guys need to do too, as well. When it gets to this point in the day, sit on your tickers, wait for them, and then that's every once in a while challenge yourself. Canceled my orders. I wanted a bigger push. Oh, gotcha. God, it must be Merlin farting in the morning, team. I'm not kidding you. It's another. It was. It is. Yesterday, I swear, almost every morning I fucking smell. I feel like I smell shit. It's Merlin farting. This big sumbitch behind me here. All right, halt up time, 43.13, 43.13. Resumption time, 5-minute resumption is going to be 48.13, 48.13, 48.13. Bounce play potential here coming up for CGTL. CGTL here, if this can squeeze and go for more. We've talked about CGTL possibly popping. You can see it just fell at 425 there recently. It's got room to run up to around 475 into $5. So CGTL, if that ends up being the case, then we know this 420, 415 area would be a great bounce potential. EVTV and CJMB in the same price sector area, that's not going to hold up. One of these plays is going to fade back on down and one will hold. We do have halt strategy working out there, so halted up, came down, bounced right off of the halt up price, running into that 25 mark. We have the line in right there, right around 24.80. Some little strong resistance there from yesterday. That was where we halted up, actually, and then we took a dip buy off of it. So it's going to be a little resistance area, as you can even see in the charting too as well today. So right around that area will be some resistance. Not a bad pop there from ROLR so far. Of course, you're going to have hangover, leftover traders coming back to this. And the main reason why is because we just don't have a parabolic supernova mover. And traders know exactly what ROLR can do. And it is definitely roll. And here we go right now. I think that was just hitting the LULD, if I'm not mistaken, the way that looked right there. We got some strong resistance even here at that 26 mark. You can see pre-market highs really coming into play right now. See which one of these plays EV. And really, same thing here. I mean, CGTL, just now notice that. CGTL, EVTV, CJMB, they're all in the same price area. You know, same price action. They're just not all going to hold up. Boy, BNKK is about to be one that I'm going to take off the list. BNKK is absolutely trash right now. AMD trying to see some continuation. Baba's ugly. I'm glad I alerted it. Google may come down for some more there, possibly. Did get that reversal, kind of like yesterday with Meta, but there's just not a lot of room to run down yet there on Google. Just kind of going through different tickers in the large cap, seeing if we're seeing anything. Did get a bounce off that 630 area. So let's go back over here real quickly to SHPL and show you guys this beautiful ticker, SHPL. Look at this, or SPHL. Right off this juncture. You know, and that's what I talked about earlier to Tim, and that 630 mark getting a bounce play. It actually is getting a bounce there, you know, off that area. Go to a 1 minute time frame so I can clean, like, yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I would have probably had orders at 647, 637, maybe even down to like 627. That would have been a good bounce play. You know, going back into a 1 minute time frame and breaking that play down, zooming out a little bit more here, team. A little bad on my behalf for not taking this bounce play right here with you guys. See, off this juncture, that's what I was looking for right there. I don't know if you got it, T-Web, and maybe you were looking somewhere else. Maybe your short play. It worked though. You know, SHP or SPHL. There's that bounce that I was talking about earlier. I get more to that, oh boy, it's moving to the bearish side, where I'm like, hey, it still can go. I should know that. That was absolutely, it took a little bit. We weren't really in the green until about 5-10 minutes into the trade there. It would have been, but that was nice. Not a bad move there, SPHL. Coming back over for CJMB, hitting that $4 reversal area, kind of, we didn't quite get to what you were wanting. And see, you'll still get the shorts at the top that aren't crazy fast at first, that take 10-15 minutes, and then finally coil on over. Boy, there goes ROLR. Is ROLR going to be the one for us again today? I really like dip buys, though. You know me, team. I do not like trading like these volatile, unless it's a gap and go halt kind of play, which this is not doing today. If EVTV can run up here to around 385, team, if EVTV can run up to around 380, 385, bounce play potential at 340. 340 right here for EVTV if this can run up just a little bit more. Oh, man. Oh, ROLR. You're going to start doing this too. Let's go to CGTL here. Let's go here. CGTL here. And put that there since it's a tight chart. I want to see more of ROLR. So we'll put it right here. Actually, it's going to go this way. We're going to go ROLR here, CJMB here. So boom, bam, alrighty. Here she goes again. So here goes CJ, or here goes ROLR again today, team. Just skyrocketing, and now we're about to halt up. So, about to halt up. Oh, nope, hitting the LULD. Not halting up there. Not halting up. I wouldn't mind a bounce play off this halt area if it would come back down to it right around 23.65. Yeah, these momentum plays, these high of day retests are fucking, these are pretty money too right here, where we pop up over high of day and come back and then kind of bounce off that high of day area. It's kind of like, again, that slingshot, what I'm talking about, down and, same thing here, down and I wouldn't mind a pullback down to around 23.80, 24 right now. So we'll wait for that to see if we get a move back down to that area. That would be the bounce for me. If AVTV can pop up a little bit more, then the 340 area would be the dip buy for EVTV. I want a little more profitability zone out of this than what's being created. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Hey, it's just good to see it worked out. Again, plays that that's what I love. Again, like I think we were talking about that yesterday or whenever. We've talked about that probably quite a bit. To you guys on the live stream is my point. Hey, cool. You didn't trade it, you missed it, but it worked out just like you thought it would. You called it out and you're like, this is perfect. Come on and pop up one more leg there, EVTV. One more leg up, EVTV. One more leg up. See if this play can come back on down the $23.75, $24 area for the dip buy on ROLR. Had the nice good squeeze, broke the downtrend, halted up, held the halt up, ran up now to 29. That was kind of like candlestick confirmation, getting in on the halt up there and trusting that it would continue. I definitely would not have thought it was going to do this much. I figured it would have maybe popped up, failed, and come right back on down and halted down, to be honest. Just has that look today overall of we're not getting that supernova mover. Just that, and this is what happens when we were hot yesterday. Traders want they want something. They want to go long. They want a breakout. They want a supernova move. AUID with the small bounce off 175, got back up to about 2. Didn't quite get to that 165 corridor to 155 like I talked about. All right. Sweet. All right, so we're sitting back waiting for a play, team. Got to have the patience. This isn't about overtrading, race to the finish. How many trades you can get into a day. It's sitting back and waiting for those setups to form, and when they form, you take the trades. That's why earlier on AUID, I haven't been trading pre-market that much, but I'm like, there's no way I'm not going to put limit orders in. I went to go get out, and I haven't traded pre-market in so long. I was like, oh, fuck. I forgot about it. I got to limit order out. And how you limit order out, if the play is moving in your favor to the top side, you're going long, and you see... Like I saw 183 earlier. All I do is put in 182 on the limit. 182, boom, and it'll ask you, hey, it's below the price. Do you want it? And you can and then there's a box that you can say, don't ask me anymore. And it'll just go right. It'll go right through every time. And I'm filled right away. Like earlier, and then you can just put limit orders in if you want to. Like, hey, I want to get filled up here, and just go ahead and put them in. And they won't get touched. Now, if it's below the price, it'll get filled. If it's above it, it'll just sit up there and wait for it to hit. Like the 193 that I got filled. So again, when you're trying to get in pre-market, to me, the easiest way to trade is either shorting the top or bounce plays. Either way, because you just put limit orders in. So you just wait to get filled. I literally went to use the bathroom, got my hat, smoked a bowl, and I left orders in. I was like, oh yeah, I was hitting the bowl, and I was like, oh shit. I left orders in. I want to make sure I'm filled. I come back. I was literally just getting filled, the top 5. I'm like, come on, please give me more. It didn't give me more. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Crap, shit. Come on, go. Give me more orders. Didn't quite give it to me. I'm not taking the bounce play, team. Be careful. The better bounce play is going to be probably back around 325. Now, it'll probably see a small bounce off this 340 area. The only thing is taking it back up. You're going to see some major resistance at 355 and a 365. So it becomes kind of like a 15 to 20 cent bounce at most probably here. And this is what I mean by when you have 3 tickers all in the same price. Look at this. All at the same price. CJMB, CGTL, EVTV, all same price. And this is why I want the bounce play on ROLR. It's coming off of pre-market highs right there, and that's not a bad option. You know, put some orders in off this pre-market high area from 26 into say like 26.50, maybe not go too high. And there's your bounce play, you know, and there's your boom, quick little $2 move back on up, and I get it why that's working right there. Small bounce off this 340 area. If you did take it again, know that the volume is dying off, and you may at most get a 15 to 20 cent bounce. I don't want to risk that for the risk. My risk reward is not there because my risk was down at 325. It's close to being a 2-to-1, I guess, right? 15 cent stop loss, you know, 20 maybe. It's close, right? It's not, but it's not a 2-to-1. That's why I wanted this to 380, because if it goes to 380, then my overall target from 340 is 40 cents with my stop loss at 15 cents. Does that make sense, team? So if you're in this long right now on EVTV at 340, start taking some profit. It's not going to be a big guy. It's going to be a smaller guy. We're actually bouncing on the halt up area too here for CJMB. This is why I love the halt up price. And even wouldn't mind this coming back down to 23, 50, 60 area to take a bounce play on ROLR. Now it depends on if volume just kind of dies off and there's nothing left on this play. It's a little different than say SPHL at the opening bell and we come down to that area. And yeah, volume has left it, but there's still quite a bit of volume. It's just the bell just rang. I know there's volume elsewhere and there's mob elsewhere, but it's not like this is at lunch earlier in the afternoon and finally coming down to that area. This is, you know, hey, you'd want it to happen in the next hour or two. And you can see here, look at the halt up price. Look at this. 340 bounce area. Now, yes, it did take a few minutes to start ripping back off of it, but that's exactly what you're talking about there. I love halt up prices. They usually generally hold really well. I have to get over to trade the pool. I am 1 for 1 on AUID for the day. I'm waiting for at least, obviously, I want one more bounce play for the day. Right now, if this starts moving like yesterday and kind of technically sound and halts here and there is fine with me, well, we've got a shelf to trade. 28.75 rolling to 29. That's a really tight area of resistance to be able to go in and go now get a bounce play off of, which I love. So that's going to be the other trade to look out for, in my opinion, as I move into the next hour with TTP. Of course, today is the elongated day, you know, with TTP. It's my longer day. So it's, you know, here with you guys for an hour and a half in the morning and 3 straight hours with them. It's pretty, it's 4.5 hours of, you know, pretty much talking nonstop. That's why you usually see me in that first hour with TTP. I don't really say a lot toward the end of that first hour because I'm just trying to catch my breath for a little bit, because I know the next 2 hours it's the App City limits where it's, you know, where I'm going to be going back and forth. So I like taking a little breather, and then by that hour that I'm going, you know, live with just Kevin, and then in the course the call-in show. There's your, now overall, getting your bounce play. Here's where you need to be out 100%, not 100, where you need to be out, I should say 100%, you need to be out half to 3/4 you need to be out right now. If you want to take it all, that's fine, but this is where you need to be out half to 3/4. Nice bounce play again. This is your profitability zone. It just didn't match my, unfortunately, just, oh, there we go. Trade the pool just tagged me to what I sent them this morning. Love it. Absolutely love it. Too bad I had to do that before AUID started popping, but again, it's not really doing much in market. And oh man, I swear if EVTV starts ripping here, I'll laugh. But again, just didn't give me my 2-to-1 ratio, but you can see exactly what, this is what I'm looking for, team. When I see this get created, I am in heaven, because I just want this to go one more leg up, which it did, but I wanted a little bit higher, and then you come right back off this area and you put orders in for dip buys. Absolutely money, you know, and then you make new high of day. Absolutely perfect right there for AUID. Absolutely perfect. Just a little worried there that it wasn't going to give you much bounce play, and it's giving you way more than I anticipated, but this is, that's money. Oh, I didn't mean to put that line in. Why did I put that kind of line in? What am I doing there? Perfect, right? Perfect. 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 Love it. Absolutely money right there. That's why I'm trading bounce plays. So it's giving you a little bit more profit, which is nice. But this is why I love bounce plays. This is what I'm looking for. Old resistance, new support. Then you can come in for a bounce play. Old resistance, 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 failing, 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 failing. Break above it. Show me the mob's still there and people want to buy this. Take the dip buy off of it. Take the dip buy off of it, right? Those are the two probably areas I'm usually, just finding those main areas. Where are traders trading at? Where's that volume at? Like we saw a little bit today with SPHL, again at that 630 mark. We saw it again. It was smaller, but like you pointed out, Tim, at that 720 mark was nice too as well. BNKK is really flat. Usually most days I'd say it's done. Would not be surprised if BNKK woke up out of nowhere and started getting some mob out of nowhere. Please quit going EVTV. I'd rather, because that was a beautiful bounce play. I definitely would have been filled there, probably because I would have done through like 1,000 share increments. I would have been filled minimum 1,000. Maybe I would have gotten filled probably 2,000 shares because I would have had to order probably at 335, probably one at 340, and then one at 345. So I would have been filled probably 342, 5, entry with 2,000 shares right there. And still in probably right now, maybe 500 at most. Beautiful bounce play there. That's beautiful, team. Now, if this can run to 4, bounce play off of 365, right? So if this can run up to around 4, which I would like, 365 for the bounce play. Any last questions? Any last questions? Yeah, and building one at 4. Yeah, see, exactly. So if this can pop up to 365, maybe a little bit higher, then watch for a bounce play off of 4. I mean, this is what we're looking for all day, every day. And this is it. Sandwich areas, old resistance, new support. Old supply will be new demand. Old supply will be new demand, right? And then finding these areas, right? Bounce, bounce, and yet another bounce off 26. Find the areas where traders are at. Yeah, that's a little, even though I wouldn't mind a bounce there, now because I missed this one that I just alerted. It reminds me of BNAI yesterday. But this is it. I mean, this is what I'm looking for. Did get you about 10 to 15 more cents than anticipated, at least as of now. A big red candle there. Of course, a lot of traders taking their profit. This sandwich area, team, old resistance, new support. That's what I'm looking for all day, every day. Google, probably one of the trades of the day so far in the large cap sector. Talked about that super tight trend line crack there is what it was instead of the breakout. Now down from entry price around almost $5, 4 plus, at least. So good move there from Google. All right, quick. Any last questions there, team? Anything else before I head over to TTP? I will get their live stream up right now. So you guys have that. Boom. TTP live stream. There we go. Alrighty, Rooney, righty, all right. Cool. Any questions? I think we're good. Come over there. I'll be there for the next 3 hours. Yes, you heard me right. The next 3 hours. I think the best place for us right now, which we just had a good bounce play. It wasn't amazing, but boom, got you 30 cents, almost 40 cents. ROLR. Looking for a bounce play off of 28.75. If this does pop the new high of day, it is getting pretty tight. Same thing for CGTL, running up this trend line. Watch for a pop over 424.25. That'll be the bounce play. CJMB, watch for a pop over 4 to 410. Squeezes up, good amount. You'd want the same for CGTL. Then get a bounce play off of 4. So we're looking at bounce plays at 4 essentially for 2 different tickers. CGTL and CJMB, the 2 C plays. 2 C plays looking for $4 bounce plays. How funny. Literally almost at the same price. Be crazy if we got that today. That would be absolutely crazy. I think we're all good. Lost boys, lost girls. See you guys back here on the flippity dippity side. We'll be with you. Of course, when I get done with them, I'm going to take a little breather at lunch. at 1. That'll be 1 p.m. Eastern by the time I'm done. Of course, I know, like always, I'll be right over to the lobby and say, hey guys, I'm here, done with the stream. Gonna take a quick break, be back on the mic in 15, 30 minute, whatever, right? And I'll do a quick little lunch briefing as usual, probably right around 1:30 into 2. I do have a one-on-one today. I think it's in Power Hour. Yeah. So what I'll probably do is then take another break after the lunch briefing into my one-on-one, jump back on the mic 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes before my one-on-one starts, brief you into the Power Hour, and then essentially debrief you at closing bell today. I'll jump back on the mic as I do have a closing bell marked off today. I blocked it. Just 'cause Wednesday or Thursdays, I'm so busy streaming live from you guys, the TTP. When I saw that there was like no one booked that Thursday afternoon, I'm like, I'm blocking it. I'm so busy and I talk so much on Thursdays. It's just nice to get that breather in the afternoon. All right, sweet. See you guys back here on the flip side. Lost Boys, Lost Girls. I think we know the areas. Again, I'll put them in chat. Type it out for you. CJMB, watch for, and CGTO. Just put those in there for now. Doesn't seem like we're going to get the break there for ROLR. Could look for a dip buy at 23.80 for ROLR, but again, this is where this place slowly starts making this back move down. You would want to go small there at that 23.80 mark for sure. Last good dip buy that we did alert. Good move. I just didn't like the risk reward. Still money though, still holding. You know, literally 20 minutes after fill. Almost 20 minutes. Which is nice to see. Like I talked about, 3 tickers in the same price action price zone, they just generally don't all hold up, and only one probably gets the mob and move into the 4s or more. Be nice to see a couple of them do it. We want 2 bounce plays, and they've been built up. I just don't know that we get to. All right, team, I'll be back here in a couple hours. What I'll do today is put the TTP live stream audio on here, so at least there's something moving, or there's some kind of action and audio on my live stream, but it is coming from the TTP live stream. All right. I'll see you guys back here when I'm done with them. Let's try to get one more good trade in. Again, a little slow today in market. ROLR had a good squeeze and pop up, but just one straight move. Same with CJMB. Nothing too great. I'd say the best plays in market were the bounce plays that we alerted but then missed. SPHL, well, I say missed. I just didn't like EVTV, but alerted 340. But SPHL, that one at 630 was pretty nice. Just moved away from it. Wasn't really thinking it was going to get that as big of a bounce as it did. And even just seeing trades like Google and Tesla work out the way I alerted is nice to see too. Good stuff. More bounce plays coming. I mean, AUID was money this morning. I wish I would have been filled more shares. And again, beautiful play. Beautiful bounce plays today on AUID. Every day we're getting good bounce play potential, and that's what I'm going to sit back and trade every day, whether we get 1, 3, 5 bounce plays, where it's at. Bangarang, Lost Boys, Lost Girls. See you back here on my live stream after TTPs.
Michael,
into the
off of the
green.
highs.
Even and let it
Yeah, that
ride.
was picture perfect.
Good.
And open below the
Well, I'm
previous
gonna
close.
actually do a little
Whew.
bit more room because it's widening out, trying to grab my stop. Yeah, you know those market makers.
So
that proves that I have it now all set up. So all I have to do every night is I build my little hangover list, and then away you go. Now, again, the devil's in the details. So right now I'm doing opening range breakdown. So the first 5-minute opening range, if that breaks down, stop the high of the day, times risk for now, just to start testing and making sure that it's working and everything's kind of jiving the way it should. And then if it does, then we will start to get a little bit fancier on entries and exits and all of that. But right, yeah, so for that, and then it's in this one, although I need to, this is kind of a mistake, this AMN had a huge move yesterday, but it opened up above yesterday's high and close. So this one the robot should have ignored this. So we'll
guys,
see. But the opening range breakdown
baby.
happened.
Let's get it, baby. We up. You can switch to me if you guys can grab the screen right now. Let's get it. We're gonna cash half right here. Cash half at 850s. Now look for the break towards 9, and we can be break even on this now. Break even and let it go. Boom. Nice fib retracement. Play right there. This is what you can have. Different tools in the tool belt. I don't use these that often, but I know how to trade them if I want to. And there it is, just perfectly executed. It wasn't always, I don't think I can always do this perfectly executed, but it was literally pretty well executed there. And we'll see now if we get the real breakout, which is to move to 9, right? If it goes to 9, then this thing could just go 9, 10, 11, 12s. We'll see what happens, right? Boom, boom.
I'm gonna look into it, Mr. Noss, on joining you on that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
to
get
go back
after
and
it.
watch some of your videos and get some of it
we
figured out.
gotta keep the videos up, Michael. We gotta keep the videos of Bot versus Kevin, Bot versus Money Mitch. You know what I mean? Who's trading the bet? Who is it? Is it the subjective trader or the objective system that works better? There you go. That's the framing of the video. We've had some fun with it, right? So I think and it's fun to kind of systemize it even further, right?
Yeah.
That's all it is. So
well, and that's the big thing, right? Is to understand that, like, if you said, okay, Michael, you're a futures trader now, that's how you have to feed your kids. I could do it, right? I could come up with a little plan to play some futures and kind of be fine. And same with stocks. Like, okay, I'd just gravitate to whatever. I could do it, but the thing I always think about is that I also look at it as kind of limiting myself in a way where why not trade the hangovers and the this and the that and all these different things together, right? As if I can systematize them, I can keep going with it, right? I can trade, a little bit of everything. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because I think it'd be really crazy if the system does better than Kevin and the system does better than Mitch, and it's like, okay, well, that's like a 2-on-1, right? Because I'm trading both of them, and that's the thing that I think system traders really need to take away, is that your superpower is you can just do more than discretionary traders, right? Discretionary traders have 2 eyes, and even if they have 6 screens, they only have a couple things you can watch of. So you might not be as refined on your entry and exit. Your entry and exits might not be nearly as good, but in the long run, you just have the ability to do more. You can just go and you can take on more. So I'm swing trading, I'm day trading, I'm doing all kinds of that kind of stuff, and I can only do that with, again, I only have one monitor. I'm sitting here in front of one monitor, and I can only do that because, like, the robot did it. Like, I just have a trade come through.
One monitor, bro?
Trading view. That's it.
Such a boomer, bro.
That's it. Just one. So another trade came through here in NVTS. So this isn't a hangover, I don't think. So now that I have 2 systems on the go, it's going to be very important to mark these, and I'll talk all about that when it comes to, you tag them at the end of the day. It's going to increase the work there, where you have to upload them and you have to tag hangover and then undercut.
Yeah, so take a look at CRML. I mean, it's a metals play, but CRML is fairly picture perfect against the previous close as well. That's right, 1793. It's been heavy against that CRML and right now fading off of that. Exactly same chart as pretty much BNAI. They're all fairly similar in fashion, but yeah, that one metal play.
Boom, baby.
fairly well.
There's 9. 9 touch,
Yeah.
894s. Let's go.
So,
Let's let her
Yeah,
ride
good
now.
work. Good
Let her
work. I mean,
ride.
it's
Let her
working.
ride.
I like how, yeah. You laddering the entries there really made that trade.
And
Now that
what
was
did I
part of your.
do? Yeah, the approach was really quickly do the smallest size just to take part of the trade, 50 shares. But what were the ads? The ads were double that, right? So that's what it's kind of like a betting mechanism of doing that, right? You're taking the bigger bet at the bottom, right? So we'll see if we get the break above 9 and really get the break. Oh, yes, we got her. Get her done. Let's go. Let's go.
That's a great.
All right,
go.
let's sell some here. Boom, sell some at 950s. That's how we make money right here on Trade the Pool. Smash that like. Bum, 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 bum. That's it, baby. That's it. Now we set the stop and we let her work for the rest of the day and say, if you want to go to 12, you want to go to 15, you want to go to 13, I don't know. Just let it go. Let it go. Nice little trading action there. And in the small cap game today, it was boring in the big caps. I said, I'll trade small caps. Let's go.
Welcome to the dark side.
To the dark side we go.
the
You don't know the power of the dark side.
at the end of the day, it's all numbers. You just have to know that it's really the volatility difference when you're trading the two of them. You got to focus on, right? So when you notice when Mitch was doing a lot of large cap stuff, those are low volatility plays. Doing a lot of small cap stuff, those are going to be high volatility plays, and then you just decide accordingly.
I will say it's like the BNAI trade you took, Nos. That's the profit target can be tricky, but oftentimes, like if you when you're finagling with the results of those, I would probably lean towards leaving them on like for the day. It's probably gonna tend to work in your favor in the equity curve better than taking them.
I think that's
elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. Is the more I've kind of looked at them and watched what you do, the more I can put out that high day stop and just walk away and be confident with a very late, but every now and then you're just gonna blow one out of the water. Like the risk on BNAI was like 7-8 cents, right? So if I look at it where it is now, it's many hours. The main thing I'm just focusing on now for the first week or so is just stock selection, right? So to make sure my list is somewhat lining up with the criteria, I get the spirit behind it, so that's great. And then entry and just making sure that works because the idea is okay. So I do the undercut and I do the hangover. Again, recording them differently, and I'll talk about that a little bit on Monday, is going to be important. Where in my journal, I need to be able to separate those. And again, journal for systematic trader doesn't mean that this. My wife was mean to me, and my kids spilled Cheerios on me this morning. It means this is the entry, this is the exit, this is the system that it came from. So that over time, as I'm building up this data set, I know okay, I can go through and maybe this strategy. Maybe it turns out that the hangovers are amazing and the undercuts just suck. It's like, okay, well that makes the decision super easy, or vice versa, right? I can just go through and kill one, right? Just move on and then replace the buying power with something else. But you need that data and you need that differentiation. I'm still working on real test, or not real test, Amni Broker, which has just been this. It's ruined my month messing with this thing. It's just been a nightmare. But as soon as I get that done, I'm going to run some more kind of formal back tests and machine learning.
Well, once you understand that platform that's broken your brain, please teach me or.
Oh, it is an absolute. I think I might come up with a course. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, you're going to have to come up with a course, right? Because if it breaks your brain, you could just imagine it.
It's I always look at it as the you call it the Mac versus PC debate or iOS versus Android or something. Is you have customization versus user friendliness, and that you can sit on a seesaw, and that's always the way it works with technology, right? Is generally the more powerful something is, which AMD Broker is just insanely ridiculously powerful. To get that power, it has to have a whole bunch of customization, which comes with a whole bunch of complexity and abilities to break things. Whereas Real Test, which is what I do all my stuff on now, it has less of that, but it's just way simpler. The scripting language makes more sense. The data, right? So it's just been it has been a battle. It's been war to get this thing just to work for me, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Apple looking great here. It starts to get in the green for me. I do have risk set there in Amazon and open. What has traded away and done some day trading in these small caps done is giving me the ability to not stare so much at every tick in those swing trades and let them try to work. At the end of the day, you've taken the risk, you've taken the approach. You now let them try to work and see what happens, right?
Another one for you, Money Mitch. BNKK. She might be gearing up too. If
Finally?
I'll be ready.
well, no, it's This is complete.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Hang on.
I was like, it's not
This
doing
is
anything.
complete. It's speculation, traders.
Oh,
This is
I got
all
a visitor.
Educational purposes only.
I got a visitor.
No, I mean, well, it's kind of just going sideways right there.
What up, little dude?
Holding 420.
I got a visitor.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
The next
stock
best
picks.
trader.
Up or down? Where are we going?
What are we buying? You click, buddy, right there, and Daddy buys a bunch of, puts a lot of money to work.
Oh man, have I
He
heard
just
that
walked
story?
in, man. He just walked in. You know how that goes. Oh, he said microphone.
Oh,
I'll
of
fix
What's
that.
that? What's daddy up to? What's daddy? Mini money bitch.
I'll be right back.
Oh, they're mad.
He's like,
now,
wants,
they're mad.
he wants more screen time.
Let's
Like, no, what?
go
I was
pop
loving
over
it.
here.
I was loving it.
So
So-
I'm kicking myself now, Gavin. Have you seen this? Seen this?
No, I haven't. Well, that's why I mentioned a little bit ago. Like they're usually good to leave on most of the day because it's these things when they don't get the momentum, man. Like everyone the prior day just bleeds them on out. They're like, well, dang it, everybody's trading something else. You'll get that happening quite often. I'd probably just let the 350 auto liquidation happen, or at least have a limit order for.
Yeah, well, that's what, and especially while I'm working on the account. I think what I might just do is put out a limit at the half the profit target, just in case, So you just put it out there in case something crazy happens. But yeah, I'm looking at this now, and again, I was out like here. I was out in like 30s,
CRML.
20s or something, right?
Anybody catch that, guys? Threw that alert down. That one's pretty much BNAI right now. CRML 1750 down to 1690. Quick snap on that. Very similar chart. Yeah, those are real similar. But yeah, BNKK is not doing anything. It's just a candidate that could potentially get some volume. There were so many candidates, Josh. There was one ticker that I was like, Josh definitely caught the morning dip on this out of the gates. I'm trying to remember which. Oh yeah, AUID. You caught that. Nice work.
See, I think CJMB has a chance to really squeeze. CJMB definitely has that pop potential.
Steph was playing that earlier.
Amazon's starting to rally a little bit. Just watching for the tech rally now. We'll see if we get it. And still in that SPHL. So we'll see what happens.
Little Money Mitch does not. I hear him in the background. He's like,
That boy was like, I want to be on stage.
I want to be on stage. Hand me the microphone. Yeah, so this is something I'll just caution traders that we've seen in the market today and yesterday. Like, I've been seeing. Like, okay, this is a perfect example. So Money Mitch had a great predefined playbook for his trade on SPHL. It was predefined, though. That's the important thing. A lot of traders in this market have been getting rewarded for essentially martingaling a lot of these trades because you've been seeing so many of these gappers even today. It's like they're not just completely giving up ATO in. As far as CJMB, ATO in, ROLR, nearly all of them, SPHL even this morning, that they're given multiple opportunities to really get in and out where you're getting rewarded for martingaling. Now, just make sure that's part of your trading plan. Like you're not going in with full size on your single entry. It allows for flexibility. I know Katz talks about it a lot. It really allows for flexibility. You can break your entries up into quarter, third size. So, but again, it just that there's a difference between scaling and adding to a loser. Just make sure you know the difference.
You get of course, I know you probably looked at it yesterday, but Nos and Mitch, did y'all look at ROLR yesterday as that was going crazy?
Oh yeah, we had that up. The halt after halt after halt, crazy thing. It's on the list today. Wow. To maybe short, but yeah,
Josh, I'm a llama at highs.
Yeah, oh yeah,
we were talking about that last week.
I'm a Bahama mama, baby.
Where you at here?
Yeah, after you get a ROLR to go 700%, it can go nuts. It can absolutely go nuts.
So what we've seen with AMA falls into this illiquidity example, traders. We've seen these illiquidity traps amongst shorts lately, and AMA AHMA is one of them. AFJK was one of them. SMX was one of them. There are plenty of others where shorts they're underwater. There's no liquidity on it, and the only buying is essentially covering because shorts cannot afford to hold these plays like for an inevitable amount of time. For just forever. You can't do it. So you get these illiquidity traps on these names. We've seen it over and over and over again.
So until I come up with, which I'm going to do today, a simple way at night to scan for these, all I'm doing is every time I see something like this, I'm just throwing it on a giant watch list and then just going through going through in the morning and just adding them. But I can definitely come up with something way cooler than that. It's just one of those, as you're dealing with automation, there's all these tests that go into my brain to see if it's worthwhile, right? Is to go through, okay, let me do the bare minimum of automation for which me is always the entry and all that kind of stuff. It's like, okay, if that works, well, now let me automate a little further. Let me automate the stock selection, and then let me automate the journaling. And then, right, there's like a process of going from a fully discretionary setup to a semi-systematic setup to a fully systematic setup, and then it just gets shelved and just works and does its own thing, and then I start the process again. I've been battling this process like my life depends on it with this undercut and rally, and it just hasn't been fruitful, and that's okay, right? That's most of the things that I do, even sometimes if they're really good discretionary trades, sometimes they're just bad systematic ones. So you have to just go through and give it enough of a try that you're not going to be tempted to come back and give it another shot later, and then move on and just say, okay, that setup's just not, I'm not thinking about it right, or it's just not something that can be systematized or whatever. And then you just, put it on a shelf and kind of move on to the next thing.
Very objective about it. Yeah.
You got to, right? You got to go, all right, this ain't working. Let's go and do something that is. And then, once you get that one thing that, passes your account or starts to bring in a non-zero amount of money into your house each month, then you can start to kind of potentially expand things out, right? You can start to go and say, okay, it's time to, you always want to be battling and trying new things from a position of strength. So I'm making money, but I notice I have buying power here that I'm not using, or buying power there that I'm not using, or something like that, and then go from there, as opposed to just being completely on the back foot and say, because it's what we are with this account, right? We need to come up with something, in this the way I'm doing it publicly in front of everyone. I need to come up with something to pass one of these accounts, and then when I do, I go, okay, great. So that will make up the bulk of the trading in the real account. And then we'll start to experiment with maybe risking $10 a trade or something small on new strategies and just build those up and go from there. So someday I'll get it for you guys. But the undercut and rally, it still could be. Again, the last ditch I'm doing is just, instead of trying to get really cheeky with entries on everything's just an opening range break now. Right, it just mark the high and the low of the opening range and just take it. Just the most simplest kind of trend following you can do, right?
BNKK breaking up to 5.
Did it really go?
Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. This
BNKK.
BNKK, yeah. She was going sideways, kind of reminding me of SPHL because SPHL was just going sideways in a little wedge. A lot going on because even Josh pointed out the CGTLs.
Boink.
That one's
Is that
Boink.
that's actually the name?
I don't know. Is that
Bonk.
yeah, I guess so.
Bonk.
Bonk.
Okay,
Bonk.
cool.
Bonk Inc.
Why not?
Bonk Inc. Yeah, so pick one and buy it, traders. No, this is for educational purposes only. But there's a lot going on. Volume's dispersed. That it's hardly going to be. I imagine it's not going to be able to sustain through lunch hours. Volume like this across the board because normally we do have the mob shifts. This is what Josh talks about. These mob
That's why I
shifts
like
that
roller
happen.
yesterday when there's only one stock running. I
Yeah.
love those days. I mean, I banked yesterday on roller. I love it. But when you get all the, and I said it this morning on the Discord, my live stream, like you get two minis running, get ready for Mob Shift City, where one's running, then it grabs, and then another one does, and then I said, well, watch SPHL. It's not gonna move at the bell. It moved too much in pre-market. Traders gonna start going to all these other tickers and watch for it to spike later in the day. And sure enough, and then Mitch caught it, which is awesome. But Mob Shift City, I don't like days like today. I really do not.
But won't this make for amazing hangover days tomorrow, Kevin? Is that the way you look at it? Because now you're going to have a bunch of these names that most of them are probably going to be forgotten about tomorrow, right? So I've just added
Right.
from you guys talking like 10 of them, right?
It's highly unlikely that they all close, with a high percentage gain on the day. Like most of them will probably pull back at a certain point. Now, if these things hold up, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, tomorrow we'll play all of them and then maybe lean into the winners on those. But yeah, it's just unlikely that they hold up. I'm not sure if this trader's in here. His funded interview came out. I watched it. Ozo Trader, who's a follow on X2, and he got 100K funded. I like his approach. I mean, he was back testing with Thinkorswim through their.
Yeah,
you can go back and like pretty much
great interview. Yeah, Kevin, I watched that one. Yeah, keep going about it. But I
is that actual backtest or is his bar replay?
It's on demand. Yeah, it's called on demand.
Yeah.
So what you can do with TOS is on top right hand corner, it's a button called on demand, and you can truly go back to any day of the year. I think it's like 2 or 3. You have to go back at least 2 or 3 days, but you can go back to last year at this time. You can go to 2 years ago. You can go back to whatever day you want to trade and start to trade.
Cool.
You can pick the time. You can pick power hour. You can pick after. You can pick whatever time of the day too. It's really cool. I actually talked about that for years. That's why I love TOS. I used to utilize that feature, and I've talked about it a lot to my newer traders. Like, hey, if it's the weekend or you have a 9 to 5, you don't get a lot of in market action. Utilize an on demand feature that you can go back and backtest things truly at night, midnight, 1 in the morning, Saturday, Sunday. Of course, now we're getting 24-hour trading. But let's just be honest. Someone trying to go trade it at 5, 7, 9 o'clock at night. I'm just going to tell you right now, if it's small caps, it's not going to move. Now, maybe large cap, yes, you can go do that. But for small caps, that's the only way to be able to go to do is like, hey, I know what ran over the past week. I'm going to keep a track of it here on my watch list and board. And then, a week or two later, go back and go, cool. I don't even remember what the heck SHPH did. I don't remember what roller did. I don't remember what whatever did. And then you can go, I know it ran on this day. I marked it down, and then you can go trade it.
That's great. I love that because especially if you're trying to be discretionary about your trading, it puts you in you have to act as if your things are happening live, right? You don't get to
BNKK.
There we go. Love it.
There's so many traders that will say they backtest, but what they really do is they just go and look at a chart and they go, yeah, I would have bought it here and would have sold it there. So I like the replay stuff better just because you actually have to hit the buttons at the certain time. But you're right about making sure that you don't remember what happens or you're really going to be painting if you're like, oh yeah, look at me, I bought it below the day and sold it the high. And I just secretly remember
and
the
I did
way
that
that
at first.
the stock traded.
And I did that and I was like, okay, I've got to give it. I had to find that barrier. And for me, it was like 2 to 3 weeks. I'm like, okay, I don't remember this at all. And then usually it wasn't the supernova movers because you would remember those more. It would be the one that like the AUID play that ran from like 1 to 250. You won't remember that. You're gonna remember roller. You're gonna like, yeah, this one went to like 35. Just buy it, right? So I wouldn't track and I wouldn't back test on that. I'd go back test on something that I truly didn't remember that was a slow and steady eddy, and that then helped define those tools to be, a good discretionary trader that then formed like I got to today to be fully systematic.
All right, guys, taking some swings and ads on. I just added on Amazon. I just added on Apple. I am taking the shots as they start to go higher. Q's now holding VWAP. Let's start looking for a little bit of a tech rally, and I would love it for it to be in this lunch hour. It's like this
CJ
lunchtime.
tight,
So we'll see what happens on that as they take over here.
CJMB tight.
Look at
Tight,
that
tight, tight.
BNAI, Kevin.
Yeah, I saw that. Just
Crazy.
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, it's all shorts covering at once. It appears,
But that's right, and that's why I've been watching these for so long, is that I would fully take that risk. Like I fully would be okay with, man, that one was crazy. It just got me. And that's what I gotta know, is that sometimes, right, these things are just gonna come back to life, and that's why I'd have my stop the high of the day. This one wouldn't have gotten stopped yet, but just I'm gonna know that it happens. So they killed Mitch. Rest in peace. He's gone again. He's got the fastest internet in the world that I've heard of. He just can't stay on. Oh, you back? Welcome.
They tried to cut me out, man.
They gotcha.
They're trying, because I'm calling this SPHL to the key. Let's see if we go 10, 11, 12s. Let's go.
Yeah, the cues are frustrating, we could say.
Yeah, I think they're definitely playing with people right now. It's the whole thing of the hourly levels holding here. As long as they can hold, you can keep reloading. But if it breaks, like, let's say 624.50s today, you got to be a little bit careful. But right now, it looks like we're just trying to reload. ROLR showing up on my scanner. So this one's starting to make the move again, guys. The roller, who's high rolling it today again.
So roller bounced right off of the trend line that it had cracked under. It's got a intraday trend from yesterday. Let's see if I can pull that up.
And also don't forget, which I talked about, those halts, baby. Look at where we halted up earlier and put a line in where we halted up earlier. Go to a 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute chart, and we have not gone below that with candlestick confirmation. So that is also going to be key. You may have that trend line in there too. I kind of see what you're talking about, but also I called this out on my lobby earlier. Like, watch for that halt area that we halted up at, because I actually took a bounce. Crazy as it is, at 24.50 yesterday, off a halt up price on roller, and that thing ripped up to $33 from that entry price. So I didn't get all the way up to 33. I took it at 28.75. But that just shows you the power of those halts and how long they can, how they become support after if you break above them or gap up above them.
Trader CJMB is about to do something. Let me share the screen. Here we go.
I'm waiting on it. Yeah. I've been waiting all morning. She's in a really tight wedge right now.
Hang on. Mine's gone. Mitch's is gone. Nos is there.
I'm here.
What's up?
I'm the only screen. Kevin and
I didn't see
your
your screen.
screens are not working.
Mine's working.
I don't like you guys. Mine's working.
No, if we go.
Here comes SPHL. There's a 10 alert. Let's go.
Yeah.
CJMB right on trend. Yeah.
Oh, that's the reshare. The share, I think, got off when I got booted. So there it is.
And Kevin's the same way. We'll need to get Kevin's
Look,
figured
10,
out before we.
There's 10. There's 1040 on SPHL. Let's go. Let's sell a little bit more.
Good work.
That was beautiful.
CJMB cracking.
Boom. Just sold a little bit there, and now we'll ride the remainder and just let her go.
I really don't trust some of these plays on the downside, though. On the short side, that's why I'm kicking back, traders. I took a couple L's at the start. It's a little trappy-ish action, especially with roller yesterday. Just sitting back right now.
Yeah, you can thank roller for that. You can, and that's why today SPHL, which we did that post earlier on TTP. They put out my 3 hot tickers for the day, and this was the number one, because after what roller did yesterday, which was also on my hot ticker list for the day for another pop. Yeah, roller. That you go 500-700% on the day, you're going to get some heat the next day.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, then plays like Bahama Mama come back to life out of nowhere just because of what roller did yesterday for the most part.
Setting
If you
some
guys want
stops
something
around.
quiet and sleepy, one of my favorite like sleeper shorts is probably XR. XAIR against the previous close 188. Now that one came out with an offering. The reason I like it is because it was not only a hangover a few days ago, ended up being a good hangover. Yesterday it
11.
faded, but then
Let's go.
oh, you're
Yeah,
killing that,
yeah,
dude.
yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Beautiful.
There's a sell. There's the top sell here. I got it up here, guys. I'm gonna probably bring it back towards like 1150s. I think we could get to 12s, but I don't mind just selling out here and ending the day. This is
Just
a beautiful
leave
trade.
it. Forget about it.
And
Leave it,
and the
forget
best
about
part is the thing is I don't have the time to close it, so I'd have to do a trail stop or something because I won't be here. You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those things where it's time to sell. It's time to take the money and run, celebrate onto the strength. Let's just get the heck out, celebrate the win. Let's try to
We'll create a
back
short
above
later
11.
where it'll be like 3 hours later, and then this thing's at 15.
Oh
and we
yeah,
rewind
I
it.
can see
Mitch, Mitch is like, what?
In my old days, even last year, I probably would have held this. But what am I doing? This is
Yeah.
called a ladder into profit. So you put a profit target at the top end. If it breaks the top end, I make more money. If it breaks the bottom end, I take my money and run. This is a decision that I've now taken.
nice. Love
Put it on the top end of the candle, the recent candle, and then the bottom end of that recent candle. If it breaks the higher low trend, I get out. If it breaks the top end, and I just take the money and run. Another thing you can do is as it hits the top end, you can always expand the top target profit. Like, so you see it going right now to the top, just push it up a little bit more. Keep the bottom though. Only raise the bottom after you break that top and have pushed it higher than that, right? Like, so if it was at 1150 and I had pushed it to 1250, then you could raise that 1020 to 1130s. Like kind of trailing it with a ladder approach. The same way I told you on the entry, you can ladder approach on exits. So what am I doing? I'm putting walls between the price action right now. Walls. And I'm like, I'll take some out on the bottom side. I'll also take some out on the top side. You can also do these with like half positions, right? So like half position out on the bottom, half position out on the top.
Yeah.
And wait right to mine. Look, watch. We'll just bring it up a little bit. We'll bring it up a little bit. Give it some room. Give it some room to try to get towards the 1040s. And if it hits 1040s, you could go up to 12, right? And what we're looking for is closing above the recent high. The recent high was this 1137. If we can close above 1137s, we can raise the stop. Right? So that was just sideways candle. What are we getting now? Sideways between here, right? Now we're getting consolidation at the top end of the range. It's not a bad trade
Love
there.
it. Managing that risk, yeah. That's very good.
And then
Very,
just
very
ladder
good.
approach. We'll see what happens on the Qs also. I think that's the biggest thing to watch. It just undercut that level that I talked about, that 624.50s. It's going to be very important. You see, it got me around on the low there. We'll see if it keeps going there, but I'm out on that name. Now BNKK will be the next one to win on as we see the traders shift, right? You call this all the time, Kevin, that shift, the paradigm. Now I'll look for this one to start running, right? I'm already in this one. Now I can tighten down $50 risk, look for the breakout back above the 470s, back above 5. Let's see if we get it today. And it's that type of day today, baby. Let's go. Sound that alarm. Taking these for a spin and seeing what happens, right? The key.
Called Money Mitch for a reason.
I mean, I used to trade these, man. You know what it is, right? It's just about finding the timing. That's what I've always told you guys about these, right? It's about that there's like waves. All of a sudden, there'll be 3 or 4 that are doing really well, and all of a sudden, they start doing really well. Qs are struggling, though, today. Got cut out of the Apple there right now. Still holding the Amazon, but the Qs still trying to go lower now as we're still seeing a little bit more of a leak come in. SPY still holding, though. I think this is a trap trying to scare people out. I'll get scared out of one position. I'm still holding Amazon, and the risks are already set. So the trades are set. Now just let them work. We'll see what happens today. All right, guys. It's been a great day. It's 10:50. If you want to do any wrap up, Michael, you can go ahead. If not, we'll just kick it to the boys.
Yeah, I just, know what you're seeing here in the markets, which is kind of a whole lot of nothing, right? And make sure, like, you've noticed that all we've been talking about all day, like every one of us, is just small caps, right? Because that's where the action is. And make sure you're going through and focusing on where that is. Sometimes it's going to be in the large caps, it's sometimes going to be in the small. A lot of it, I think, is just because we don't have any economic numbers. We don't have, right? Trump hasn't piped up and done anything, so we're just kind of in this lull. So then just go somewhere else. And there's a lot of, like the guys are saying, so we're leaving you in good hands here. There's a lot of crazy small cap stuff going on. So right, make sure you're focused there. And then tomorrow, maybe it will flip. Maybe there'll be less, maybe only one or two small cap names and a whole bunch of large caps. So, just stay on your toes and kind of float back and forth.
Yeah, seen some therapeutics names do well also. So it's been a back and forth day. Lumen still one of the top plays on the playbook. That is continuing up. I just didn't catch the rip. Was a name that I had at 8. We'll see if that can keep going here. You guys see it on the screen. Swings Amazon open. Right now, I'm still holding that ATPC too. That's going to be the interesting one. Josh, you didn't see me open this position, but I saw like an insane amount of volume on this name, and I just said, you know what, I'm going to open a position and put it off the lows and see what happens. This one's going to be an interesting one because I'll just set the trade right now, right? It's going to be a 10-cent profit if I get it on the top end. That only needs to get up there towards 23 cents, today. Just needs to go about 100%. We'll look to see if we get the move. This is an interesting one, man. It was just so much volume. The 5% rule didn't matter. It's a good testing stock too, right? I don't play these ever, but I can feel like there's so many people that play these and all of a sudden this thing's like at 40, 50 cents. Who knows? We will see what happens in that name.
Is that swing trade?
All right, go ahead.
Oh, no, this one's in the demo. This one's in the demo.
Okay.
Don't. That would be a scary one to hold overnight. That's for sure.
I mean, at least the worst thing that happens is I just wouldn't be at 5,000 shares, right? I would be at more like something like, let's say 100 shares or not, maybe 1,000. 1,000
You trade
shares.
those like options, right? Where if it goes to zero, okay.
You calculate your risk at 0, right? You calculate your risk at 0, and then you can take the swing. But you can hold it for an earnings move, or you can maybe hold it for the next couple of weeks. Who knows if this thing makes a move to 60 cents, right? That's a triple, 5 times from here, right? We'll see what happens, guys.
Right,
Take
dude,
care out
see you
there.
Monday.
Stay safe, man. Stay safe, guys.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Good trade.
All right.
Hey, Money Mitch, let's make sure my screen will work real quick.
Go take that money. Go take that money.
Yeah. What do I need to do here?
I'll fix it. I fix it. 1 second here. Kevin.
How much I owe you?
No worries, man.
Just bomb
We'll
a
talk
beer.
about it afterwards. Well, just throw a quick hangover,
Get
you know.
beer. Yeah.
Later.
Housewarming.
Here, my friend.
beer.
Have fun,
Yeah.
guys.
Take care.
Beautiful.
There goes SPHL into the 12s. This is where all the hype is, Mr. Josh.
Yeah.
Where all the hype
there's
is.
the
Into the
squeeze.
13s.
Yeah.
Money Mitch!
She's about to halt
Money
up, too.
Mitch.
Here it goes. Halt up coming in. Oh man, this is nice. This is nice to see here for SPHL. Love it. You called it, Kevin. You told him. You said, just hold a little piece. Just a little piece.
Well, I mean, that's
Have fun, guys.
3 hours later. Well, I struggle with. I mean, that's my personal struggle. So I just try to stress it. Like, dude, Kevin, shut the computer down. Leave 25 shares on there. It might be at $30 in today. Just leave something. That's what I try to do more often. But my approach on this, traders, with SPHL at this point, I mean, $3 up to 13. I personally I got the popcorn out, Josh. I can't touch it. If I did, it would be kind of Ozo Traders, his funded interview. It would be more his style. I'm gonna take a short here, but give it plenty of room. That would be my approach. I'd be going in like, you have to just give them room, whatever your account size is. small enough to allow this thing to fluctuate and have some volatility up here, and at least like 5 points.
Right.
That'd be my approach. Take a short, give it some room, and then just let the FOMO play out, and she'll come back to earth eventually, or not. ROLR, she's still out there in orbit. She's still in orbit.
Yes.
But you have to know what you're trading. So SPHL right now is experiencing euphoria. So I mean that can't. The steep are the weaker they are. The steeper the trend, it can't be just straight up forever. What we have with ROLR right now that differentiates that is we're starting to kind of base out, consolidate, go sideways. That's more of the sign of health that indicates maybe I'm not going to take a short just into some sideways action.
Right.
On that ROLR. But yeah, SPHL guys, just make sure you're taking profits along the way. Leave a piece. As Mr. Mark Douglas said, tickers can, be rigid with rules, flexible with the expectations. Mr. James, BNAI, did you chase it? BNAI, I don't know. It's going to drop, but it keeps wicking me out. Yeah, did you chase that one down? The hangovers you want to take near, those are like before the open or at open. And really near, James, you want to focus on those being near like previous close, previous high. When you take the entry, you just have the risk on those. What makes Hangover special is the RR is great. So you want to be tight on that, towards that risk for that. But guys, call-in show today, Mr. Josh, you excited?
Yo, man, I'm always excited for talking to people. Love the call-in show. Love some.
Yeah.
Feels like that radio mentality. So I love some call-in show. Call-in show, team. Call-in show. That starts
today.
About an hour from right now. So about an hour from right now, we'll start that up. I'm actually looking to go long here on SPHL. I can't put orders in.
Halt number one.
Yeah.
Halt. Okay.
Yeah. I want to go long. I like the old resistance area that we just squeezed from at around 11:30 mark. Somewhere right through here, but this is the safer zone. The reason I say this because we're already up at 13. This is probably going to be where the traders come in, and this will be the demand zone. I like this little area right through here. I can't put orders in right now, but I want to start at 1027 and go down to around 1090, 87 area, and surround that area with a dip buy potential. It's going to go. It's got its third leg up too. That's 1, 2, 3 now, right? That's its third, fourth leg up. If you look at the big spikes. This is going to do one of two things. This is either going to see a pullback and consolidation and I get a bounce play, or this thing's going to roller stratosphere.
It's opening lower. I'm seeing 1263.
Okay.
1153.
But I can't put limit orders in right now, so I have to wait. And hopefully that's something that we're working on too for traders like myself that maybe want to. Even when you want to get out, if you are in a halt up, it's nice to be able to put orders in.
If 5-minute halt, we're going to be opening up here within about 30 seconds. I'm seeing 1250 is the resume price right now. So we'll be monitoring that real carefully. Yep, CAMB, Mr. John, that one has been kind of slow and steady on its bottom trend and approaching the highs. It would not. That's in an ascending triangle. The 5-minute chart CJMB is actually beautiful. The floor is going to be Mr. Josh's here as SPHL is going to open up, but CJMB is that's in a tight ascending triangle squeeze as well, coming up towards 4. So let's monitor that too. But let's take a look at SPHL as that's about to open up.
I like this area.
1230s even. Wow, 1210 or 11s. A lot of volatility here, traders. SPHL, right out of this halt. Opening a little lower.
All right, got my orders in to get filled there, possibly for SPHL, so we'll see if we get that. And then, you're all over it with CJMB here. Very tight wedge. It cracked out of it, and now, it had this little sending look, and it cracked out of it. Now it's reclaimed a new trend area. But we did just break out of it. So a lot of the time when I see that, it most likely is what's going to happen. If it just cracked the previous trend and now it's trying to break the downtrend, going to see that nice bullish move up here. So keep your eye on, and I've been talking about it, that CJMB has that look. So does CGTL. CGTL is moving up here. CGTL on high watch for that squeeze mode. And I love CGTL for a bounce play. If this can squeeze and go up higher, all of this supply and demand, or the supply zone will become demand. Essentially, what we always talk about, old resistance will become new support. So I am waiting on that play. Of course, like we talked about, 400% gainer. Eyes, all eyes, and here's that first little soak zone. Let's see if this ends up getting filled. As you can see, some traders are going to try to come in this area and hold this up. This is just what those, no offense, but D-gens do. They're like, oh, now I'm going to get in. Yeah, it's up 400%. Look, it's up 100% from lows in market. Let's get in now. And they want to go to that top area that we just ran from. I like going down to the mid area from the last part. So like not the top, but the one below it. That's where, Money Mitch had I love these liquidation sweeps back on down. I actually, when he was getting in, I just joined this stream and I heard him getting, I was like, I love this area because I had a line of support in right there. That was money, and then I call it slingshot. It kind of reminds me, if you ever have a slingshot as a kid, I never did. It was always that your friend had one. He was like the one that had the BB guns. He had all that stuff. And you're like, I want a slingshot. And Mom's like, yeah, no, I'm not getting you a slingshot. You're gonna hurt yourself or hurt somebody. But I love these little sweeps down and back up, and then down and back up, down and back up. So look for those, of course, those fib retracements, as they're called, really, truly, so to speak, as Money Mitch was talking about. Those are huge, those fib retracements. And all it is a lot of newer traders, when they see this spike and they're in anywhere down here, yeah, I'm in the green. They take profit. They see green, they immediately take it. And then that's what creates those quick sell-offs and those fib retracements. And then, experienced traders like Money Mitch realize that, see that, start averaging in lower down here. And I love, of course, he does a lot of what I do. I just surround areas with orders, ladder it. That's how I got filled with AOID earlier, and even on my exits on AOID in pre-market, because you have to go, son of a gun. I told you. That's why I brought this area up. So just pay attention here. When you watch plays run, there's a reason why we're dipping off of these upper shadows. The old resistance area becomes new support. We didn't quite get it right here. And a lot of the time when this play becomes bullish and finally gets the halt up, this last resistance area, last supply zone is now demand. And here, didn't you just say 15 just about 15 minutes ago? to Money Mitch saying, look back at the end of the day, it'll be 15. I was like, yes, this may be at 25 at the end of the day because of what ROLR just did.
Yeah. Yep. But hey, it's all good. I mean, it's the name of the game, guys. But Money Mitch traded real well. And yeah, I mean, so you can see the different time frames we're working with too, like where Josh was looking for that pullback and entry right there for a long. And then, of course, that's like you're working with more of a predictable time frame within, whatever the next 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Right.
So you have to judge a trade to traders based on what time frame are you looking at. This thing's up through 15, halting up probably again right now. How close were you to getting filled on that?
Well, I wanted to go down lower. So yeah, I didn't go that top area, unfortunately, or we would have. I went lower, so I went with the safe area. So I wasn't that close. I was $1 away, but that's why I talk about.
You
that.
Called it, yeah.
So I called out that little 1135, old resistance, new support. I wanted a little bit lower. I wanted more of a traditional pullback. This is what happens when these plays, like I said, this is what's going to happen. So one of two things. It's either going to become a slower mover, come down to my area, which is the 10 area, and kind of, do what it was doing earlier and start to matriculate a little bit more. Or this is going to go to the stratosphere and start to turn into a roller, and it has rolled.
So I will say, I'm always mindful of where the mob is and where they're not. That's just something, as I think as trader psychology goes over time, that you'll adjust to. So right now, what are you guys thinking about? I mean, this is SPHL squeezing up. So what else is there out there that's probably losing volume because all that volume's going on over there? Maybe ROLR's losing. Yeah. They'll tell you it's not on my llama, Bahama Mama. Yeah, that thing's a illiquidity trap. She's difficult. ROLR is pulling back a little bit right now. Yeah. So I'd be mindful of that. Maybe if you don't want the high flyer SPHL, go where volume's leaving. I mean, that's personally my cup of tea too, because I'm like, oh man, where this thing can spike up or down a point in a second, and that's why I go smaller. The time frame I'll work with is bigger, so I'll take like on SPHL, I'll take sub 100 shares and give it like 5 points of wiggle room here. And 90% of the time, it's gonna when you take the loss, it's gonna hurt. This is a risk reward strategy where the reward's probably gonna be smaller than the risk level, but you do end up like winning a lot more times than not, because 80% plus of the time this thing's gonna pull back a decent chunk from here. Well, it's not like unlikely to go. Let's say you give it to 25, but you go in so small that it's that's not going to hurt. There will be times where it happens, okay, and then you do lose a decent chunk, but majority of the time it's gonna see some profit taken and pull back. But that's how I would trade the high flyers like this. But personally, I like to work on the backside. Like for instance, PEGG right now is more of my speed. A CJMB right now up to 420. Heading up towards 420 right now. That was an ascending triangle trend right now. Through high a day. Shane calling that out too.
Yeah, nice good move.
This is this market, man. I mean, it's just back and forth like a ping pong match right now between these tickers with the volume.
Yes,
CJMB,
sir.
I mean, here, yeah, look at this trend, guys, on the 5 minute. I don't know why my chart keeps leaving.
Oh, you have two Kevins. There you go. So it's the second Kevin.
Oh, okay. Who's the other Kevin? Yeah, here's CJMB. I mean, the beautiful 5 minute time frame right here, guys. This ascending triangle is just next level gorgeous. It doesn't get much prettier than this, really.
Yep,
and today's a day where this kind of play is working out just so well. So well. It's just bounced this 5 minute time frame to reduce the noise, up the time frame a little bit. And just right off of this 320s already up, you'd be up a point right now and can take profits. So the idea is take profits on this pop. Some call it like the ABCD pattern too. So on this pullback, this is identifying good risk reward trading strategies where you can get it off the trend. If it cracks, okay, you lose 10 cents. If it keeps moving forward, you've already made a point. You took some profit off. And the reason you do that is just because in case that's the liquidity zone where they trap longs. So sometimes you'll see this. I'm sure you've seen it a ton, Josh, where it's like, okay, this is the obvious breakout area, but because it's so obvious, that's where the trap lies, essentially. And you'll get the big upper shadow and a pullback, haul down and sell off from there. So always make sure you're taking profits into those into the supply and demand zones. Just be aware of where they're at. All right, let's take a look at SPHL and see where come back to you and see where we're going to open there. SPHL about to open up 1482 is what I'm seeing. SPHL.
Yeah, and that's all. If anyone was asking earlier, or if anyone that was like, he's wanting to go long here, hopefully you can see why I wanted to go long. This just raced into another halt. So I don't mind trading these. It's trading them for so long. Like even yesterday, because I was in one-on-ones and I took that bounce. We'll go back to ROLR. Okay, we are live with the gap down. This is where this is now becomes popcorn to me. We've made too many legs up, and we're not gapping up. If we're gapping up, I'm okay with it. We're now 2 in a row that we have gapped down. I don't mind it on that first one, but now this just becomes, and here comes that stratosphere type move. And wow, this is kind of becomes popcorn medicine for me because there's no true area that I can see traders that are going to
halting up again. Yeah,
I told you it was halted up. It's one. Oh no, fake halt up or whatever it was. But when you get to this area, and I told you it's going to either
Money Mitch. Let's get him on the phone. Money Mitch.
There's this parabolic move.
Oh man, yeah. This is look. I'm not advising you guys do this, but this is where I'd be interested in certainly like throwing some shares short and just it's small, like 25, 50, something like that, and giving it like 6, 7, 8 points of wiggle room.
Yeah.
Setting the level and just kind of seeing, letting it play out. Because it's getting extreme. Like the FOMO levels of extremity, if they're there. But it's so close to 20 now. Are we going to test 20? We're going to test 20. Where's CR Trader at? Is he got some orders out above 20?
No, yeah, right now. I don't see him even over on my Discord. He's been pretty quiet, so he must be super busy with work today. Because this is a crazy busy day, and I don't see many alerts from him, so he must be super busy with work. This becomes popcorn territory for me. This was I would have let this is exactly why I said I was looking for a dip buy earlier. With a few minutes ago. I mean, imagine that dip buy, in which I said and I talked about. It probably could bounce at this 11.35 mark, this old bull flag, but I wanted a little bit lower back in this area. And imagine getting into 11.40. Boom. I mean, we're talking $8 spike or Rooney there. And yeah, here comes the whipsawy action. And like you were saying, it was getting to that. This is up way too much. I want to start looking for a short sometime soon. That just shows you how Kevin and I, how long we've been doing this, that intuition-y gut that gets built in because of how often we've seen these tickers run. This is kind of what they do. They get this.
Well, you can feel it. You can feel it. Yeah. Well, you can feel it because I was once the person, buying this from $3 to $20. Like, oh, this is going to the moon. So I can feel it now. You can feel it. It's like human behavior never changes. It's just it's all. That's why trading. There's certain things that remain the same because human behavior it doesn't change. Like people experience FOMO and they just and that's why I say there's always an edge in small caps because FOMO is always present, and these companies are heavily in need of capital.
Yeah.
And so when you combine those two, you get an ATON with which goes from $3 to $1 in a matter of minutes.
Yep.
So the offerings are nearly inevitable. But understand Josh's approach. He's looking for you're looking for this trade. Like your trade happened here within a minute or two.
Right,
that's.
And that same thing, that's what I was going back to yesterday with ROLR Technologies, where it's halted up here at 26.50, and I'm putting orders in. As soon as that went live, I couldn't because, of course, it was halted up. So I just as soon as it's coming off of this area, I'm market ordering in on this play yesterday, and immediately it soaks right back on up, and I knew this was going to do exactly this. So this is kind of what you see this enough, just like we just saw with SPHL. This is exactly what I saw yesterday with ROLR. I got filled yesterday with ROLR, which is awesome, and just market ordered in. But we're seeing that same look again today with SPHL. And you just get that sympathy. One day ROLR does it, the next day SPHL comes out, traders. And this is exactly why. And I'm glad it was the number one ticker I talked about today on that post that Trade the Pool put out this morning because they want me to collaborate with Trade the Pool. I'm like, yeah, they posted that. I don't know if they would or not. And I'm so glad they posted that now because SPHL runs up 700% on the day essentially here. This is beautiful. Gorgeous right there.
CGTL, this is on a very similar trend to the BK, whatever ticker that was. BNKK. Yeah, BNKK on the 5 minute, which that one's been pulling back now. But CGTL cracking this level now, guys. It could be like a decent. It's looking like it's cracking it's heavy on this line. So just monitor. If it starts cracking, a decent short against 410. If it's going to stay on this trend, you have obviously the good risk reward on CGTL right there.
I'm actually interested in the. It's crazy. You're like, no way. If this thing could come back down, it's not going to. I like the 1140 area again for a dip buy. It's not going to happen though. But just keep 1140 for you on mind for future. No, this may go ROLR and go up to 20s, and now 1150 will never be anything. But let's say we stall out today and we come back down tomorrow. For at that 1150 area, watch for a bounce on that area 100%. And I even love that area I was looking at below right around 10. But these areas will become key for the next day as we run. A lot of the time, like we've seen here, even ROLR have a second day, or sometimes it's 3 or 4 days down the line that we pop up again, like EVTVs of the world. Those levels become key. Like even going back to EVTV, and I alerted this earlier on my live stream for a bounce play. Where is EVTV at? I thought I had it on my watch list over here. Has it really cracked that far down today?
Oh my goodness!
What?
EVTV EVTV was. I'll pull. Yeah. EVTV. I like the chart on it, but it's not. That thing's still holding 3. I think.
Yeah.
Dude, SPHL. There's somebody out there that's not having a good day. Let's just put it that way. There's 20,000 shares short. 4.34. It's not huge, but that's on a tiny. This was the tiniest float.
Oh no! There it goes for more. Oh my! I can't imagine. Now it's going for another halt up here. And again, look where it's again those halt areas. It's trying to hold another. They're probably moving that LU. Market makers are in heaven the last 2 days. I'm gonna tell you that, brother. Market makers are in heaven with the small caps over the past 2 days.
Oh yeah. So it did hit that 20, guys. Did hit the 20. And we'll see if it's good. 20 felt like that gravity. Yeah, I know.
I just wanted to get filled
It's
there.
like
I wish I would have
right
gone
there.
with the 11:30 mark. It just hurts seeing that, and it just. Hey, all I know is there will be another one now tomorrow. You know, if we have back-to-back days of 700, 800% mover, and this might even go higher. And I've seen this before. Where generally, we have one that goes like say yesterday, 700, 800%. You know, today it goes 400, 500%, and you know we slowly kind of go down from there. Well, I have seen before where we have the second runner goes bigger than the first runner, and I actually, which is it's awesome here. I'll have to show this real quickly from my Discord. So we have to show this. Let me show my screen.
While you're pulling that up, EVTV. This was the chart I was looking at. I really like this chart, traders. EVTV's been on my back burner list for 4 or 5 days now. 3, if it stays heavy, like it looks head and shoulderish to me, but it keeps like it gave a morning spike this morning, got rejected. We got the head up towards 5 and it just put in the shoulder today. So EVTV for me is going to be on high watch tomorrow for some profit taken back down under 3.
Let me show this real quickly, which this is awesome. All right, here we go. Boom shakalaka. All right, here we go. Besides our beautiful faces right here, check this out. A week ago today, I think it was. There it is. I pinned it on Jan. I pinned it right after I alerted it. Getting to that point where not many plays are dying off and popping back up later in the day, which means usually one thing. A big guy is coming soon. So be ready for a 500 to 1K% mover in the next couple of weeks. Bam! Back-to-back days, we got that, baby.
Bam. Oh,
Again, just built. You get that.
Your crystal ball.
Yeah,
crystal ball.
Yeah, it gets built in, and I just like it's coming. It's a coming, and I love it.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely
and
love it.
we've seen so many PRs over the years. Like the Crow said it this morning too. The perfect storm on ROLR yesterday. I mean, it was that float, and we're seeing that today with SPHL. I mean, I saw the float on that, and I was like, I be cautious on. I mean, certainly be cautious on the short there because this thing, how the mob they the lowest float ticker is oftentimes the best news of the day.
Right.
It's like, who cares what the PR is? What's the lowest float ticker? CGTL, guys. This one's really kind of giving good levels. I mean, volume's faded. That's what on the short side. That's what I like to see. The volume's faded, and we have the clear risk levels up and over 4. So if this thing is going to crack this trend, you can ride it probably down, down a little bit. It's kind of slow right here, but we're giving you guys options. Giving you options.
Well, and we know where everyone's at. I mean, that's the thing is most of these other plays, besides AMA, which it's got some spike in mentality, but otherwise a lot of these, small cap, CGTL, BNKK even, they had a little bit of a move, CJMD, right? But they don't have full on mob. They don't have full on, hey, we're all here. These are just slow and steady options in the slow and steady eddy sector that we're in for those guys, because everyone wants roller round 2, and roller round 2 is right here at SPHL, and so everyone's over here trading this really low float liquid trade. It's now becoming popcorn medicine for most traders as you get up to the stratosphere, but there are still traders very much trading it. Myself, is there something to trade? No. The last predictable setup was right here. When we halted up, I had like a pullback, and I said it's either going to bounce here or it's going to bounce in this area right here. And I put orders here. I had 800 shares to get filled in this area, laddered it out. Traders didn't want that. They didn't want to go low. They wanted it now. It's my money. It's JG Wentworth commercial. It's my money. I need it now. That's why I always say that when it comes to small caps and, especially newer traders. You got to think about how many new traders are out there every single day trading small caps. There's a lot of us that are experienced, right? But you got to imagine, I'd say half, if not more, obviously, it's maybe 70, 80% are newer traders or struggling. If that's the case, they have super degen head, where, we get to that mode early on, maybe we get to move past it, and as we get better, like myself and Money Mitch and Nos and Kevin Avery, right, we still have those degen moments, right? We try not to, of course. Nos, that's why he's gone to system, has a systematic auto, the AI kind of bot trading, right? Helps him out, so he doesn't have to worry about pulling that trigger. So it becomes key and hard for a lot of traders when the decision making comes now down to you. It's like you run your company. You have to say, yes, we should do this. No, we shouldn't. And it's your money. So it makes it even a little scarier. That's why I always preach and teach newer traders, trade the pool. Don't risk your own capital. Limited risk trading over here. But that's why I wanted to go long. One last predictable setup there. Why? It was still staircasing up. Had this beautiful W shape at the bottom, and we had this one leg, two leg, and now we're making this last leg up. And we can come back down to that second leg area and get a dip buy. It's going to be somewhere either off of this, or DGen new traders come in and they just can't wait. They feel this is the last time it's, and they were right? They had that, at least in this case, where I got to get in now. This is going to keep going. That thought process kicks into those traders, and so that's what happens through here. There would be traders like myself that I guarantee you there were limit orders set off this area too as well. So that, and then you let it go. Then it fully, in my opinion, then really becomes popcorn medicine. I've been trading these since 2020, 2021. I remember playing halt plays up into the 50s. Of course, Kevin Avery knows about my 35 to 50 break. I don't mind trading these. They don't bother me at all. I've seen them. I know how they work. But then there does become a point, though, where I'm like, nope, it's done. I've missed it. Or if I have traded it, I've traded it. I got a lot of ROLR yesterday. I didn't get anything of SHPH today, unfortunately. Or SHPH is another one. SPHL. SHPH is one, a former runner in the past that I've banked on that was like this back in 2022. That was just a kind of a supernova halty banger.
AUID, guys, forming another on the 5-minute time frame higher low here. 190 holding up. So just monitor this. Crow and Tuna, you guys still working this one. It's it's going sideways, holding up here. So decent risk levels on the long side around the 190, forming a higher low there. Not a bad looking chart. If it can curl back around, get the volume to curl back around towards high a day.
Yep, all those like from EVTV onward, we've got a few of those that sub $1, right at $1 pop, getting to 2, and then sometimes close to 3. And I had that; it just reeked of that earlier today. And I first called out the 130 area bounce. Again, old resistance, new support was beautiful. Then that ran up to 165 plus, then to 2, and then I alerted the 165 former resistance and got in finally there at 166. So. Beautiful squeeze play there today. And then we've seen a little bit more of this now because of ROLR and SPHL really starting to steal that in-day mob, in-market mob, to where you're not getting the continuation like we got from EVTV. Well, why? Because we're seeing plays like SPHL and ROLR go parabolic bananas. So that's what then represents this slow and steady eddy out to the right for AUID. It doesn't mean it won't do anything for the rest of the day, but to me it's a little very unlikely for the most part, because why SPHL? It's taken all the traders over there. And I've said this also too. You're looking at CJMB, CGTL, AMA Bahama Mama Llama, looking at EVTV. I mean, when you have a lot of different we're still looking, some people are looking at ROLR still. Mobs everywhere now. It's just not on a $1, $2, EVTV and they're all on it. They're everywhere. And so that's what represents the AUID kind of sideways shuffle.
Yeah, AMA up here holding 25.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that that's still holding and looking to push back into new highs there while SPHL is still doing the same. We are in a very bullish market, so I would say be careful.
Have you seen Rich Sparkles? ANPA. ANPA,
wow,
this thing's up from like 20 to 140, but that's the illiquidity I'm talking about, and the same thing we're seeing on Bahama. But yeah, JC Live, you're working a short EVTV. It's one of my favorite charts. This chart I really like, and I like that rejection today for a swing short. And then getting under 3 and staying under 3. I think we have a lot of room down. I could see this down towards 2, maybe in the coming days. So yeah, EVTV, one of my favorite plays.
Very liquid, builds a good chart. I completely agree with you. Completely agree. Oh yeah, I forgot to tease that earlier. The Trader's Playbook. It was a good idea there from Kevin Avery yesterday. We were like, hey, let's come up with an idea for the call-in show. The Trader's Playbook, we'll call it. All right, so each caller shares one rule or edge. So what's one major rule that you stick to every single day, or what's one edge that you could share that you trade that could help other traders out?
CJMB approaching highs right now.
To me, has a little bit better look than CGTL. Why? Look at the volume. If you look at back and forth between the two of those, it's definitely it's key. CGTL, 4 million shares traded today. CJMB, 71 million shares traded today. Look at the bottom of the chart. Check out. We'll go to the 3-minute time frame to kind of tighten it up just a little bit so you can see the consistent volume versus very low inconsistent. This is what consistent volume looks like to a chart, right? So this is consistent. CGTL low volume then creates inconsistency in volume, right?
Trader.
Inconsistent.
Traders, SPHL real quick. I mean, this is a pattern. That's the wrong Kevin. This is a pattern I go over. It looks like SPHL maybe a little top heavy here. This is what I talk about with edge. We're going to go over this. I mean, this is likely not done, but I'm saying capitalizing on a small piece of the pie right here where you get a little descending triangle. We see euphoria often every single day, really. Again, because I said human behavior never changes really with trading. So you get this euphoria, wait for it to establish, and then you'll get this descending triangle look. So when we go over the call-in show today, the trader's playbook, and we go over one ruler, one edge, try to focus on what is that going to be? Because right here, if you're looking to capitalize on a small piece of this of SPHL, I'm not predicting with this strategy. It's not like I'm predicting where it's going to be in the next hour. You're just capitalizing on this small, predictable piece of the pie right here. SPHL does little lower highs form into this base 1750. We already hit 22, so let's just see what it's going to do around this level. We could see a little bit of profit taking as it's coming down towards the 17 before it maybe tries to find its feet again for a next move up. What are you thinking, Mr. Josh, over the course? Like yesterday, for example, ROLR was in play until I believe it was like 1:30.
CJMB is at 5, by the way. CJMB just squeeze a Rooney.
Okay, now look, SPHL descending triangle pulling back on down, and guess where all the volume's headed now? CJMB. So we're all over it. This is small cap trading, guys. This is small cap trading. The CJMB.
It's got a halt. It's hitting the LULD. Yeah, it was getting close there.
Close.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the halt. Oh, I want a bounce play on this too, so we'll see if we get a bounce play. I'm going to probably put some... Nope, still alive.
Nope, still up.
Yep, so I'm going to look, see if we can't get a bounce play on CJMB here, back down around that, 440, 430, 420.
Man, dude.
I don't know if we're going to get it, though. She's kind of gone parabolic on us. And here, oh my gosh, he's still going, no. Beautiful breakout. Thank you. And guess what this can thank? This can also thank ROLR, but then this now can thank SPHL. This is just literally, it's just the mob shift mentality. One can go to the other to the next.
SPHL in the 15s. Look at that descending triangle. Beautiful. Again, This is like, okay, just wait for the euphoria. Stop trying to predict. Let's react. Let's react to the price action. So we get that euphoria into that. You want the risk reward to establish. You want the risk level certainly to establish on it, not just jumping in for no reason. And all you got to know, okay, what's the risk here on it? DTs are great. I love trading DTs. One of my favorite because you establish that euphoria into the pattern. CJMB pulling back a little bit, didn't actually go into the halt, but the 5 minute ascending triangle there. We've seen a couple ascending triangles too today on the 5 minute time frame. Look beautiful. Yeah. So again, another edge, another strategy you could trade. Yeah. And with today, the sentiment on today has just been so bullish in small caps. It's been just kind of pick one and play it. That's how it's almost felt.
And I know it's low volume, but the fact that this just squeezed, and a lot of traders in that mindset like myself, Money Mitch, I know you do the same thing. It's another C play in the same exact price range.
AUID. Sorry, AUID, guys. Now that one, it was holding the 190s. You remember we pointed this one out. AUID is curling up a little bit. So the mob's everywhere. See, AUID headed back up towards the highs right now, 220. Are we going to head into a halt on this one?
Love this.
There's going to be a lot of stops over the high. This is fun. There's going to be a lot of stops over the highs here. So if this does break up through 230s, we could see it squeeze AUID. A lot of traders place their stops at the highs. A lot of systematic traders. That's like an easy way to place stops. You heard with NOS too, like it stops over a high a day. That's just for systematic traders and for discretionary traders, like stops at high a day. Everyone places them there. So right now we're approaching that 230 level. Let's see if we squeeze up. I could see this thing squeezing up towards 240. Even popping up over the high a day as stops get taken out. So let's see what's going to happen at AUID.
It's got this big W shape too. Got this nice W shape.
Yeah, gorgeous. We touched on this. Perfect. We really touched on this before it happened. What the 190s holding. Volume came into AUID. Who's catching it? Anybody catching it?
Hopefully, well, some of those guys I know could still be in there. Yeah, I know they love that. Seemed like Smoke Tuna, and Crow love $1 to $2 plays. That's their wheelhouse, bread and butter. Over and over and over. And we're in that trend like we talked about, where we're seeing one of those almost every single day. Talked about it to start the day for myself with AUID when it spiked up there to the 160s. I said this could be the very next one that runs the 2, and that's exactly where we're going to right there.
As PHL cracked that DT, I mean it's down a couple points off of that 20 level right now, a few points. Again, sleeper picks on the short for if you don't like all the volatility, I still like XAIR to head down to its diluted level. And then EVTV big picture. Both of those I like big picture. They're slow right now. CJMB popping back up towards the highs. Yeah, this is so SPHL volumes heading on over to CJMB AUID right now. AUID kind of important levels here. Now that we cracked now that we spiked up through the high a day, we'd like this probably to hold like the 210. You're the dip buying expert, Josh. What are you thinking on this?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, back under 210, it's just going to move right back down, probably to the 190 mark. And there is a little bit of an uptrend channel too, in my opinion. So if we go over here and put a trend line in, I see this trend line with my eyes. So let's go ahead and add her in right there. And so that's yeah. So if it cracks that 210 mark, she's heading right back to this uptrend channel.
You guys know I like the Magic 20, so ideally it's I like if it holds 220, that's a really good sign. But 210's an area I'd like to see it hold on the long side.
Oh man, Money Mitch, congrats too. By the way, I'm sure he's not listening maybe anymore, but boy, what a play there in the squeeze and add into that play there. Love it. And I really wanted to be a part of this trade. I had a feeling we were going to get some parabolic movement today, and this was the one. So I again talked about it this morning in that little 3 hot stocks for the day there on Trade the Pool in the post we put out earlier today, and she's going to hold up. It could have that end of day sell off that ROLR had yesterday. I would not be surprised if we overtake these wicks and shadows and move the new high of day, just because of what ROLR did yesterday and the fact that we're seeing CJMB, AUID, even AMA still holding up here. That goes back to the Discord alert, whatever you want to call it, that I showed earlier. Of these plays are holding up. I was noticing that last week and the week before. I'm like, these plays aren't crashing back on down. Like Kevin was saying too, they're not getting the hangover plays a lot of the time. In market, especially like that first day move right back on down. There goes all the gains. We're holding up at VWAP and through VWAP, and now at the end of the day, and now we're spiking, and then this is what happens. Eventually, traders are noticing that, and especially the big guys that trade bigger, and that's what makes these moves. Because then, of course, you roll with them, and the next thing you know, it's boom, it's this. We get 100-200% mover. Back to like you said, where are traders trading? What's the psychological mental side of this whole thing? Where are traders stuck at? That becomes such a huge part of your trading journey when you look at small caps. Oh, come on down some more. Well, holding the wick there, that wick and upper shadow from pre-market is what it's trying to hold. I still like, because of the 50-day moving average way down yonder in the Chattahoochee. VWAP still down here as well, which I like to use. There is a huge demand zone between 420 and 4. So we know whole round number. Love it. Then we got the magical 420 mark that Kevin talks about, and then we see the chart being built of it. I talk about this all the time. I want to get a t-shirt. Front of the t-shirt, Jerry Maguire, it says, "Show me the money." I probably can find a t-shirt that actually was made back in the day that's Jerry Maguire on the front of it that says, "Show me the money." But on the back of it, I want to say, "Show me the chart." Because if you show me the chart, I'll show you the money. And that's what I usually do, is wait for traders to build a chart for you. When they build a chart that your eyes see and you love to trade that chart. It does make your execution easier. It makes your stress levels down. You're not sweaty palmed, knees heavy, whatever it is, throwing the mom spaghetti. That's not
eating spaghetti.
Yeah.
Come on, spit some lyrics for us. Come on, guys. Another slower play. CRML. I learned this hangover. This one's in a symmetrical triangle right now. It's good risk levels against the previous close, 1780s, 18 for a fade. So that one's slower. These are more put them on, let them go throughout the day. But just wanted to alert that one. If you guys want to bring your blood pressure down a little bit.
After watching all, we've got a 6, 7, 800% mover in SPHL. We've got a 350% mover in CJMB. We've got a 100+ mover in AUID. I mean, it's been a
a
love
morning.
it. Gotta love it if you're a small cap trader. And then the fact that here we come over here and that you get NOS and Money Mitch trading small caps, that's where all the and I noticed that today too. Small and large caps are very ugly and choppy today. AMD was a pretty decent large cap ticker that moved today, and Google wasn't bad, but a lot of them really choppy, gross charts. And you do see that a little bit more in the world I live in now versus I would say back in 2018, 2019, 2017, 2020, even into 2020, but definitely 2018, 2019, 2017. Some large caps just didn't move. They were more investments. They weren't day traders. They weren't moving $20, $5, $17, $10, $20 in a day. So they were more investment plays. So I'd always watch the news at night. No, the Dow's down, but it's a terrible day in the stock market. And I'd be like, what? It's a terrible day in the stock market. We're up. What's that?
No, I'm just kind of AUIDs at highs right now,
Yeah,
and then keep going. I don't want to.
You're good. You're good. Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'd be like, "What are you talking about? We had 100, 600%, 300, whatever." So small caps always moved in their own space, and it didn't matter what large caps were doing. But also back then, large caps really weren't going bananas. Now that they do, since 2020 to 2021, from Teslas to NVDA and SMCIs, et cetera, Metas or whatever of the world, even AMD and Apple and SPY all move sometimes $5 to $7 and $10 in a day. And so when you're seeing that, you'll see a slowdown in small caps. Or when they get real tight and you're not getting a lot of big movement from the large caps, then now you're kind of seeing that mob shift back to small caps. So used to, we always would run on our own clock. I think for the most part, small caps do, but you do kind of see this mob shift overall in the market where it's really hot in small caps the last couple of days. It's been relatively pretty tight and slow in large caps. So you'll see that a little bit
Josh,
more.
we got a new one.
What's up?
We got a new one. MLEC's halted up.
Uh-oh. MLEC, Malek. Woo, baby, here we go. Mulek Science.
Today's the day to diversify in small caps.
Oh, my.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm seeing the opens just right around where it closed. 624. The opens at 11:40:02. So about 1 minute from now, opening resuming about the same price.
Put that over on my here. It's one of those days.
Hey, it's halt number one.
Yeah,
halt number one. This one's at I mean, it opened at near 52-week lows, 308. So. Mulek Science. What kind of science you think they're doing over at Mulek?
I don't think. Well, maybe it has to do with cows. I don't know. Maybe it does because of the moo. I don't know. Maybe they're doing some
CRML still looking heavy, guys. CRML still looking heavy. I know that one's boring, but I like boring. CJMB nearing highs.
Good reversal there from AUID and still just in that channel, holding the uptrend though, the W shape. So AUID is still on watch right here for this good squeeze of potential and go for more. So I like it. Holding that uptrend. Kevin Avery talked about the 210 mark. If it cracks that, it's going down to the trend line. If it cracks that, you're back down below $2 for sure. But still, just in a sideways consolidation that has a little uptrend channel to it. CJMB, again, why I wanted to take a bounce play off of this play. It's holding this upper shadow and former pre-market resistance area. A little bit above it, and that's what happens in these hotter markets. When we get hot like this, that's why I surround my orders and have to put some up higher, knowing that I may not get filled for that reason.
SPHL bear flag right now, guys. Against the descending triangle crack. I mean, it may break through it. It certainly can. The lower the float, the higher the manipulation can be, but I like the risk levels here. Look, descending triangle crack, and now it's bear flagging right back up to 1750s, really that level. I mean, really is that level. So that's really good risk reward there. With the nature of the float and ticker, you probably have to give it just a little bit more space over under, but it's these can be deceptive. Bear flags can be, because for longs they see it forming like higher lows and gets them excited, at least for the newer traders, but yeah, just a decent bear flag against that descending triangle. So just be monitoring that level. Could break up through it, right? I mean, with the volume, if volume floods back into this, it could just be a trap and a break right up through it. So it's just at a key level, and it's getting some increased volume right now. So just monitor this. I'd say even against 18, back up through 18, probably starts getting close to towards the highs, pushing up there. And so this is a key level, though. Just monitor that.
All right. I love it. Love this.
This
stuff,
has been
man.
this has been such a fun morning.
Yeah. And don't be surprised, team, if tomorrow again. I would imagine tomorrow third day hot, but we know things run in threes. Do not be surprised if A, tomorrow is hot, but then B, you come in Friday and it just there's nothing. Maybe some pre-market spikes, but you're what? All this fun, but what are we? And then it just this kind of like calm before the storm.
Oh.
And then,
SPHL breaking up,
Yeah.
crap breaking up through 18 right now. MLEC guys, MLEC. I'm seeing the resume price 664 now, 1145, 664 MLEC. This is so hot, dude. This market on the bullish side of things.
Alma new high of day. Alma Bahama Mama Llama new high of day, bro. And look, the old resistance makes new support. You know, it's kind of the same thing I'm looking for across the board. It's not perfect right there. Love it. And there's your little downtrend break and squeeze the new highs. I like bounce plays. It's hard for me to take these breakouts a lot of the time because they squeeze so hard. It's just trading the momentum, and you just got to get in for the anticipation for more continuation up. So I like putting those bounce plays down low to get filled when I do see the mob move to a play. Now that the mob's there, the buying's there, people want it to go up. I come in for dip buys. If I get filled, I get filled. If I don't, oh well, you know. Like yesterday, I got filled twice on ROLR and made great money. Today, only got filled on AUID, but barely. I didn't get filled full size, so the trade wasn't as big. And that's what happens. What I was saying back to when these top markets, they won't come all the way down a lot of the time to those bounce areas you anticipate. They'll clip the top of it and immediately fly back on up. I mean, we're seeing that today with SHPO really, and even CJMB because I want CJMB to soak back down to 4,420. But when these plays start to become parabolic and you have the ROLR PHLs of the world, that's Alma's today is doing what it's doing. MLEC now halted up. Traders don't care about it coming back down to the demand zone. They want it now. It's my money. I need it now. Let's go. Let's, to the roof or to the moon. It should be to the roof. Should be to the roof if they were logical.
To the roof.
Not to the moon.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah, SPHL broke up through there. Yeah, what were you looking at? MLEC? MLEC's going to open up here in less than a minute. 664 is what I'm seeing. 664.
15 minutes, we'll get the call, which, it's so hot today. We'll our call-in show. And it's going to be talk about stocks. You just call in and we'll you alert with us.
Yeah.
What would be your edge on this ticker? How would you trade it?
Yeah, so we'll celebrate your success. If you've been trading real well today, come on in and just share with us a rule that you really stick with. It's the trader's playbook. A rule you stick with or an edge that you love to trade. Maybe that was present today. An edge that was really present today that you love to trade. All right, MLEC, all eyes there. 697. I'm seeing the resume price. All right, MLEC about to open up.
Located in the Grand Cayman. In the Cayman Islands, my man. Let's see here. Mulek Science, a science-based ingredient company, engages in the development of ingredients for food, pet food, animal food, and dietary supplements using molecular, or whatever. Farming. There we go.
God.
So it kind of has to do with cows a little bit. Maybe in the end, they don't mention what animals, but by products they use soft flour, whatever. I've never heard of soft flour. Chickpeas, fungi, soybeans, and yeast, as well as lupin and peas. And yeah, it's based in the Cayman Islands. I always love going to Yahoo Finance. Oh, and we're right into another halt up. Okay. All right here. No news on this play I'm seeing either. No news I'm seeing on this play either. All right, bro.
What?
Here we go.
Oh, man.
Mulek. Moulin Rouge, baby.
What kind of lick? Mulek.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's halt one. I mean, that's your bread and butter there, too. Halt one. But it didn't really give a pullback. You look for
and
like...
the way you trade this, I don't trust Mulek at this point in the day, but what I've done in the past and how I trade that is if I have a huge gap up the way we did. So essentially, let's just take a look at this. And we the high here where we closed and gapped or halted up was 566. We opened at 597. So it's not a huge gap up, but it's pretty darn big, right? So we know we've got a gap up somewhere of around 622, I should say. To what did I say? 622 to 697. Actually, yeah, that's pretty big. So the way you trade that, especially if you do see a 70 cent or so gap up, I'm going to say if it's in a hot market and we see more of these. 2020, I played this probably like once a week because it was so hot. If you don't get the bounce off the halt up price, this play, what it does is like, again, back to that, the fib retracement, as I call it, slingshot. These plays will come down. Usually it will hit here. If they do not, when this turns green, I usually will jump into the trade. I actually just did this back in December before it halted up. And what's going to happen? Well, if you get a 90 cent gap up and if you can get in before you halt up, you're in a great trade because why? Majority of the time, if you just got a 90 cent gap up, you're going to get a 40 cent gap up, 45 cent gap up, about half of that. What does the open price say, Kevin?
Seeing 7-7 right now.
7-7. And see, that's exactly why I didn't trade Muleg. Little sketchy for me out of nowhere doing this. I love when it's, it's the play of the day. It's SHP, SPHL. It's got the PR. It's the mover. Not the sympathy movers. I'd go again back to 2020, 2021 when you would get these to actually work. Because you should anticipate a move into, a gap up again, move into a third halt up. That's typically what you get on these plays and how my edge of trading them is. But I have to see that happening. I don't just trade the very first one that pops up out of nowhere. I want to see the gap, halt, and that working. We're not seeing that today. Even SPHL is gapping down a lot of the time, then moving up. ROLR even did that yesterday a few times. The only reason I even traded ROLR at that 2450 mark yesterday was because it had that flat top resistance. So it had the halt up price from earlier in the day. Then it had a lot of failing there before it broke out. Thus, I took the bounce play there. So I need some charting to build up in that area, other than just say, hey, let's go trade and get a play off of this singular area on Mulek that just pops up out of nowhere. That's where you have to. This is popcorn medicine. It's fun to watch Muleks of the world, but what happens a lot of time. You get into these plays, you jump in, next leg up to the roof, as I just said, or to the moon, and it gaps down, goes into a halt down, and now you're down 40, 50 cents. And who knows how much in profit. I'd let these plays go. When these sympathy plays pop out of nowhere, they're fun to watch. It's much easier to trade. Smoke Tuna will tell you. Kevin Avery will tell you. Crow will tell you. Go to AUID. Go to CJMB. There's a reason why these plays are holding up and have been moving all day long versus trying to trade a play that just popped up out of nowhere in Mutek. And it's called Mutek, okay? Come on.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to open. It looks like it's going to open much lower. I'm seeing right around 7.
And that's why you just popcorn this guy. It's a popcorn guy. Got BNAI talking about that. James says BNA. What did that curl all the way back around? Yeah, for the most part it did. It's low volume plays. You have to worry about that with low volume plays. Kevin talks about that too with those hangovers.
Bounce off of 5, yeah.
Can happen.
Yep.
And that's the thing too. You take that profit. Earlier I know Nas I think was even in this one, and you have this huge death candle down. Don't tell yourself, "Yay, we're about to really dump." No, we did just really dump. Take profit. But a lot of traders go, "Yeah, now we're gonna really go." No, they're not most likely. You just had a huge red candle there on a low volume play. So what's going to probably happen a lot of the time, and like you were saying, Kevin, you're at that 5 area, traders then want to dip it, and it right back on up it goes. So this is profit taking. When you get this huge whip down, you lock that up. Lock it up, and there you go.
Mulek opened up.
Yeah, halt down.
Yeah,
or gap down, I should say.
Opened up.
Mulek. Now it's going to probably stay trapped in this because it does have after hours high. I guess this did pop up yesterday. MLEC Mulek pretty much halted right up into that, and I bet we stay kind of trapped around here. It's what's just crazy and lets you know how hot we are, and I guarantee tomorrow we stay hot. I've never heard of a lot of these stickers, but Mulek. What in the world are traders after this gap down? Have you ever?
I think it's just buy anything.
Have you ever traded? Okay, a gap down. Did you ever in your life think, let's go long after a gap down for a breakout? Maybe for a bounce play, maybe down low, but let's gap down. Let's go long right away. It gap down. Heck yeah. That just lets you know how many DGen newer traders are out there trading this right now. They want to see spikes. So don't get in the way tomorrow, or even maybe for the rest of the day, of these breakout plays, because we're going to continue to see spikes. I will promise you that. Still running into after hours.
Yeah, after a halt, we have a large gap down like that, I certainly would be cautious on the long, because you just because you know how we think. So where did traders just get in at? They got in anticipation of this thing up through the highs and then gapping up. So that would create hesitancy. We're in a very strong bullish small cap market today. I mean, this is some of the largest strength I've seen in a while
Since
with
September.
AUID.
Yeah, since September.
Yeah. CJME has been trickling down a little bit, but yeah, I'm not too confident in really a lot of the shorts today like I would normally. So I'm just kind of kicking back. It's difficult for me like to long something that's up from $3 to $18. That's challenging. I don't have I like to find the descending triangle like we saw in the crack there, or to play the big picture short and let the fluctuations kind of play out. But
Right.
I feel like sick taking a long of something that's up like 1,000%. It's like I'm licking a dirty floor or something. I'm like, ugh.
Oh, you hey, go imagine licking the floor of an airport. Or like an old bar,
no.
like an old bar. Like you go into the bar and it's just like, oh my God, how old are these toilets? Look at the floor. Look at the tiling. How much foot traffic has been in here?
That's compare licking the floor of the airport to taking a long of something up 1,000%. I like that analogy. Yeah, I feel
that,
ick. I feel ick.
Yeah, another 100% mover on the day. Another 100% mover on the day. Good job. I mean, I say good job. I don't know why I'm saying good job. Man, wow, longs. Just longs. And it's halted up again. MLEC halting up again here. Wow. Hey, I'm telling you right now, watch out tomorrow, team. It's going to be hot. I can't wait for tomorrow morning in pre-market because we know that at this point in the day, and we're getting to the call. I cut it off. I know we're seeing spikes, but I don't care. Because all I know is tomorrow morning in pre-market, tomorrow at the opening bell, it's going to be fun. We're going to have some good spikes. We're going to have good bounce plays. We're going to have some good breakouts. Get ready for tomorrow. If you thought today was fun, I would imagine tomorrow is not every bit of fun as today. We've seen that. We're like, oh, okay, tomorrow's going to even be hotter. That was yesterday because of ROLR. We knew today was going to be hot. We're going to have a lot of different tickers. Tomorrow, it's going to be hot, but just pay attention to how many we have. Do we have even more now? Do we have new tickers plus today's tickers plus ROLR, right? So now you have way too many tickers to look at. I remember that back in September, and there was a day where it was like up and then down and then up and then nothing could get going. It was just because we had too many tickers to look at.
Yeah, and it's surprising how they're all kind of holding up. And ROLR's back at 26 right now. MLEC halted up. CJME is pulling back a little bit. So CJME has got a decent risk guide as a 5 on the short side, but it is coming down towards some support on the long side even. I mean, 410 CJMB coming right down towards that support level, 410. So monitor that level. And AUID still hanging in there, man. I mean, it's just it feels like a day where if you're long on these plays, I mean, take some profit, but let some hold on to some pieces because the sentiment is wildly bullish, and AUID popping up towards highs right now. MLEC, yeah, I got you. MLEC, let's take a look. MLEC, we're going to resume. I'm seeing 837. 11:58:56 is resume time. 11:58:56, 837, 836. So it's right there at the halt price.
Here's your dip opportunity for CJMB finally getting that move back on down. So this is a dip opportunity area for any of those traders taking along for that next level up. next move back on up there, CJMB. I'm going to get some water real quick and let these dogs out that are in here that have not been out today, and I'll be right back in here and get ready for that Kowlin Shaw.
Yeah, I'm gonna get her set up too while you're heading, and I'll send you the link. Email. I'll send you the link.
Whoa. What the heck just happened?
Break it, and then outside of that, the 10 commandments of trading, the one that you really adhere to the most, and then one edge. I mean, you could, or in one edge that you like to trade the most. It could have been today. I'll get this set up in the background while you guys think about that. MLEC 836 resume price right now, 1158.56. So I'll keep you guys informed on those halts as well. I want to get Joe. Are you in here? Joe, if you're not in a trade, Joe, Florida Joe, it'd be fun to run a poll if you're capable. Today's been a hot day. On the YouTube side, there's a plus button. You should have access to that where you could run a poll. Just we'll see. Are you guys green today? Green or red? And we could run a poll. I really like utilizing YouTube's polls for that to engage the community. All right. Give me just one moment. If you're in a trade, though, definitely don't worry about it. All right, sending that over to Josh. MLEC resume price. What do we got? MLEC looks lower right now. 824, 824, 824, 824. Did it halt down? Yeah, she halted. She's halting down. The MLEC is a sketch.
Oh, yeah. Watch SPHL.
It got balled up after that last pull.
I say SPHL may start to squeeze. Yeah, it's looking squeezy. All right, I just joined the Zoom there, or the Google Meet.
You gotta mute one side.
Yeah, boom shakalaka.
And then
should be good to go now.
Give me 1 second.
Him like going to new high of day or just squeezing. Absolutely parabolic movement right here. Love it.
All right. You might be echoey. I shared you. You're in the background. We got it up though.
Yeah, I am good. I muted everything, so I should be good to go.
Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, we're good. Working on it. Joe, sweet. Yeah, very cool. We'll get that poll running too. We're gonna run a poll. Mr. Joe, Florida Joe, is gonna run that. See how you guys did today.
James, man. A, James call in, or B, James. That's what I do those one-on-ones. I mean, I do one-on-ones Monday through Thursday. Sometimes I'll do them on Friday. I do them in pre-market, after the opening bell, lunch, power hour, first hour of after hours. Tracking and journaling your trades, going over that, charting. It's kind of being like your mentor, philosophizer, your motivator, your coach, your therapist, all in one. Of course, coming up with a game plan for you and what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, giving you homework, and kind of like a teacher, really true. Like, honestly, a lot of traders out there trying to do it by themselves or watching just streams daily and watching videos. It's very hard for most traders. I mean, I've worked with over 500 and down through the years, even the ones that I didn't do one-on-ones with through Zooms across the globe. I've worked with over 1,000 traders. Think about me streaming live on the different platforms that I have. There's a lot of names that I haven't seen anymore that I know that I've worked with, but I've kind of tried to teach them as I was streaming live. And that's just the key. I mean, I would say, of course, 90+% fail at this. Kevin's got the numbers from that prop firm where like 1% essentially are getting paid payouts. There's a reason why it's hard. So yeah, this is exactly though why I said or why I say I do one-on-ones. When I first started, I wanted someone like just to be able to go talk to bounce ideas off of, all that good stuff. So I would say, hey, find a mentor that you like and that you can maybe learn from, and try to do as much as you can, you know. And if you can find it someone else out there, maybe besides myself, that you can, you know, because that, even that too, there's so many traders, like I said, that want to just go watch someone stream live and think they're going to get it. They usually are not going to, honestly, most of the time. They need someone like myself to be able to like hold them accountable for what they're doing. So anytime you get a chance, invest in yourself, my man. So don't think that you always have to do it by yourself. When, you know, there's always other people out there looking, at least some out there that want to help you for sure.
Josh can be your Mulek. Speaking of Mulek, this thing's resuming at 9:37 is what I'm seeing right now for the traders involved with it. Now we're approaching 10. It could gravitate there. Certainly could. 9:36, not entirely high day number. So be monitoring that 10. But what keeps happening with Mulek is it'll open, it pulls back, and then just buys up straight up into another halt. So if that pattern continues, be mindful of that. I know it's a very active morning. So for those that are maybe sitting on the sidelines, I just got some messages from some traders too in the Green Team Discord who are saying like this market's wild. They're just kind of sitting back, taking a more disciplined approach with it. For those that are kicking back, you know, call it. For those that are active trading, I know you're busy with a lot of this action going on right now. A lot of tickers to look at. The CRML, you know, short, that one's kind of creeping down lower though. That's one of the only, that XAIR, it gave us shorts. EVTV swing short in the interim that may fluctuate, but there's only a couple shorts I'm really gonna be confident in mentioning to you guys just because of the nature of this market today. CJMB is appearing heavy. CJMB is appearing pretty heavy. I mean, you got the 5 risk, 450 risk now. Volume's really faded off of her, and then it's on MLEC and SPHL. SPHL still kind of hanging in there. SPHL's in a symmetrical triangle right now. So again, something's going to happen there. What's a symmetrical triangle? It's lower highs, higher lows, squeezing tight together. It's a 50-50-ish kind of pattern. So it's a challenging one. Are you green today? Mr. Joe asking us, those in the YouTube chat. Go ahead and cast your vote. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Daily trading check-in. You green today? You red today? Let us know. Throw your vote down. See how you guys did. Cast your vote.
Hey, yeah, green today. Not much, but I'll take it. I will take it. Hey, tomorrow again, oh my gosh. I mean, seeing MLEC now up 160. Yeah, another halt up. I'm just now seeing this over the left-hand side halted up again here. So, yeah, and then SPHL still holding. Yama, Mama, Hama, Lama, Bahama, whatever Mama's still holding. I mean, tomorrow's going to be fun. AUID still holding that $2 range.
Oh, man. I love this, man. I wouldn't trade it for anything. We had Soggy P, which actually came back to life the other day.
And then we had Shug P. We had Sog P, and then we had SUGP the other day. Like, we had both of those going around the same time.
Then when we did the Orlando event, that's when the seed oils were taking off, and SMX took off during that time. This is too fun. We got Mulek today. Mulek science.
Yeah, only thing I would trade it for would be like I've said this before. The only job I would trade this for would be like an F1, F1 driver. You know, I would love, of course, you know, me and cars and going fast. How much they get paid, all the traveling in the cities that they get to do those races in. I don't know about the traveling I like so much, but you know, if I grew up doing that, and that's what I would be just already be used to it, right? But oh man, the need for speed is real over here, my friend, and just how fun that would be to be able to do.
I see your stories.
I see your story. Yeah, I know you. Yeah, that's definitely known for wanting to go fast for sure. But yeah, no, this is it's so fun. Something you can do forever. Something that does feel like a competition.
MLEC opened up through 10. 10 being that gravitational area up through 10. Now, this is I'd advise caution around this 10. And I certainly don't see news here, but we may be going up into another halt on the MLEC.
And this is one of those bottom right-hand 52-week low plays that then when you have this nasty chart from reverse splits and such, you don't have a lot of chart really to hold this down because it's so far down on the right-hand corner and been fading away. I see a little bit in the 10s into that 1070 mark, but if it gets past that, it just, again, could just continue to fly up into the 12s. Really, The 13s could be seen at this point where I'm seeing a little bit of charting there. So, wow. Strap your bootstraps.
James, go in your trade the pool application, and at the top, go to more, and you can download a log file. That should contain your trades there, the log file. But yeah, you can certainly import them, so they're there. You'll have them, Mr. James. All right, yeah. So there's a lot going on. This has been a fun morning. So let's just dive into it, Mr. Josh, while they're thinking about their answer to the question. And if you haven't yet, I know some of you are still casting your vote. Give you another few minutes there to cast your vote. Are you green or red today? We just want to get a general idea how the team's doing today. So thank you, Mr. Joe, for doing that. But today, the Trader's Playbook. One rule, like what's like the one of your commandments, Josh, that that you absolutely stick to, Josh. Like you will never break this rule. It's the rule that just sustains your trading growth.
I would say it's. I guess you would call it a rule, but it's what I always say: create a plan and stick to it. So if I don't create a plan, I don't trade. I don't just jump out of nowhere and just I'm trading. This is it. It's going now. Even yesterday with ROLR, when it's halted up at 26.50, I'm like, okay, I'm not just jumping in. I'm going, okay, where is the defined trade? Where's the defined risk? Where can I make profit at? Where are traders at? So that's it. If I don't create a plan, I don't trade. So create a plan and stick to it. So that is the plan, and I'm sticking to it. And that has to be it every single day. Find a system. Create like I was just writing yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before in a one-on-one, he needs a process and I remember underlining that, and then even talked about it even more again. Like I just need a process. He doesn't have a process. I have a process, and so that to me is key and that is the number one rule for me. I have to create the
So how much time do you give yourself? Is it like could it just be with a few seconds?
Yeah,
you just need to define it. You just need it very defined before you get in.
And it could be I've been waiting for it for 2 hours. Like actually earlier, which is so funny. It's kind of happening now. CJMB, I told my lobby earlier after, but this is all the way back to this morning. I'm like, hey, if this breaks over 4 to 4:15. Let's look for a bounce play there later in the day, if it breaks out. And then here it finally is coming down, and then we're getting it's not major, but so it could be something I wait for hours that I defined earlier, or super micro quick where it's ROLR moving up and I can really quickly define areas. Of course, when I do my morning alerts, I chart trades essentially for like large caps, let's just say, and I can go through a large cap, break it down, give you levels within a minute. Where a lot of traders, it may take them 15, 20 minutes. Like I've said before, with the one guy thank you for the morning alerts. Now I get to spend 30 to 45 extra minutes with my baby, my newborn every morning versus, charting levels, because that's how long it would take me to do to take them that long, 30 to 45 minutes, where it takes me like no time at all. And so now I've gotten to that point where I'm so fast, and that's where I try like in with the one-on-ones, like I was talking about with James. I try to get you to at least somewhere, not you're going to get to my level where I can chart real quickly, but that's what you want, that process. So you go back through every day and you chart, and you go over your trades and you chart trades, because what you're doing is, I call it a painted picture. At the end of the day, you're preparing your brain for what to look for the next day, and the more you do it, the more prepared you're going to get. Like the gut instinct that we're talking about, we're building. It's going back over the charts every single day, so you remember what they do and how they move. So that way, when I always group them just goofy with me with food or cars. When you see a BMW, it's a BMW, it's got the sign on it. When you see a piece of pizza, what a piece of pizza looks like. When you see French fries, So when I see ROLR run yesterday, I know what SHPL is capable of today. I know what Mulek is capable of, even potentially as well.
And you're very good at being patient. Like you notice that, but then you say to yourself, you know what? There's gonna be another great opportunity tomorrow. I don't need to chase this thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just like Mulek or even SPHL, where I was like, I actually want to go long here. You're looking back at 11.50 or whatever it was. What was it halted up at when I was wanting to go long earlier? Was it right around? It was 13. It halted up at 13. It bounced at 11.50. But it's halted up at 13. I'm sure most traders are like, he wants to go long now. Well, that's way up there. It ran to 21.50. So you get where I knew that this still had legs to go. This thing was just growing some legs and was about to go Usain Bolt on us. That's it, though, for me. That's the one rule I would say with most traders. Of course, then doing one-on-ones like I've talked about. Most traders just don't form a plan. They just go straight into it without a profit, a target area, right? They not a clear defined risk, stop loss area, and they just trade. Again, it's just JG Wentworth. It's just almost like a video game. Turn it on, start pressing buttons. You know, it's like, no, you don't just open the broker and just start going, oh, okay, you know,
smack buttons. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So that's mine, my man. You know, that's it for me. And just knowing that we talked about this yesterday, I'm like, what could it be for me? And I'm like, well, that's it. That's who I am as a trader. You talk about that all the time, how I'm just like so patient and disciplined. And then going to the traders I work with, that's the thing that they are not. They just want to trade. They just got to get into it. I feel like I'm not doing it. I'm like, you're not. You are doing something. You're sitting back and soaking in, like you talked about. The stock market prints information, and we just need to learn how to read it.
It's very good. That is very good. The commandment, Mr. Josh's commandment for trading, guys.
Create a plan and stick to it.
Yeah.
What about you, bub? What about you?
Traders, go ahead and we got a good amount of votes on today, so keep voting on how you did today, and then give us a call. I posted the link as well, so you guys can click on the link and join that way if you need to as well, if that's a little easier for you. But I'd say the one I think I'm just so disciplined with over the years, you know, it's just the one that you evolve as traders. And I tell you traders this all the time. You're becoming the trader you're going to one day be now. So don't create bad habits now, because whether you're seeing progress or not, and I know, James, you were pointing out you're not where you want to be. I don't know if we're ever where we want to be. Like we're like traders are very ambitious. We're very ambitious, and we have high expectations for ourselves. And we always want to be at we always want, whether we say it or not, we're going to want green days, and we know that's not realistic, right? But every single day is not going to be kind of exactly what our expectation looks like. So we have to manage our expectations in a positive way, because there's a random distribution between the winners and the losers. And so you got to treat it like the house. But I'll say the one thing I do, the one commandment rule I do very well, I don't chase, Josh. Like I noticed that about myself. I just do not chase plays. If I miss like the long, I'll be looking for the short. There's used to do that early on, had the FOMO there, but now the FOMO is reversed almost. Like I get FOMO on the short side now. Like I'm never going to really long chase something up thousands of %, but if something starts crashing on down, that's when I get that like feeling of FOMO, like, oh man, I missed the short. But you have to adjust. You have to essentially, how I've evolved in that regard is, I don't need to hit the top. I think there was like this underlying desire, Josh, for me to always hit the top, and that gets you in trouble. Like, oh, I want to time the top. I want to time the top. That gets you in big trouble. It really does. So rather than hitting the top, let the top form. And then, like I said earlier, the descending triangle will form after that euphoria. It'll give you clear risk levels like Josh is talking about, where he has, okay, now I don't even have to think about it. Like the pattern's developed, it's formed. I don't even no longer have to think about this trade anymore, because it's like I have clear high a day risk off of this descending triangle or whatever the pattern may be. We saw beautiful patterns today, and that's something I want you guys to call in and say as well. What's your favorite edge? What's the favorite edge you trade? Because there were great setups today. Ascending triangles, descending triangles. There were a lot of good setups. So if you were not trading randomly, like Josh is saying, Josh waits for the setup to come to him. He's not forcing trades. He's letting the trades present themselves to him. Let the trades find you. You don't have to find trades. I mean, really, today specifically, we haven't had to find trades. The trades have been screaming at us. And honestly, follow the sentiment. Let the sentiment be your guide, essentially, of the market. You be objective with it. If all of small cap is like irrationally bullish, don't try to fight against it. So yeah, I'd say I don't chase. And yeah, the pattern I like to trade the most. It's I like to find the low hanging fruit, essentially the really good risk reward.
Okay,
backside
Adam
shorts.
and Eve over there. You should call it Adam and Eve trading.
But yeah, what's your one? Yeah, go ahead and call us in, guy. I know it's busy. Out there in the trading, but call us in. We're excited. Or click on the link. But while we're waiting for you, hey, how about this one, MLEC?
To the moon.
To the moon.
Mulek to the
Yes.
moon.
I love it.
Oh man, halted up
Mulek
again at
science.
12:57. 12:57.
Is it really?
Yep.
All right. That's what everybody's trading right now. Mulek 12. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look. It's good right now. It's going to resume a little bit lower, guys. A little bit lower, but it keeps doing that. I mean, Mulek keeps halting up, opening lower, and squeezing higher.
Yeah.
That's Mulek.
Love it.
Mulek.
That's what. Now tomorrow, just after this, seeing this today, team get ready. Tomorrow, I promise you'll have one. We're gonna have one more day of fun. Friday, I think it's gonna be a hodgepodge all over the place. Too many tickers, but I think tomorrow we'll get one more round of some supernova action. So get ready for that. James with a question. Hopefully not a silly question. No, never. But when I get bad at anything, I always like to do a back to basics review. Do y'all have a recommendation for a course? Well, I mean, back to basics. I don't really have. I don't think I have any YouTube. Again, go to my YouTube. I've got hundreds of videos. Same with Kevin, but I don't think I have like an A to Z. I did like a boot camp. I did a boot camp last year in 2020. Actually, it was in 2024, and I think I recorded it. I think I need to go back and look at that and upload it and maybe post it. But I did a boot camp where it was kind of like an A to Z. Start you off. Here's what you need to start doing if you're a new trader. Back to basics. Here's what you need to be doing. Again though, it is funny that you say that because that is where I don't mean to repeat this though, but because the first thing that came to my head was I have so many people that do the one-on-ones. I'd say about 30% of them. I need to reset AK. I need to delete everything. I need to delete all this up here. And I need to relearn stuff. Because like you were saying, they build those bad habits. I've talked about this a lot too. They build bad habits early on that then get really, I say ingrained into your brain and who you are as a trader, right? And you start doing these bad habits even more and more frequently into where you can't really get out of them. And so I get what you're saying there, James. Yeah, I don't have a course, so to speak, per se on YouTube, or I don't know of one out there. Like say, hey, go here. That's a perfect place to start. I know there's got to be one. Maybe Kevin's got a list or a course of videos to watch. I need to post some stuff like that for a lot of you traders that kind of you're going through a rough phase. You need that reset button.
I know the perfect course.
Oh yes, us. Yes, there we go.
We did it.
Yeah. Here on So go back. You have to scroll back, but go to the right here on Trade the Pool. Go to Trade the Pool. Go to their videos and go back to about a month ago, and you'll see it. And we have them all. All you have to do is scroll down a little bit, and you'll see it from water. I think it was the first one. Yeah, water, penny stocks, and small caps. The good, the bad, the ugly. And then you got small cap trading strategy that actually works step by step. How to build your small cap edge. Why most traders get full daily. Then we got why most small cap traders fail.
Mulek halting down. Mulek halting down. Okay.
Yeah, we got an 8-part series. So go back, scroll down. As much stuff as we do anymore, I was like, I almost forgot that we did that. We did a great review.
Did spend a couple months on that. Josh and I, we broke it down. I mean, we took 2 months breaking that down. All of it, A to Z, on small cap psychology, patterns, all of it. I mean, the struggles, even to this day, everything. So yeah, James, go watch that. Check it out.
I love rolling through there and seeing some good views on like up to 1,000 or a little bit more. And then you get the 2026 Trading Prep Live teaser that's only 29 seconds long, 160,000 views. Like, whoa. Yeah. Whoa. And I've noticed that the shorter those videos are to catch the trader's attention or catch the human's attention, those bang, those really 100% are some for views out there. I've noticed that. So Colin came Colin, yeah, there you go, James. You're good. Good. No cool.
Go ahead and call in, traders.
Or click the button and just join in, obviously, as it would be. Just click the Google Meet and just join.
It looks like it's split today, but from the poll, half, a little bit more green than red, but a little half and half. What I would suggest, traders, especially if that's pertaining to small caps and something I'm working on as well, Josh, I would say probably the biggest struggle, even years later for me, even to this point, is sizing. It's so sizing is challenging. And in these small caps with the fluctuation, sizing can be very challenging. So I would suggest, we got a caller calling in, but just to wrap that up, with sizing, size down and give them room. Size down and give them room. Size down more than you think, because it's just going to allow for flexibility on the trade. Not a sexy conversation, but it is becomes a
Not
profitable
sexy
one.
conversation.
All right, let's see who's calling in. Oh, they may go ahead and call in again. I think that call went away.
I did hear the noise though, or whatever. I can tell when they join in. Doing.
Yeah, go ahead and jump in again. Whoever was, yeah, but I'd suggest, yeah, size and down, giving them a little bit more wiggle room, because we've been seeing a lot of crazy fluctuations. It's just so you don't have to time like the exact bottom top. This, it just gives you it's like scaling in, where Katz goes over that, the scale in approach, where I don't need this to be the exact penny of the entry that it needs to be. Like, yeah, it more so a range. Like, this range is fairly good, because we know at certain key levels, like, of course, like for instance, MLEC. It's like, okay, we're close to $10. We're likely going to pop through it. So should you put your stop right at 10.01? Just do a range. And Josh does this very well, where he ladders entries, in ladders stops, and Money Mitch did that very well today too. So laddering these levels gives you flexibility. So if you're going to take 1,000 share trade, break it up into 200, 200, 200, like in and around that range. And I know your top student, CR Trader, does that so well. So it's learn from the people who are being very successful at this approach.
Yep.
Go ahead and call in again, traders. Let's get this party going.
Get this party started. I keep forgetting I have my Santa's hat too. It's funny, I'll see it when I'll check my camera, and then I see it in the background. I'm like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting to get my Santa's hat up there. Everyone's like, Josh, it's not Christmas anymore. Well, oh, it's Christmas year round in my room, baby. Christmas year round in my room. Right now, finally getting some standstill AMA movement, standstill CJMB movement, standstill AUID movement. But we are getting a little pullback here from MLEC and SPHL.
MLEC's going to open up 1050 is what I'm seeing in a minute.
One thing I would say, usually this happens. I don't want it to see it with MULEC, although, whatever, moo. But I don't want it to give back all its gains. You will see this round trip movement. I know you've seen it so many times, Kevin, where it's like, although it goes back to fourth and maybe even red on the day. I'd rather it hold up. Why? It shows bullish sentiment in the small cap sector is definitely around, and it's staying. If you see it sail back on off, it hurts a little bit.
This is the one play that doesn't have any like reputability behind it. I don't think, but agree completely. I don't see any news there, but yeah, as far as the overall sentiment goes, yeah, we'd like 1044 is the open price. 20 seconds.
This is definitely one of those things you just notice in the market for small caps. It's just one of those things where I've seen that in the past where play goes bananas, and then let's just say if it's just the one play that, like yesterday with ROLR, I was a little worried about ROLR at the end of the day. It was giving back some gains. I'm like, I think we still are hot tomorrow. It was really hot, overall, and it's still maintaining for the most part. It didn't go all the way back down to pre-market where it came from lows, but it gave a lot back from highs. But when you see give all of it back, and I've seen that in the past where a play goes parabolic, and here we go, we're back to small caps, we're back, and then it gives
1020s now, 10-minute halt.
Yeah, and gives all its gains back. I'm like, no, it gave all its gains back. That's going to scare off a lot of traders. And then the next day, it's slow because it went up and gave everything back. The fact that ROLR went up and held up for the most part yesterday, and now we want that again today with these plays to hold up. That means tomorrow you're going to get another wave and more spikes.
All right, I know how to get you guys to call in. All right, we'll take we're at the point where we'll take 2 calls here, and depending on how long they are, and these 2 callers will get a 5K eval. 5K, 1 or 2 callers, 5K eval on the line. We want to know your 10 commandment. What is the one rule you stick with, adhere to, that is just this is the holy grail for your trading? You got to stick to this rule, and the one edge that that's your favorite edge to trade.
I'd say too right now, going back to the edge situation, you find something, and for me, it's just it's bounce plays. I've started that in 2017. I've never been through a market condition where my bounce plays weren't working. Like we talked about, finding that just sitting back, creating that, let the chart create itself. bounce plays for me. I love bounce plays. That's my go-to. I could trade that in any condition, if it's storming and it's raining out, there's tornadoes, it's a hurricane outside. It's whatever, it's 100 million degrees outside. It's cold and rainy or snowing. It doesn't matter. I find those bounce plays in any weather conditions, and that's my go-to. Just sit back and wait.
So I do have a question for you as far as those go.
Yeah.
I mean, you've mastered them. You have a high win rate with them. Is there when they, let's say one doesn't work out, do you ever struggle with, okay, that one is cracking, it's continuing to crack, I'm out of it, do you ever force like a re-entry to retry it, or are you pretty disciplined about and we have a caller, we'll get to that. All right, who we got calling in? Welcome to the call-in show. Who do we have?
Hey, this is Otis. Player in the Discord.
Welcome to the call.
How you doing?
Good, but how are you?
I'm good. You said you wanted to have a few people say their go-to plays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm a big on when you make big moves. There's the retrace, the 50% retrace. It's usually 100% always there. Big on when you make big moves, retrace, the 50% retrace. 100% always there.
It's coming back, a little feedback there. I think, is it possibly Otis? You may have the live stream on too, on top of this.
Yeah.
Pause that. Yeah, you're good. Pause that. That's like people call into the radio like back in the day. Hey, turn your radio down because they'll have the radio on too, and then you hear the echo. It's like, but yeah, no.
Yeah, love. So you like the short, Otis, the 50% retrace, waiting for that.
Or if I'm looking for the move to keep going, which half the time that's just to get out the buyers, to force people out, so it can continue its move after the retrace of that candle. It depends on the MACD or the 4-hour time frame. I make sure I look at that for my decision right there.
Right.
So.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're gonna see them. You're gonna see that almost every single day, like you're saying.
Love that.
Got to find the ticker and then wait for it to happen, and then boom, and you're like, hey, it happened again.
I love that because you are not chasing. I mean, you're not chasing. You're waiting for that retracement. You're letting the trade come to you. James is asking, can you show examples? Yeah, we've discussed these. We show live examples quite often of this actual strategy that Otis is speaking on. So what's one rule, Otis, that you adhere to the most? You think? And maybe even in relation to that edge, what's one rule you can see you trade very well this rule?
I have the Stoic RSI up, and if it's over 80, man, I'm really looking out for it to try to come back under 80 because or if it's under 20, I'm looking for it to come back above 20 before I make a move or look for that move to happen. And if it's in the middle, man, that's too risky for me. But that's really not. Everything has to line up for that rule to be right. So,
how often? How often do you trade that daily, or is it? And obviously, it's something you're looking for every day.
It's definitely something I see every day. If I see it, it's like bingo. Hey, the trade's about to happen.
What's your I never really care. Well, I don't trade sub $1, but do you have like a certain price range you stick to with that strategy? $1, $5, $20? Is there a certain area you like to trade the most?
I mean, I'm not a huge buyer. The biggest thing I like to buy is Tesla, but I don't buy it huge. But I definitely use the same strategy throughout, whether it's small caps or large big stocks.
Cool. And that's what I love when you have a strategy that works across the board. It's just like throw the ticker up there. I don't care what the ticker is. I just wait for the setup to form, and then you can trade it. It makes it so much easier and stress-free.
Yeah, it sounds like you found a systematic approach, Otis. You just identifying overbought, oversold tickers and waiting for them to come to you. That's what I'm hearing. Now, as far as sizing goes, that's an interesting conversation. Do you do single entries or multiple?
I don't often scale in. I'm kind of cautious, and since I kind of use my own money, trade the pool is kind of something I just use on the side. I'm more cautious because I know I can bring the money home today if I make the right moves. So
Yeah.
Like it. Good.
Yeah.
I
Very
mean,
good.
it's a good strategy. I've kind of what I'm using in my bounce plays. I want a certain retracement, and I want a certain move up, and I want a certain retracement down, built in with the chart too as well. So it's kind of what comes into my bounce plays is that certain amount of retracement. It's key. I mean, when you find that in a certain area too, you get the move back. Like at least for me, for my bounce plays, it's almost I'm very rarely red, which is awesome. It's right to that area, and if anything, even break even, small loss, small, but it's never. And I'll go into this what Kevin just asked about with taking a loss, and I do take losses, but it's never astronomical. You're never, and it's usually you're in a really well defined area for the play, whether it's a short or it's a long.
Exactly.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. And like you were saying,
Awesome.
or Kevin was saying, you're not chasing. That's the one thing which Kevin was talking about, which a lot of traders have that issue with doing is like Imlek to the moon. I'm missing something.
No, it's halting down. It's going to open up 760 now. That thing, yeah, it just didn't have a lot of backing to it. Not any reputability. But Mr. Otis, anything you want to last words over to you as far as adding value to the traders over at Trade the Pool? What do you have for them?
Keep trying. I mean, no strategy is ever perfect. You can always learn something from anyone and apply it to your strategy. Test it out. I don't like going all in. Some people are good at that, but until you feel like your strategy is really biting, really giving you the return that you want, hey, it's okay to play it safe.
Love it. Good advice. Very
great.
good advice.
That was great. Yeah, go ahead and email callinshow@tradethepool.com. We'll hook you up with that 5K account. Thank you, Otis.
Yep. Have a good one.
Thanks,
man.
Otis. Thanks for the call, man. Yeah, good job. Then you got that 5K eval. Give the email
Thank you.
there. Give it to Otis. Otis too, by the way. I love it. My brother, we're Great Dane, obviously family. My brother got it from my brother, but my brother had a Great Dane named Otis. I love that damn dog. So when he said Otis, like, oh, I haven't heard an Otis in a long time. I love that name. I was like, that was my brother's Great Dane's name, or one of his Great Danes. So I love it.
It's kind of rare.
Yeah, it is.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Hey, that was awesome. Great call.
Later, bud.
Thank you, Otis. Yeah, added some really good value traders. I love that. Don't go all in. He said, I'm not an all in trader. I don't think anybody should be. But the thing is, Josh, we have there's popular gurus out there who are all in. You don't really want to maximize all your leverage on one trade. It's just not smart. It's not smart.
Unless
it's not the right
unless it's a competition against Bill Ackman.
yeah, that's exactly right. The competition, that's where you can get that degeneracy out. That does
yes.
That does scratch an itch for me. I do. I don't mind it. But great call.
Yeah.
We'll take one more, but thank you, Otis. Thank you for calling. Go ahead and email callinshow@tradethepool.com. One more. Give us your 10 commandments. Biggest rule for trading.
Yeah, that could be a book. The Trade the Pool 10 Commandments of Trading Stocks.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's because it's key. I mean, if you stick to these things that we're talking about, like cut losses quickly, or don't chase, or create a plan and stick to it, or that's huge. I mean, these are things that traders have. Like if they'd go read and actually take it and soak it in from day one of when they first became a stock trader. Like, okay, I've got to create a plan and stick to it. Okay, I cannot chase. Okay, I've got to, then if they actually stuck to that 10 commandment plan, I mean, what heartache and pain would save them. Again, back to that 8-part series that we did here on Trade the Pool. Go watch that. We pretty much for, 4 or 5 hours. Each one of them is about 20 to 30 minutes, but you get my point. You watch them all. It's about 3 hours, 2.5, or whatever it is of us saying that, from 8 different videos, 8 different, 8-part series that you can get a lot out of. So go watch that stuff. Real quickly, before we forget, I do want to show you how this actually happened. It's funny. On Tuesday. So go back to Tuesday or Monday. Monday was our meeting. So let's go back. Real quick. Show my chart. Can I? Oh, but now. That's because I go back to Josh. Dang it, I can't show my chart there because we're in the call-in show. Dang it. At the end, we'll go back to that. And I'll go back to the end of that and show my chart when we get rid of the Google Meet so I don't have the echo. But I'll go back at the end of this, Kevin, and I'll kind of show you. But BDSX, point being, back to Monday. Monday. BDSX, I like old resistance that I figured would be a old demand, or old supply zone would be new demand at 790. It cracked through. Stop loss was around 765. I got stopped out. My other area that I actually alerted earlier in the day that I wanted was 720. And so it was one of the very rare times where I got out of a loss and immediately went long again. After it went straight down to my other favorite area I liked. And that's the one I was telling you that I was in the TTP meeting. So I took A and L, but then I got in right afterward and took that long. And again, it's all about the defined error, which we'll get back into that at the end of the show. But yes, so it happens, but very rarely. Usually I'll take the trade, take a loss, reset.
I see.
Yeah.
Who do we got calling in today? Mr. Bothy?
Bothy, turn your mic on. There we go. I know who this is. This is a student of mine.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, brother? How we doing?
Doing fine. How are y'all?
Good, man. Good. You know, it's a Thursday. You know me. I love my weekends. So coming up, some good food. You know me. Love my sports. Broncos, Razorbacks both play on Saturday. I'm amped over here, baby. I feel like I'm the ultimate warrior. I feel like a macho man. I got so much energy. How you doing, though, brother?
I'm doing all right. Sick.
Oh yeah, that's right. I feel like all my traders I work with that have kids, they all, because Fred Austin Trader, which you see Fred Austin Trader in chat, his kid's sick, and then I'm sure he might now get sick with it. So yeah,
is that affecting your trading though, Bothy?
Yeah, I hadn't traded anything today, so yeah, I'd say it's
okay,
a little bit.
But that's good discipline. Yeah, we hear it often. Sick traders taking red days, so just got to sleep. But yeah, how's the trading been going? And tell us a little bit about some of the rules you stick to, some of the edges you like to trade.
Oh man, I wouldn't necessarily say sticking to, but I'm trying to stick to it, and that is waiting for my particular setup for what I watch instead of seeing someone alert something and trying to enter a long position or a short position on something I'm not really sure about. It's not my thing, but I just jump in, I guess maybe because of FOMO and really trying to stop that havoc. I took a pretty big loss the other day, and it's something I shouldn't have done, and just try to learn from it.
That's one of those things which I did at first. Go back to the TC days, and I would just you get to, whether you're watching me or watching Kevin, whoever you're watching, you get all into it. And I started realizing when I like, okay, I'm listening to them. I like the information, but I want to turn them down, and I want to trade what I want to trade. I want to see it myself. And that's huge for, traders early on, is to be able to kind of have their own due diligence about doing their own trading on their own and finding their own systematic way to trade. As I've said for years, that's where you're going to find your own success. I'm going to teach you a lot. Kevin is CR Trader, right? All the the traders that you're around, they're going to teach you stuff, but it's all about how you can implement that at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm using a volume profile with the BOS candle and try to tie that into the RSI on the 1 minute chart. If it gets 90 with the BOS candle above the volume profile, that's probably about a 98% chance it's going to reverse at that point. And that's my bread and butter. That's really what I got to try to stick to.
Yep. And like me with bounce plays, I ain't trading nothing else. I'm like, bounce plays and that's it. Like, that's all I want to do right now. You guys do what you want to do. And but that's what makes you such a good trader. And especially down the line, where you can let all these other people do their thing. Like I've said, what point guard are you going to be? What field goal kicker are you going to be like? What quarterback are you going to be? Well, you're going to be your own quarterback, your own wide receiver, your own. You got to be who you are, and you can find success in your own lane, so to speak. And I love that about you. What we try to teach here, and you yourself realizing that, which is key. Any other trader that's hearing this right now going, man, that sounds a lot like me. I might want to just stick to this every single day. I'm only trading bounce plays every day for the most part.
Yeah, we all trade different in here too. I like to say we can lay out the blueprint, but each trader has to build their own house. It's that's gonna. Yeah, when you're, and I struggle with that too, both starting out, it's like, okay, these guys know what they're talking about, but if it's not congruent with your personality, it just doesn't work out, because you're not going to find confidence in that system. And you may take the trade, but you don't necessarily know the profit target or the same risk parameters that they may have. You may be not, they're scaling in and you're single entry. There's so many different variables to that. So, but you learn from it. I mean, again, we only learn in the drawdowns. That's the only time we really learn, though. We don't learn. And I know that firsthand too well, both. So it's not that tuition's not a bad thing, because now well, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to focus on your bread and butter, what you just laid out.
It's been difficult because, one, it's rare for those 3 items to line up, especially the BOS candle and the RSI getting over 90 on the 1 minute chart. It's that doesn't happen too often. So oftentimes I just need to sit on my hands, wait for that to happen, because it could be a couple of days go by and you don't see that. So it's kind of hard to not want to jump in and trade something.
Is it challenging too when you're like, let's say you're in the chat room and you're watching everything move, and it's just you feel like you need to be a part of the action. You're missing out on something. Yeah. Look, that's the hard thing too. When you're in a trade and you're up in the profits, you're very green. It's hard to just sit there and like watch that without taking anything off. That's something I'm struggling with and practicing on as well. It's like, okay, it's fine. Like just let the trade breathe and work out. You take something off, but leave some. And we saw that as evidenced by today, with what was that? Whatever that SF play was this morning, that just kept going on and on and on and on.
What's
so
I was gonna say, well, the rule.
Ahead.
You got a one rule, maybe two you stick to. Got it. I know you said you're trying to get to them, but which one is there one that you actually do implement and stick to, or one? Even if you're not doing it now, what is that one rule you wish you could stick to every day then?
If I miss a play, not to jump into it. That's where I get caught, because I try to think, okay, this is reverse. It's cracked the trend line. It's going to continue down, and I jump in, and it ends up right on the bounce line. I'm like, shit.
Literally, yeah.
And that's the one thing I've got to stop doing. If I miss that top of the trend line, or the BOS candle breakout, I miss that top, then I just need to sit on my hands and not trade it.
Love it. That's huge. Just being able to sit on your hands, like you are saying, it's so hard at first. It's just sit on your hands and let charts go, and people are trading, and like you said, you just feel like you're missing out on something, but you're really doing a good thing versus a disservice to yourself, which would be over trading or trading strategies or trades that you shouldn't be in, losing, versus just sitting back and building the discipline, waiting for the trade to come to you. Again, I always talk about being a stock sniper. We know if you're real snipers in the world, how long they may be till they get that shot. They may be there for days and maybe even weeks before they get their shot off and get their target. That's exactly what you need to be in the stock market at first. Like we talked about, I know it's trade. What is it? The trade. It's trade off and trade less, or whatever it is. That for a lot of traders early on kills them, because they end up trading too much and don't know what they're trading. And that's fine if they're going small, but you have to figure out that one edge. And if you can figure out an edge that you're good at, sit back and wait for it every day, my friend, and it will come, and then you can be profitable. Because down the line, like for myself, I was only a bounce trader, but then I developed other edges, as you know, and then in certain conditions, I may be able to trade 3 to 4 times, or 3 to 4 different ways in a day. Like, what we talked about, 23, 24, earlier this year, I had about 3 to 5 different edges I could trade at any certain day, because they all represented themselves. So there will be those times where down the line, you grow more, you learn more edges, and you see certain things that are working out, just like what you're talking about, when pretty much all the stars align. But at first, it's usually just that one thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Even Crow's saying not feeling bothered by missing it, getting to a point where and you may get to a point where you still have those feelings, like there's certain, but you just know what they're telling you. I think over the years, that's what I've learned to come to realize too. Like you're still gonna feel annoyed and maybe bothered by certain things, but you just don't act on it. I think at a certain point, you just know what those feelings are telling you. Like, this euphoria is not going to last forever. I'm not jumping in this like I would have years ago, and instead either sitting on the sidelines or taking the short. So both of you, what's something this year, 2026, you want to work on, something you're focused on for yourself personally? I can hear and see that you're learning. You got the personal development going with your trading. That's what I love about trading. It's like we learn a lot. We grow from it as a human being. Like we master more of ourselves. Any bad habits that's been lingered on in our life over the years, they stick with us, and they reveal themselves in trading. So what's for 2026? What you got? What you thinking?
One thing I've been working with Josh on is probably need to make it my goal is to stay in plays longer. I've been doing kind of almost more scalping play, where it's like holding 1-2 minutes. I get that profit line, and I'm like, I'm getting out, and I need to scale out and not just be one in, one out, and really try to stay in a play longer.
Yeah, especially with those overbought, oversold RSI plays. I mean, they probably have a lot of room on them. Have you back tested or looked at them over? Like, let's say you take the trade, and then a few days later, have you taken a look at those trades to see where they're at? And
yeah, I mean, even just later, that even going back and looking at it later that day, journaling. I usually do my journaling after the trading session, after my kids are in bed, and go back and look and see where it ended up after that. And it's almost every time it's down further than where I got out, and that's one thing I've got to work on, scaling out and try to hold longer.
Yeah,
and we'll get there. We're gonna get there. I know we will. Even like myself, that was one thing scaling I've done it. I've definitely done kind of, and it's smaller. It's I'm out most, but it's maybe saving 50 shares or 100 shares, and then scaling out 10 at a time or 5 at a time or 20 at a time, and that's huge. Because then you'll start getting.
Look at SPHL. I mean, where we were like, you know what? I'd take a small short, even like 50 shares here. It's down 6 points. Just a position where you feel at ease to just kick back. Even on that little amount, you'd be up, what, $300? Just a position where you can kick back and say, I don't care, shut the computer down. Because if I'm in SPHL, like 1,000, 2,000 shares, I'm freaking out probably, because if that thing goes up another 10 points, I mean, that's some dough lost right there. So just getting in a position size where you can think with clarity. That's what I like to focus on. So that way you can just let trades breathe and you're confident in them to get, even with the fluctuations that they may have, to let them work out. So Mr. Bothy, what you got for 2026 for the trade the pool traders? What kind of advice do you have for them moving into this year as well?
I don't know. I'd have to say I didn't like the rule on the halted stocks. The 30-second rule. They got rid of that. But if you're new to trade the pool or just new to trading in general, I would just steer clear of halt plays.
There we go. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you will get wrecked, and that's how I always talk about that. I know you guys probably remember my infamous story of August of 2017 when I chased the third halt up and lost $1,000 on a $3,000 account just like that. And and I was like, I'm done with these guys. Let me go back to those steady Eddie plays. I'm done with the halt stuff.
Yeah, I dropped 675 yesterday on whatever stock that was halting up.
ROLR. Yeah.
It's one of the, I've heard most nightmares on halts. I mean, there was some rooms I was involved with where people would, they got wrecked their entire accounts on some of these halts. Well, you saw with A-Ton even. I mean, that's clearly, that one's fun being involved on the short side on that halt into it with an offering coming out. But yeah, if you're long in that, and then you don't know. I mean, look at these plays like today, SPHL or what have you, that they could offering at any time. So it's just, that's terrifying, because you can have a stop in place, but what if it halts before that and then opens up 10 points lower? That's why I compared it to licking the floor of an airport. I feel so what do the kids say? Ick. I feel ick when I'm involved in those along, because that offering is right around the corner with this company. Like, why would they not take advantage and raise capital in that? But yeah, so stay away from halts. Great words of wisdom, and I'm excited for you this year. It sounds like you're progressing and learning about what not to do, which is just as important, right? I like the Edison analogy. People say it took Thomas Edison 1,000 times, 1,000 tries to get to the light bulb. They say he failed 1,000 times. He said, no, I didn't fail 1,000 times. I figured out 1,000 ways not to do this. So that's what it takes. You're going to figure out 1,000 ways how not to trade, but that's going to push you into the place you need to be to trade. So that's where we're going to get. But Bothy, thank you for the call. Go ahead and email collinshow@tradethepool.com. We'll get you all set up.
All right. Well, thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Hey, and let's turn that 5K eval into a paid account, my friend. Let's do it.
All right. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Slow and steady. Stick to your plan you talked about, and you'll get it, bub.
All right. Talk to you later.
Later, bud. Thank you for calling in. Oopsies. Whoopsies, I dropped myself there.
Yeah, but awesome guy. Sure, you have fun with him one-on-ones.
Like I said, I work with.
I don't know if we can do another. We got a few minutes. If we can do it in a few minutes, what do you think, Josh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. If someone
Few
wants to
minutes.
call
All
in.
right, we got a few minutes. We'll take you.
Okay, so just update. Okay, cool. So I got the. Oh, I like it. Oh, okay. Without getting sued. Okay, I got it. I'm seeing it, Reese. I'm seeing it. We got another caller.
Yeah, who we got?
Hey, this is Kevin.
Another Kevin.
Yes, another. Yes, sir. How are you today?
Yes. Is this the very green Kevin today?
Actually, it's not. It's a slightly red Kevin today.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all good. I'm there with you
Yeah.
this morning. Yeah, a lot of chop at the open. It's all good though. It's all good. Slightly red. It's that's where you either want to be slightly red, little green, or very green. So you're still within that. Yeah. So how are you doing? How's the trading going? Give us the rules and edge.
Good. Well, I'm past the days of the big red losses. I learned my lessons. You know, yeah. The edge is you know, the bounce. You know, it's what I'm most. I tend to be the most successful at.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I had a quick question for you guys. The 30-second rule on a flex account, is it applicable, or what? How does that work?
Yeah, you just have to be in it for 30 seconds in a trade.
Okay, so you do have to be in what, for 30 seconds.
Yeah, if you close the position within that 30. Now, I will say, like for halts, that times during the halt is counted as well. I've noticed that. So, and outside of, so if news is pending or, you know, that it's just 30 seconds from the time you take the trade, you'll be fine thereafter. But yeah, just make sure you close it. And as far as scaling out, I think it's closing the entire position. Like you probably could, I don't know this for certain. If you could, Josh, do you know? Like, could you scale out within the?
Yeah, no, I've done that once because it worked in my direction so quickly, and I scaled out too quickly, and it didn't count toward my overall. Yeah. So you have to wait 30 seconds from your overall entry, your last entry, and then and same with the 10 cent. You know, like point being, like if you're scaling in, because I've had some traders scale in. Let's say they get in at 110 and then they get in at 112. Well, they try to sell it and they think they have, you know, if they have an overall average entry, you have to make sure you get the average entry to go 10 cents, because I've had some traders think that, well, I got in at 110 and then at 112, you know, I scaled in at 112 and 110. So when it got to 120, I sold thinking I had 10 cents from a 110 entry. I'm like, no, your average entry is 111. So you didn't actually get the 10 cents. So those are the two things. It very rarely ever affects me. Of course, I love to be in trades for an hour, 30 minutes or even longer. But yeah, so you have to wait 30 seconds to your final entry to take profit, essentially. Yeah, and Joe's saying there too, Kevin, that he sets 11-cent profit just in case, especially for the like nano cap, kind of even penny plays that might be like Money Mitch was trading the 13-cent ticker. You probably want to adjust for 11 cents because it may count. You know, sometimes those are priced at like 0.10, 11. Yeah, they got like 4 digits behind them. So yeah, just go for the 11 cents on that. And then Joe says, "Who needs 10 cents when you can get $10?" Yeah, exactly. That's how I am. I want more than 10 cents. But there are a lot of newer traders. Like when I first started, you know, that 10 to 15 cents was a threshold of, oh my gosh, I'm up 10, 15 cents. Let's take it, right? So that that like we've talked about, that metaphor, so to speak, with the whole psychological mental side of this, that's huge at first, where you're up 12, 15 cents and you just want to take the profit. So I get that for the traders that aren't looking for 50 cent, $1, $2, you know, bigger return pitchers. And to me, I like that, at least getting 10 cents. Now, every once in a while, it does suck. Like, say, maybe you get into a play, you want more than 10 cents, but it's just not giving it to you. It's just, unfortunately, the play is not working out. And so that does hurt a little bit. It does suck that you can't just take 4, 5, 6 cents worth of profit. I get that. But as I teach even my trade, even back to Bothy, we're concentrating on plays more than 10 cents. Your target needs to be well more than 10 cents away, or you do turn into more of a scalper or trader. And then that kind of comes back to those bad habits you form in. And so the more scalpy you get even more micro and more microed and more micro scalpier, to where you're taking 6 cent trades and 7 cent trades and 4 cent trades. With, hey, if you can find success with that, do it. I just don't know too many that can.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Always, bro. Always. You having a good week? You having a good week? Good year so far?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I really love what you guys are doing. Much respect to you guys, and I'll call in, from time to time and check in.
How about this though? Because you're a good trader. We know we've talked to you. So at least the rule. What is one rule that you stick to? You honor it like it's your mother talking to you.
Oh wow. It's just my I don't know. I'd say primarily it's bouncing. It's like if I'm going to be coming off the VWAP. The more confluence, the better. Let's see the VWAP from the 50 EMA. It's over the 9. The MACD it's spacing up. So it's more of a combination of confluences that I like to enter in as opposed to
nice.
That's my rule.
Yep, love it. No, and that's true. I love like all the stars align, or I always call it double or triple whammy, as in I got a trend line there, I've got the EMA there, I've got the VWAP there, and you're like, why am I not taking this trade? This is a go-to. So I'm right there with you. When all those stars align, I'm just like, boof, like let's go.
Yes. Just waiting for the stars to align for sure. Let the trade come to you.
Love it.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. You guys have a great day and a great rest of the week.
You
Happy
too,
New Year to you.
You too. Same to you, brother. Good
Appreciate
talking to you.
Love it.
I forgot who that was for a minute. I was like, oh yeah, we talked to him before. I thought it was a new. I was like, oh, I know this guy. I love that guy. He's a a lot of good traders out there.
He called in before, right?
Yes, yeah, he's called in before.
Is that the Tesla, Kevin Tesla?
Yeah, I think right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very cool. Okay. Yeah, I love the confluences. And that's honestly a good theme from today. It's confluences of
right.
Because each caller they were kind of stating that I'm looking for RSI and this other and this and that and overbought, oversold, VWAP. So it's the stars aligning. I think there's something to that, traders. Josh and I do the same thing too, looking for the moving averages and VWAP and is the ticker how close is it to this level or that level. So be mindful of that with the trades, and that ultimately comes back to defining this trade before you ever take it versus having a random setup. Random trading's not going to equal consistent results.
Yeah.
It's going to equal random results. As far as the votes went today, guys, 63% green. I'd say that's pretty good. It's pretty good today. We'll do these votes more often, make sure the team's doing well, engage the team. But good job today. I'd say for at least for me personally, I'm going to be sizing down with these market conditions and giving them a little bit more wiggle room. I think the example with SPHL was a good one. It's like, okay, I would have hit that, 50 to 100 shares up towards 1920 and give it some room. It's 6 points lower now. There's a lot of fluctuation, a lot of crazy fluctuations going on in small cap land lately. So it's going to be hard to really just nail like bottoms and tops precisely without having the whippy action, the roller coaster of the stock market, the wooden roller coaster. It's like you're getting whipped all around. And the only people that get hurt are the ones that jump off the roller coaster.
And then at the end of the day, you're doing this. Oh God, oh God, I'm not going on that one again.
Yeah, those are the winning ones.
Absolutely. Good facts spitting right there for you. Everyone else that called in, thank you for the call-ins today. Email. What's the call-in show? What is it? What's the email for those people to call?
Call-in show at tradethepool.com.
Call in show at tradethepool.com. Email that and you will get a 5K eval. Thank you again that called, the traders that called in. I know you're helping other traders out there. And of course the traders in chat today, aspiring other traders. And of course there's those that are usually, because let me tell you something. I was there once where I would join streams or I was on a whatever streaming service, different ones of course throughout the years, and I was the wallflower. I just sit back and I didn't know enough to even type. So I want you to know that you guys that are out there actually typing and alerting, you're setting a really good, in my opinion, hopefully some a precedent early on, or maybe even some you're putting out good alerts and good, essentially knowledge every day. So you're helping other traders out, even though you don't think you are. Just letting you know you're a leader, because I used to see those people that would alert in chat and like, man, I wish I could alert. I don't know what to alert. I didn't know what to do. So I sat back and just listened to the people that were on the stream, and I then would look at the people alerting in chat. So Crow, Tack, all you guys, and Joe, everyone throughout the day, when you're over here alerting, know that you're setting examples, so to speak, for other traders that are just wallflowers, soaking in what you're saying. So very appreciative for you guys that come in here day in, day out and alert, because you are a leader, and I want you to know that. Whether you think that or not, you're a leader, and I appreciate it. And then I saw Annette, which I'll get back to if Annette is listening on Trade the Pool. She heard me say Razorbacks, and yeah, woo, Pig Suey. Yes, she asked if I was a Razorbacks fan, because I think someone's told me Annette lives in Arkansas, possibly, maybe. I don't know. But I will respond back on the Trade the Pool
cool.
WhatsApp. But yeah, I just love usually I'm wearing my Broncos hat. But yes, Razorback and Broncos, those are my go-to. And they both play at the same, Kevin, 3 o'clock and 3:30. They both play at the same. Imagine me on Saturday. I got the Hogs on one TV. I got the Broncos on another, bro. It's going to be a nuts. Yeah. I'm like, they got to play them at the same time. I was like, well, if anything, at least I can take a win with the loss, or I lose both at the same time. Or maybe I win both at the same time, instead of staggering them out. So, yeah, it's going to be a very emotional Saturday for me. There'll be a lot of, like I said, Avery now, speaking of my Avery wife, is, for whatever reason this year, has really gotten into the Hogs basketball team and the Broncos football team. So we watch the games, right? They're on all the TVs across the house, and boy, she is yelling at the TV. And then when a bad play happens, she's like, Joshua, what? And I'm like, what can I do? I'm not coach. I can't call timeout and start yelling at him. I wish I could. I'm yelling with you right here. But yeah, very fun. And yeah, Smoke Tuna, Joe, all you guys that alert, you guys are absolutely awesome. And real quickly, Kevin, because someone asked me to do it, maybe possibly, because I think it was last Friday, I had my stream up and I was playing interviews and lessons up until like 9 p.m. Eastern, or 9 p.m. Central, so 10 Eastern. Didn't you used to do Friday roundtable kind of little fun discussions on your YouTube?
Yeah. It's been Thanksgiving, Christmas, and this time of year. We've been traveling a lot on Fridays, and so I haven't done it in a while. But I certainly want to get back into it. I know you do. Do you do that most Fridays?
No, that's what I was like. I might start doing it, and then or we'll tag team it together. Like, hey, you do it this Friday, I'll do it next Friday. But yeah, because the traders there was Sterling. You'll see Sterling. You'll see Sterling Detmar come into this. He was like, we all need to get a drink. I'm like, hey, we used to. It was like, you need to get a drink. You jump on the live stream, and then we just kind of talk about
it's just fun.
Yeah.
It's like pretty much, we just hang out, have a drink, and talk about the week, life, trading.
Right.
Yeah, let's rotate it. We'll do it
one
Friday on your channel.
Yeah.
Swing it over to mine on the next week.
Yeah, I'm down.
I remember the last time you were on mine.
Sure that's what I was like. Yeah, last time I did one of those and joined, I was a little litty. I had a couple too many adult beverages before I joined, but it was fun. Then you're like, oh boy, Josh is toasty. Man, but good times.
We'll do it.
Very good times.
Yeah, it's good to have a community, guys. Trading's difficult, and I think there's no one that understands trading like traders, of course. And it's good to just all come together as a community and help each other. There's no other community like this. That's what I've noticed over the years. There's no community like this. We're not like anybody who's struggling. All traders just jump in and want to help. I mean, because I think it's because we've been in the fight. We've been on the front lines. We know the struggle. We know the continual struggle. It's you never make it. You're always making it, as I say, each and every day, each and every trade. So it's we're always there for each other. Love it. Love trading. I wouldn't change it for anything. Love the community. We're going to keep this going, guys. The scanners are going to be live. Thank you all today. Such a fun day today.
Steve this afternoon. Don't forget Steve. Steve, come back this afternoon. Then Trade the Pool talks about it. There they are, alerting that. So yes, don't forget. Right now, get that little lull. Don't forget though, AHMA, AMA, ROLR, SPHL still could see some movement during lunch hours, but come back power hour with the dude, the man, Mr. Steve, breaking things down for you Monday through Thursday here. So come back. We still got one more round of commentary to go for the day. Steve will be back here in a bit.
We may have all shared a fireball a time or two. We're gonna have to get together again in Orlando. That was a good time.
God. That was some great fun. So I'm glad you got to come down for a day or two and join us, man. Going bowling, to eating, oh man, that was fun. The Maker's Mark, baby, that was a good time, yeah, brother. Hey, I loved it too because we kind of worked we're busy, and I love that when we're leaving then, and they come out, no, don't leave. Yeah, that's what I thought. You want our money. That was fun. That was good.
Let's do it again.
Yep.
Let's do it again.
Y'all have a great one. I know we're out till Tuesday. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. Go Hogs. Go Broncos. And we'll see you on Tuesday.
Later, guys. Scanners are live.
Sweet.
Good work.
Yeah,
Fun
brother.
day.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad the stock slowed down because I didn't want them to still be going crazy. And then we're like, okay, let's go back to alerting. And then we're here for 30, 45 more minutes talking about stocks because they're going nuts.
I don't hear you, Josh. Oh, you're
That's
you're
right,
in the
muted.
green room.
You're good. Yeah, that's why.
There we go.
There we go.
All right.
Yeah, I was glad. Point me out saying I'm glad the stocks didn't continue to go parabolic. I'm like, because next thing you know, we're here for another 30, 45 minutes, not wanting to leave, and I'm like, I'm glad they've lulled out and died down. Now I can take a little break. But yeah, man, good stuff, great show, and yeah. I'll text you tomorrow. I wouldn't mind doing that. Get on, for like 30, 45 minutes. I'll get my YouTube, because it'll already be live, so I'll just jump back on the mic and have a little fun tomorrow night.
Oh, okay. Well, you're going to do it on your channel for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, like I said, you have traders want to come on over and join. Yeah, that'll be awesome, and I'd love that for sure. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll hit you up tomorrow, and if you want to join or just show up to chat for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll show up for a little bit. And then I'll join in over there. Let me know.
All right, brother. Well, have a good rest of your day. I'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. See ya.
Later, bub. All right. Back on my live stream here real quickly, team. So back on my live stream. All right. That was fun. Call-in show. Got some slow. That's either super busy. It's either super busy. Call-in show right from the get-go, or it's like quiet like it was today, quiet, and then boom, 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 you're getting phone calls left and right. Love it. Still have AUID, EVTVs up on a trend line, Riley up on watch a little bit. AMA's the only one that looks like it could pop again other than SPHL. No, that was the other one I was going to look at was CJMB. CJMB died off too as well. Volume-wise. It was good, though. That was good stuff. Very good information. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that live stream with TTP. Not missing too much right now. This old floor of the halt up area is resistance at 1520. That into 16 could see a wick as well. Over 16, watch for a pop into to 18. 18 to this 19 mark. I don't feel that SPHL is done, and I really feel we might make a new high of day. Now, if it does crack back, that could unfortunately then change things for tomorrow, where we're like, oh, we're going to be super hot. So if this starts cracking back and cracks back earlier than ROLR does, I just don't think it's going to happen. But point me, if it does, it's going to scare traders away from this whole long mentality that we're in. Why I do want this to squeeze anyway and go to new high of day, or at least back up 2 highs, hold up longer. That's the same thing that MLEC's doing, MULEC. It's not like it's great charting, but it's holding up, and that's the key. ROLR, same thing. AMA, same thing. We're having very parabolic plays. EVTV's coming back. We got CJMB as well. AUID's still up on the day. We've got a lot of good spikes. I told you this day was going to come. Aussie chick, love it, great. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love that. Yeah, that's why I always say, said that for years, just knowing that the wallflower thing. They're traders like yourself that aren't typing the whole time. They're not alerting anything. They're just listening to us. You're listening, and then you're looking at maybe possibly what people are alerting and why they're alerting it. And so you're just trying to soak and learn. And so that's why I was saying to those traders, bringing that up. And then the call in, when people do call in and we talk about certain subjects, or whether I'm bringing something up or Kevin, then normal streamers, or of course in the call in people, that you get that relation confirmation, as in like, oh, wow, I feel what Josh is saying, or, oh yeah, I feel like that. I felt that way too, Kevin. Or, J-Trades is always doing that kind of stuff, going on rants. And you're like, I feel that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do the same thing. We're human. Yeah, we all shit. We all bleed. We all have to take a piss. We all want some water after maybe we want a Gatorade, but whatever, when we're thirsty and hot, right? We're all the same. We all sweat. It'd be crazy if no one sweat. Lucky that son of a bitch. Although you kind of want to sweat to get out the bad stuff. I hate sweating. Like, you're just like, and then when you work out, I hate when you get so, which is good. You want to get sweaty, but then your shirt's like It's like someone poured a bucket of water on you, and your shirt's just like stuck to your skin. I hate that feeling. Oh, it's ugh. I wouldn't rather lick an airport fly. I love how he liked that analogy. I was like, here's something that's just fucking gross. The bathroom anywhere, but especially at the airport. Oh my God, imagine those floors. Boathy, what's up, brother? Yeah. There we go. Let's see. I thought my real name showed up instead of my church. No, it said Boathy. It said Boathy on the Google Meet. It said Boathy. That's all right away. I was like, I know who this is. It's Boathy. I know. I work with him. It showed your chat name, which is good. You got a little. I like that now in the end. I didn't know that I did the whole AK thing. You know, like I'm just Josh, but I go by AK-47 in the stream. When I went to the seminar, the Tradecaster seminar in 2022, and everybody was just like AK. I was like, I like this. Is kind of cool. You know, like I don't know why. I was like, this is different. You know, I'm getting called a different name, and it's like I don't know. I thought it was cool. I was like a pilot, you know, and they're oh my gosh, what is it called? Oh my God, they're wing names or what you call it names. Oh my God, what are they called? They're pilot names. What are they called? What's that called? There's wing. Oh gosh, damn it, what's that called? They're call sign, right? Call sign, whatever. Anyway, whatever it's called, like Maverick and Rooster, Iceman, AK, Boathy, Aussie chick. Yeah, it's kind of I don't know. I like it. I like having a different name. And on top of the fact, my name is Josh Smith. That is a damn commonest name, Josh Smith. And then when I say my name sometimes, and I speak pretty clearly, John Smith. I said Josh. Might as well just call it John Smith though. But yeah, it was fun. Love the call-in show. Good information. Sharing like I said, the relation confirmation. Sharing those stories with other traders. They get that relation confirmation. So like, oh, I feel that way, or oh, I do that, or oh, I like that trading strategy too, or oh, I do the same thing. That's letting you. It's gonna boost your confidence. You're gonna feel a little better about yourself. You're not gonna be so down on yourself anymore. I love doing that stuff. Both of you might have seen in Discord, but I'll post here too. I hope my call in was okay. I thought I was clicking in just to listen, and it was. That's hilarious. No, I don't have the Discord up because I have to show me that. Look what Reese on Alma. I moved my orders down. I shouldn't have done that. I moved them all down around like you heard. Oh, this is on play now all of a sudden? When did this? Alma just start playing. That was weird. Anywho, so Reese in chat. God, this is awesome. Look at the chart. Look. This is pretty cool, huh? This is pretty cool. Show me the money. I'll get a pink one there for Aussie chick. All right, we'll go with that vintage white baby. Oh, what about a little Heather Forest? Got to get that in extra large because they don't have it in extra small. How about charity pink though, baby? We gotta have purple in here. Where's purple at? I gotta get a purple one going. Pink. Okay. Show me the money. What do you guys think about it, huh? It's pretty good stuff. Got the logo on the side over here. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is right here. Anyway, show me the money. Show me the chart. It's a good chart too. It's a good chart too, actually. I like that chart. That's an AK-47 chart. Purple. Oh yeah, purple. Okay. At least I'm not a pink person. I mean, I'll wear pink. I like it. I think it looks good on tan people, but like girls and stuff or whatever, I'm more of the purple stuff. Like girls, a lot of girls are into pink. That's why I love Avery. She's into purple. I love me some purple. Looks good. Anyone can wear it. Cars look good in purple. Cars, no offense. You don't see no cars don't look that good in pink. I show you that purple. I'll show you one of these guys right here. Do I have it? I don't think I have it saved, unfortunately. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, I mean, this in purple. I'm just saying. Look at that. Whoo, that twilight purple, how much that pops. Love me some purple. And look at that. That's the one I want the most. Is this right here. This is my favorite color. My favorite color. Exterior special order color. I don't even know the color of it. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. That is so pretty. Is that the only picture they have of it? Oh, that sucks. That sucks, Roonies. That is funny, though. Both of you had no idea. I had no idea. I didn't read it because I was so into the call-in show. Lone Wolf did that last week. So you'll see Lone Wolf. You'll see Lone Wolf on the Discord and chat. Lone Wolf did the same thing last week. He just we're already in a call. He didn't realize that was just going to join in. He thought he was just he was just tuning in to listen, right? Oh, I thought that was funny. So now 2 weeks in a row, we've had traders do that. That's fucking awesome. So here we go. I've made a little folder actually for the M. So here we go. Oh man, this is the M4 competition, and of course it has the interior that's got the gold ceramic brakes that I want. Oh man, let's see here. Let's go through more of these. So here we go. Oof. Oh man, let's get to a longer video here. There we go. Yeah, Techno Violet's the name of the color. Techno Violet is the name of the color. Oh, it's driving to pick it up. I thought he picked it up. Oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. There it is. I'm trying to find the one where he's outdoors with it. I think it is this one right here, taking delivery. Here we go. This is the one. That's the one I thought I pressed on. So this is indoor. Oh, bro, that purple, and let's get it outdoor real quickly. Man, the gold ceramic brakes. Oh man, the dog coming. This is like my house, isn't it? Yeah, this is. Would love to get one of these. Here's this Techno Violet color again. The donuts, but yeah, this color. Because it's like one of those colors that goes from black to almost looks bluish. You can't tell if it's purple. Oh man, these are just love it. Oh, Techno Violet, here we go. Boom, bam. I love they have a lot of different colors. Yeah, I love the purple. The purple, This Techno Violet, absolutely amazing. Let's see if there's any videos here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Look at that color. Oof. And that's like when the sun's shining on it too. Wish they had like better video like that. Look at that. Imagine this in person. Imagine that in person. Oh my gosh. And here I've shown this off before in chat. Look, oh man, this thing is so pretty. All the carbon fiber too on the front of it, like the carbon fiber splitter. Let's see if I can go back to it. Let's go back further. Right there. Look at that. Right there. Look at the carbon fiber, all the carbon fiber. Absolutely amazing. So let's go to this. This is so cool. The color configurator. Look how many colors BMW has. So we'll go to the 4 Series, 3 Series. It doesn't matter. Oh, look at the 3, the M Touring. They got the Touring on there. A lot of people love that wagon. Look at all these beautiful colors. And then imagine seeing them in person, which you can go Google. Look at all these colors. I mean, if I've said this, if I won that, which that lottery ticket was like bought 5 feet from my house. If I won that 1.8 billion, even though I only get 500 million, if I won that lottery and I had $500 million, I would literally go to BMW and I would start with this color. I'd go get an M3 competition in this color right here, but a Turkish blue. I'd have it for 3-4 months, and I'd go in and I'd get Miami blue, and then I'd trade that in for 2, and then I'd go get. I'd go get them all. I would probably skip some of these. I would skip some of these for sure. But like these up here, I would love to have this in person, like that in person, or that even in person. Some of these in person. Look how many there are. Look at this. Look at this. There's velvet blue. You thought that's purple. No, these are just how many blues they have. These are all blues. I've seen Laguna Seca blue. That one's really pretty. That one's actually really gorgeous. Look at this. We're not into purples yet. That's all blues. Now we're getting into purples. Right here. There's my Techno Violet I want. Absolutely gorgeous, right? Got that scenery, change of scenery, which is cool. Look at all these colors. Look. Now we're getting into the reds. Now we're getting into these reds here. Or pinks even, right? This is one I actually was just looking at. I was showing you guys here that was on sale. Where's the orange? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? I don't think they have that orange anymore, the one I was looking at. Oh, the oranges are dope. Maybe it's one of these. There it is, this one. There, that's the one I was showing you guys that I was looking at possibly getting. I don't know if I have any pictures on this computer. I don't know if I do. Yeah, I don't think I took any pictures. I was showing you guys off in chat. It already sold though. I was looking at an M4 I was looking at an M4 competition that's this color, this Secure Orange 3 metallic. The one I had was, I think it was a 2. Now they're on 3, so it's a little bit different. The one I was looking at was Orange 2 metallic. Now they're Orange 3 metallic. Fire Orange 3, so they have like, I guess they throughout the years, right? The yellow. Probably would skip the yellows. Not a big yellow person. And then some of these grays are pretty dope, right? Or gold. Anyway, look how many they have. Look, I'm not even, look at this. You think like, damn, there's like 180 colors to pick from. Look how many greens they have. Look at this. I mean, this is green still. Look at that. Look at all the greens they have. I mean, imagine going through the greens and getting cars. Now we're starting to get to some more fun colors. Look at that guy. I mean, look at this. Look at the colors. We're now to the whites. You guys are probably like, what is going on here? How are there this many colors? That's how many colors BMW literally has. How many paints is this nuts? How many individual colors they have? Crazy, is it not? Then finally down to the blacks but it's crazy, right? That is nuts though. Or you can just pull this up and shoot whatever metallic. They got frozen color anyway. I go with the metallic because it has all the sparkles in it. But pretty nuts, isn't it? Pretty darn nuts. How many you can pick from? Did you end up getting the orange one you were lining? No, you had to pass. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I passed on it. Like I said, it was either trade in Voltron and I want a car so bad, but I just can't get rid of Voltron. I love that X5M competition. We got a pink Tesla trucks out here. And oh, yeah. I'm sure in LA. I'm sure you do, Aussie. I'm sure you do. Geez, hubba hubba. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Koenigsegg would be my... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's just one of the things I would do. Oh, I would have Ferrari. I would go get the Ferrari. I want an F8. Then I would go get the La Ferrari. I'd get the I would have the GT4 RS. I would get a GT3 RS. I'd get a turbo 911. I get 911 Turbo S. Oh, I would spend $50 million on car. If I had $500 million, bro, throughout the years, my garage would probably be what sits in it would always be right around like 8 to 10 mil worth of cars. I'd bet maybe more. I don't know, but yeah, I would just that would be one of those I would keep for a couple certain. But I was thinking about that too with Porsche because Porsche has a lot of different colors. I would get a GT3 RS in this color and a GT4S in this color, and I'd keep them for like 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And okay, I want new colors. Trade those in because I have to think about a lot of those supercars, especially the 4RS, 3RS. They're going to hold their value, so I can keep it. Hardly put any miles on it. Go trade those back in for more exotic, crazy colors. Oh yeah, I'd get a Koenigsegg. I like Koenigsegg's more than Bugattis. I just don't like Bugattis. I don't like the way they look. I don't like the Bugatti emblem. I think it looks ugly and gaudy. I don't like Bugattis. I'd get a Lambo. I'd have like 1 or 2 Lambos, right? Get a Koenigsegg. Probably 3 or 4-ish Ferraris. Same thing. 3 or so Porsches. 3 or so BMW. I mean, I would have like 15, 20 cars. I'm with you. Yeah, no, I'm not a big Bugatti guy. I like that Bugatti and the owner of Koenigsegg, whatever his name is too. Those 2 guys, I forgot their first names, but they get together and have fun in their vehicles after they're made. I saw a video the other day. I forgot which one was driving the other's vehicle. They were driving the other person's vehicle. I think it was the Koenigsegg driving a Bugatti, but I could be wrong the other way around. He was like, wait for those turbos to kick in, and the turbos were like so fucking crazy loud. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I'd have one of those crazy cars, but I would have some of those, like a couple of Ferraris, like that Koenigsegg. I don't care what color they are, the Porsches and BMWs, because they have all those crazy like blues and green colors. Like I'll just type in this. Like let's just go. We'll go teal GT3 RS, like something like this, like these colors, right? Like, oh yeah, like this. Oh god, bro. They just start with one of these, something, and then but this color right here. Oh, I don't care if my Ferrari's in that color, if the Bugatti or the whatever the Koenigsegg. I don't care what color those are, really. But the GT3R like this, like look how the white with the green, green wheels. I don't want a Ferrari with green wheels. I want a Porsche with green wheels though, because that looks so. Or this color combo right here. Oh, this color combo right here with the gold. Oh, you know what I mean? Like that's like this is even cool. You can tell it's a little bit older one, a few years old now. God, this is what I love, that you can go through the different colors. But yeah, I would have every 6 months I would be going in and getting a new 3RS or a new 4RS in a different color. Oh man, oh man, don't even start, because it does. You start going down that rabbit hole of like, oh my God, what would I do? And I've said this. The first thing is like, imagine that feeling, guys. I mean, both Ingrid, Aussie, anyone else out there, imagine that feeling. And I did that morning for half a second. I was like, I woke up that Saturday or whatever it was. Was it Christmas? No, I think it was the Saturday after Christmas, because Christmas Eve was a drawing on Wednesday. No one won it for Christmas. It was a Saturday or Friday, I think. Saturday I woke up. I think it was a Friday drawing, whatever. Because anyway, I woke up and I just got onto like my social media like I always do when I wake up on the off day, and just kind of get on my phone in bed, just kind of get through all the notifications that you're waking up to. I'll go to Facebook. First open up Facebook, very first post. Someone reshared lottery winner in Cabot, Arkansas. I'm like, our lottery winner I'm like, Arkansas won. We fucking actually had a winner. And then I saw like in that post, I'm pretty sure I saw Cabot. I'm like, and then everyone's like hitting me. I ran out to that ticket, and I'm like, oh my God, did I get it? But I remember I saw the Powerball number, and my Powerball numbers. I was like, I'm pretty sure that I don't have. I forgot what the Powerball winning number was, like the last number of the Powerball number. Anyway. But there for that half second, I was like, what? Winners in Arkansas? What? Oh, I freaked out. I was like, oh my God, what if it was? But then I can't imagine that you having the ticket and you seeing the numbers, and they're the exact same numbers on your ticket, and you know you have the 1 point. I can't imagine that feeling. Knowing that your life's done, you're good. There's no way you're going to run through 500, 600, whatever million you get. There is no way on God's green earth that's going to happen. It's the people that win like 1 mil, 5 mil, 10 mil. You know, those are the people, which you've seen those stories or specials, that people that win the lottery, not usually good. It's bad things that happen. Like Avery watched this one documentary one time, and it showed all the different people, a lot of different people that had won the lotteries that ended up bankrupt or owing money or getting into drugs and killing themselves. It's just bad stuff. It's the people that win these big old ones. You never hear from them ever again. You know, they've got hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're like, yeah, I'm good to go. Like literally, like I thought about this, but like that, you know, even like then I'm like, I would could spend probably $100 million. Let's just say I somehow could spend that much. I want to get a private plane, a boat, a yacht, whatever. I just go berserkos, and I don't know, maybe spend it. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how, like, I couldn't fathom having $400 or $500 million in the bank, or in like your stock trading portfolio that you just stick into like a whatever, you know. And that's, what do you do with that kind of 4 or 5? Well, that's a whole nother problem. No money, no problem. Do you stick it in different accounts? Is that what the multi-hundred millionaire people do? I don't know. There's no way they just have one account with it all sitting in there. Do they have like what they should, different Roth IRAs and portfolios that they're investing in, and some of it sits in different brokers? Is it different banks? Like, where do you set that money at? All right, team, we are popping back up. Let me take a little break off the mic here, chill with Avery out there, smoke a little bowl. I am getting a little hungry, too, from yapping it up all morning. Is there any question that you guys have for me? Anything Aussie Chick Bothy? Anything Aussie Chick Bothy? Love doing the car talk with you guys. Love doing that. Absolutely love doing it. Yeah, I don't think they have that. Already sold. That's so funny. So Perfect. This is literally where I got my BMW at as well. Perfect Auto Collection. They actually had one here, which is so funny. For sale here recently. I wonder when this sold. But yeah, this is this color. Beautiful. Competition. Carbon fiber roof on that orange. Whew. Oh, this actually, they added that on there on the inside too. Sweet, nice. That other steering wheel is a little bit sicker. Yeah, that's nice. Definitely nice right there. Got carbon fiber everywhere. That hood is so sick with this carbon fiber. Carbon fiber. Love it, love it, love it. That would look really dope with that orange. I was gonna name it Elway too. I was already talking with Avery about it and kind of getting excited. I was like, I never thought I'd have an orange car even, but I saw it. I was like, oh man, this in orange looks sick. So I would, I don't care about the age of it. 2000, these are sick. 2017, 2018 for sure. The wheels on these, absolutely so sick. That orange is dope though. That orange is pretty darn dope for sure. I like it. Yeah, I love all the different colors. All good here with the fun YouTube. Yeah, gorgeous. Oh yeah, for sure. No, I'm okay. I was right there with you. Going to take a shot of Willie's over. Yeah, love it. Do it, Bothy. Yes, YouTube, love the car talk. Yes, always. Well, I'll be back here in just a little bit. Yes, super pretty, huh? Super pretty. Love some BMWs. Porsches and BMWs. God, they're so pretty. Most of them are. See you guys back in a bit. Again, I have, these, it's so weird, these hiccup burp things I get when I talk so much in a day. Because I won't get them, I go take a break and then they just go away. It's always when I'm going live. It's so funny. I have a one-on-one at 3 p.m. Eastern today. 3 p.m. Eastern. That is an hour and a half from right now. I will jump back on the mic here in about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. I'm going to be in and out of my office because I want to keep my eye on SPHL. I am glad she's popping back on up. Why? Again, like I talked about, I want this play to hold up and stay up. Why? Because that means we're going to get more spikes and more fun tomorrow. Back in a bit, fam. Love you. I'll throw some jams on while I'm out. what's up? This all right, so this is hilarious. So Bothy, Broseph, both of you too. So I'm no lie. So I'm out there with Avery, and what did I had? I had notifications like always. Oh, it was Instagram, because Instagram. Look. Oh, I've got to show you guys this. I've got to show you guys this real quickly. So the story, or the right here. So this is what Trade the Pool shared this morning, and listen to my and ROLR, ROLR, went from 3 to about 35 yesterday. Over this 27 mark, recommended buy for a long up to 35, potentially even 50. Huge move yesterday. Looking for some more move today. Riley getting some movement in after hours from this yesterday. Check out the move here from Riley, up from $7 area up to $11.50. Watch for this to maintain this $10.95, $11 mark for the squeeze back up to pre-market high. Right here around $11.60 over. This could move to $13.50 for the day. And your new hot mover, SPHL. Check out this mover right here already this morning. Well, listen to my bounce area. Morning, we're talking from $2 area up to $12.50, a $10 mover here. SPHL. Recommended buy here. Now again, back under this 780 mark, we're going to see a nice good pullback. Watch for move back down to around 650, but this is high watch for long. Why? I said 650. I said 650. Watch for a dip buy. What ROLR did yesterday. This was a huge big time mover here yesterday, and you can even see here at the opening bell, we had a move up, and then we had a pullback and a bounce play. This is what I'm looking to play. Yesterday I was in long at 1277 on ROLR. This thing went up to almost. So while I was posting, or I was resharing that or whatever, I was scrolling through Instagram now. Twice I saw ads for the, what's it called? For the Willie's Remedy. Twice. It was like, it's like, did my smartphone hear me say it? Or when I talk, like, how funny is that you brought that up earlier, going to take a shot of Willie's Remedy? And then I said that earlier, and my phone must have heard that, and I'm scrolling through Instagram, and I see two. One was like a for you, and then one was like actually hit, like, you know, it's like, hey, follow his page or something like that. Oh, it was so fucking hilarious. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I told Avery, and I was like, we gotta try it. She's like, yeah, maybe we have to. I thought that was so funny. It works. It's a lot. It's like a lot. Helps me with pain. There you go. Yeah, that's why I smoke. I mean, I love smoking. It definitely helps out Avery. We got stuff like that for sure. But hey, it's a world we're getting into. Whoa, SPHL, massive reversal. Is that an offering? Nothing I see right now. Whoa, what's spiking up there? Whoa, SPHL out of here. Phone told us, yeah, that was hilarious. I was like, very intriguing. And so, yeah, I looked into it. I was like, and I've seen that before. I forgot where where were we at? And I saw some recently out and about. Well, I have not seen it clear out like that. Yeah, right. That was definitely nasty. So, may have to look into getting some of that stuff. May want to look into getting some. But yeah, that's awesome. But that's good stuff, though. Good stuff. Glad they actually have it and make that stuff now. Well, I was going to say watch for SPHL to continue to fly it for more crazy, awesome double top sell-off right there. I would say watch for, honestly, ROLR to continue to climb up. This is another one I talked about today to get up to 30. We got almost there, and it's still in high watch. So is AMA, Bahama Mama Llama. And I don't think MLEC is going to be doing anything much for the rest of the day. Large caps were pretty ugly. I'm still watching EVTV over here. CJ MB, the spiker from earlier, is done. I wouldn't worry about it anymore. If there's any questions, anything, you guys let me know. I will jump back on the mic if something starts spiking. I would be watching Bahama here. Bahama Mama Llama. I'd be watching this for the squeeze and more move up. It hasn't given us too crazy of a move in a while. It gave a nice move earlier. So, 16 kind of bull flag staircase its way up to 26. So it's about a $10 spike, in about an hour. So could watch for that into power hour and maybe another move, bullish move like that. Same thing for ROLR. Hasn't really done much today, but when it did, it was a nice parabolic move from 20 to about 29 in about 10 minutes, considering halt. One halt. So ROLR here, watch this maybe for a possible $10 pop at most. Hama Bama Hama Lahama, watch for a possible $10 pop as well. SPHL, not done yet by any means. This will definitely see some orders try to come in at 1280. Then the area that, of course, we talked about earlier, of course, I would have loved to get in on when I was in the live stream, was right there. When it opened up with the halt up, it's where it soaked up at, was this area, that 1130 area. That'll come up next. So 1280 area, then 1130 area. BE going to push here and make a move to all-time high. Maybe this downward trend holds with a lot. Let's go to B, B, and B, and B, and B, and B, and B. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with my levels for today. I think I said my ultimate high of day, if I'm not mistaken, Bothie, was Tuesday's high of day. I don't think we get that today. Now, maybe you move, like today, nah, not happening. Not happening today. Not happening today here. This area is just going to come into play big time for Ant B. You know, going back into that area, so much resistance there. I think it's going to build, my opinion, if you had to ask me, it's going to build more into like a tighter wedge up top here, and it may even have a red day tomorrow. Point being, come back up again. Anyway, I think it's going to, and usually that's what you get with these plays anymore. You very rarely just get the boom flying through it, and then there you go. Today, not happening. You know, we got an hour left. I don't see it happening, in my opinion, today. I don't think anything has to do with the SPY at this point. It's just most of these tickers, it seems like they're running in their own capacity today, and you're not doing little hand-in-hand action. Regardless, we are seeing some sell-offs here in some of the tickers that I'm looking at. Not that it's a lot of tickers, but NVDA, AMD, SPY. This is energy, it's not tech, but still. I don't think it happens today, and then if anything, at most, like I said, I think my ultimate high of day was Tuesday's. I don't think we get higher Tuesday. We'll see where we finish off today and how we close. But again, I just think overall in the daily, you can go back out in the 15-minute. You can see we're building up there, and then especially when you go out to even all the way to the daily, we're building up into this flag. Let's see if we don't have some red come back down, then push and pop back on through. I don't think it happens today, though. I'm going to say no. Today, watch for this, in my opinion, at most. It's got to hold 141. It's got to hold 141. That's for sure. To get any sort of move up, you know. Now it could get a move back up if it cracks it, but I'm saying to get up where you want it, it's got to hold 141. And then over that, you're going to run into two major resistance areas. That's just before you get to mine, which was or the one I mentioned, but Tuesday's high. So the first area really starts to peak in at 143 to this 143.50, and then you just have it hard from 144 to 144.50. So you're seeing that twice, where one area you rejected at a round number, and then you popped up above it, but 50 cents rejected at a whole number, went 50 cents above it. So traders are going to start seeing that common theme of the trend. It's always say find the trend within the trade. So that's going to be strong resistance before you pop through to go to new high of day today, let alone getting through Tuesday's highs. Got it? Maybe a downward trend holds with a sell-off before the bell. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would think, and especially under this 141. Right, and then you are in this downtrend with your good eye, right? You see you can put the line in of support from the bottom of where we're bouncing at, and then of course where we're failing at. And it still could pop. It could, but it's just got too much resistance, in my opinion, to really get to. Now again, volume could come in and maybe burst this back through. You know, maybe get some volume pops like this earlier in the day that are definitely a little bit bigger than what we're getting right now. You know, so maybe that happens and you can get some movement up. I just don't think it happens. And yeah, if anything, stay in this downtrend possibly overall. Now, if it gets back through 143, you'll have 43.50 and then 44. You know, it's just one of those things where you have a lot of red lights, right? So I just, I say no for new high of day. It does stay in this downtrend, but for how long? Because right now, I will say this, when you get these kind of liquid, like trapping a lot of, you can tell it's trapping a lot of shorts, I should say. When you get sell-offs like this, you know you're going to continue in that downtrend. So this should have happened in this candle typically too. You know, you come down, bounce, and go straight back on up. Yeah, that would, it's showing bullish. It's going to show, it's showing bullishness right now. Is my point, and it's trying to break out of that downtrend. But that's one of those things where now maybe it turns into a sideways consolidation channel where 141 is the bottom and 143 turns to be the top, and you start chopping around like this. And this was just a small little area above it, but this is really just the main channel you start to create. There's your big, long, elongated channel right through here that does crack, and now we are in a downtrend for sure, 100%, but I'm sure that makes sense. I really think now we could turn into just a channel where we're just douche, 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 douche. You got it, for sure. Just trying to overanalyze, but analyze it enough for you. I got to get off into this. I have a one-on-one right here, and at the top of the hour, so I will see you guys back at the closing bell. As soon as the closing bell rings, be back on here to see if we have any movement from these tickers. You know which ones to be looking at. I'll type those into chat real quickly. ROLR on high watch for new high of day as Bahama Mama is hitting new highs. SPHL, careful with this out of the halt. Let it set. Coup. I'll see you guys back at the closing bell. Hopefully you guys had a good green day today. Great bounce plays across the board. We kill it. I can't believe I didn't trade my own alert that I put on Trade the Pool and bounces at 650. It did come down a little bit lower, but I was just kind of giving a general area on that short that I had to give for them and put out this morning. Fuck. 650 to 21. Yesterday's 1250 area to 3350. So whatever. What a day. What a day. All right, I'll see you guys back at the closing bell. I can't put any music on, so you're going to have to do that for yourself, or, wait, test, wait for traders to come to you. These trades are kind of foregone. You don't want to trade them, or they're not their setup. Just go back or take the hour off, get some other work done, or do the journaling and tracking if that's your time to do it, if you want to do it now. It's not always about trading, always kind of have that plan of what you're doing. But I'll see you guys back at the closing bell.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Glad to hear that you're good.
Oh.
How it's been.
You have us. You're like echoing on the. You have us.
Oh yeah.
SPHL. Big spread.
PRFX. MTVX. PRFX.
REA. CJMB. EBTV. PRFX. UMAC.
T.
ROLR.
ROLR. LDWY. LDWY.
ROLR. PRFX. SPHL. Big spread.
PRFX.
SPHL. MLEC. Watch the spread.
KXIN.
REA. MLEC.
LDWY.
Big spread.
BBC.
SPHL. Big spread.
SPHL, geez, man. What's up? Back on the mic here, out of the one-on-one. Hopefully you guys have had a good day. What's up, Juice Boy? SPHL still on high watch here for after hours movement, so keep SPHL on watch. Your new one is RAYA, R-A-Y-A. Does it have news? It does not. It's been reverse split city. That was mentioned on our Discord there. Again, I'll put that link out there. I forgot for essentially it is. I'm going to start doing this every day for anyone that's coming over right now and after hours, anyone that's new or new to the stream today. And like we were just now live, I've been live actually for a few hours. It's just the page stream. So what I'm going to start doing is page stream, of course, your Monday through Thursday. Friday I'll be free some Fridays not all day long. But what I will do Monday through Friday, as soon as after hours hits, I'll let you guys, I'll put the live stream public so that way you can then come back and watch it and see what you missed for the day. What we got here? Discord. This over there. A wife in there. Cool. All right, cool. There's a free Discord there. Put the link out for you guys for my Instagram and, of course, YouTube, which I bet most of you maybe already follow me. Both do. Yeah, I think it's so I just put that over on the Discord. I think it's callinshow@tradethepool.com. So callinshow@tradethepool.com. Email that. Let me know if that doesn't work. And then I will make sure I get the right email from Kevin because, of course, I have his number. All right, there's my Instagram and YouTube. Follow, subscribe, go like. Appreciate it. Yes, yeah. Isn't that cool though? I love how they did that. I love how they did that. They messaged and said, "Hey," because they weren't getting any people to call in right out of the gate. So they were like, hey, how do we get people to call in? And they were like, hey, tell them if you call in, we'll give you a 5K eval. That's not a lot. But it's 5K eval. You can maybe turn that into a funded account. Yeah, if anything, you practice with it, right? Which will help out, which I love. Yeah, and how about that Ray? I just Googled that. I was like, that's had a reverse split. Anytime you see a stock and the 1 year, 1 day, or the weekly 3, if you see this like on that's been reverse split. The worst ever is SMX. Look at SMX. I think we've talked about this before. 560,168,849.72. Is that not crazy? Like, that is absolutely bonkertons. Yeah, so when you see that, she's been reverse split to hell. Petey, stop itching yourself. So you got to watch out for those plays. These plays are really sketch. Really sketch. Let me see if we get any more after hours movers here, and then I'm going to call it for the day. I was just kind of jumping back on the mic. PRFX is another one. Roller done for the day, in my opinion. PRFX, though. Here we go. Another sub $1 play looking to run to 2. All right, so we have SPHL, and I'll put this in chat. I'd say SPHL, PRFX. I know, Doc. Hey, what are we doing, guys? No, what are we doing back here? Who's doing this? Is that you? Do that? Who did this? Merlin, go now. What are we doing? That. Come on now. Anyway, on high watch. There we go. You going long on it? I'm not gonna trade after hours. Hey, here's my trade of the day, bro. Check this out. You wanna hear the call of the day right here that was actually alerted in pre-market? Oh, where's it at here? Where's it at here? Oh, come on. Let's go to profile. Shut this up. Good golly almighty. Check out this call of the day right here. Call of the day. Call of the day. You ready? Listen to this right here. This is money juice right here. Yesterday, over this 27 mark, recommended buy for a long up to 35, potentially even 50. Wait for the last one. Huge move yesterday. Looking for some more move today. Riley getting some movement in after hours from this yesterday. Check out the move here from Riley, up from $7 area up to $11.50. Watch for this to maintain this $10.95, $11 mark for the squeeze back up to pre-market high right here around $11.60 over. This could move to $13.50 for the day. And your new hot mover SP. Check this out. HL. Check out this mover right here already this morning. We're talking from $2 area up to $12.50, a $10 mover here. SPHL. Recommended buy here. Now again, back under this 780 mark, we're going to see a nice good pullback. Watch for move back down to around 650, but this to 650. SPHL, watch for move down to 650. And I said it's going to do exactly what this is. High watch for long. Why? What ROLR did yesterday. This was a huge big time mover here yesterday. And you can even see here at the opening bell, we had a move up and then we had a pullback and a bounce play. This is what I'm looking to play. Yesterday I was in long at 1277 on ROLR. This thing went up to almost 37. So we're talking a $20+ move from my 1277 entry. Look for dip buys on these hots. Love it. Yeah, no, man, after hours too, Juice. Not my forte. I will say, not my forte. Not my forte. Not my forte at all. Pre-market, got it. AUID was another one I called it this morning. AUID was another one that I traded on with Trade the Pool and you guys. AUID was another one. Let's go here to AUID. I said, watch the what? ADA. What was the A play today? Dang it. What was the A play? What in the heck was A play today? AUID, not Audi. Was I really just spelling Audi? And I think I was saying AUID, but I was typing Audi. Oh, anyway, this was perfect. I love this staircasing pattern. This is my go-to right here. When I see the stair starting to form, I get to going. And so what happens is I alerted the first one, didn't trade it. I'm giving morning alerts, and plus I wanted a little lower. I said, watch for the 130 area to go for a bounce. Comes up, fails, comes right down to it, and goes up to new high of day. When this hits this $2 ceiling, I know it's coming next. We're going to get a reversal and a push to 2 and over 2. And so my entry was right here. I was in at 166 for the bounce play. I unfortunately didn't get filled all my shares that I wanted. I had another few hundred shares. I think actually 1,000 plus shares that didn't get filled down here. And we look at it, boom, up to 2. So this is what I'm looking for. Because then I alerted another one. I say, hey, we'll probably get one more bounce play, 2 to 190 area. And look how long this 2 190 area does get bounce plays. Got one here, got one here, got one here. Now they're not major, no, but that's the thing. You get the third leg up, right? So first leg up, second leg up. I like to get in on that second leg to the third leg, knowing that after the third leg, things get a little iffy in that area, and especially when you have as many tickers that we had running today. You know, you want to get out of that trade, at least in my opinion, for a long, maybe if you have, at least mostly, right? If you want to hold it for a long term, and maybe it gets the matriculation or the squeeze later in the day, or pull an EVTV, there's that possibility. But again, 1, 2, 3, when we get into that third push up, I'm out of that thing for the most part. I'm good to go. I've got my move. I've gone from 2 to 3. This is my wheelhouse, you know, or SPHL wheelhouse right here. Getting that quick little pullback out of the bell, sell off from some of these traders, find the area that bounce play is going to occur in. Whammy, right? And then you get these huge moves. BDSX, same thing on Tuesday for BDSX. I can sit there and go through the ringer of that's all I'm doing, you know. Waiting for the plays to form, trade that ticker. Let's see here. Both E5 and 8 this afternoon on 3 trades. There we go, man. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. You said afternoon twice. I think Willie Journey's kicking in. You said, man, I just do so much from like those from the morning until now. Oh my, from stocks is my point to alerting this range, because there's so many numbers in my head. I'm like, are we in the morning? Are we in the afternoon? Oh man, oh my, oh my, oh my. Great, that was definitely good. Juice was nice. Yes, that was that's my wheelhouse juice. You know, I just wait for the charts to build. I'm a chart trader. I don't want anything. I don't want indicators. I don't like scanners. I don't want any of that. I want the chart to form. Like, I want to see what I like to trade. I want a certain setup to form. When that setup forms, let's just think about this. Could have been 3. Could have been 4. Could have been 4 today. 3 yesterday. We're every day this week. Let's go back to Bahama Mama Hama Lama Mama. Ama here. Let's go back here. I could have been 4 straight days, point being. I was in 2 straight days. I was in bounce plays that led to halts up. Right here out of the gate, which this one unfortunately was shitty and didn't last that long. But I was in here at 10:37. 1037, bro, was my average entry price on that. Check that dip buyout. Runs into a halt up. Now, I got in 1037. My exit area was anywhere between 1140 and 12. So as soon as this was actually hitting the wall to halt up, I'm actually scaling out of it. Not all of it. I held some for the halt up. But then as soon as it turns red, I was selling that shit. I'm like, no. So there's one. Then on Tuesday, BDSX. Boom. Look at this. I get in right here, hold this all the way to the halt up, and this is where I get out of this trade. Back to back. Now we go to yesterday and ROLR. Yesterday now to ROLR. This is awesome. I get in at 1277. Now, man, tell me another trader in market that got in at 1277, because I bet you won't find one, or very many of them. But I got in at 1277, and I called it out, and I told traders to take the long. I got out before eventually this goes into a halt up, which I think it's like right there. I think that was the first halt up. It may have been right. I can't know. I think anyway. Oh. And then today with SPLH and the 650 bounce that eventually. Now this one took a while till she halted up, but still, you never saw lower. Look at the dip buys I'm buying. You're talking a dip buy today that went from 650 essentially up to 21, and now eventually overall up to 25. That is a $20 bounce play. Let's go back to ROLR yesterday. Yesterday, another $20 dip opportunity, 20 plus in this one. So that's why I just wait for that to form every day. There's a money. Josh, I need to show you scalp watch. Yeah, no, that's no offense, smoke tuna. That's just not my. I just never will be that trader. Maybe down the line when I have more time. You know, I'm doing one-on-ones with traders. I'm streaming live all day long. I have to do morning alerts. I'm doing morning alerts. There's a lot I'm doing. It's not just I sit at home all day and get the trade. I miss those days. No offense. I know the traders are like, I don't want to offend traders that I stream live. You know, the people that are paying for my live stream or the one-on-ones. I love doing one-on-ones. I love streaming live. Imagine when I'm fucking in these trades and traders are in with me and we're banking. You know how freaking awesome that is, and the feeling that I get. Oh, it's so cool. So I mean, I love streaming, but yeah, I miss being able to like dive deeper into that kind of thing. Yeah, I definitely miss that. That I just don't have the time for right now. I'm like, here's how I trade. Here's what super success. I mean, hey, look at the bounce plays. It's crazy. Oh man, juicy. See, I usually wait 15 minutes after bell. Oh yeah, I mean, when I first opened, like I was just getting out of one-on-ones. I've talked about this so much recently in my one-on-ones to newer traders, right, or that have been struggling. I had to have a plan at first, you know, to systemize what I was doing, and I realized I sucked the first 30 minutes of the day. I was just trying to trade breakouts, momentum, and I just sucked. I didn't know what I was doing, and then I realized when I sat back, waited 30 minutes, 45 minutes, the trades came to me. I was a really good trader. I was traded with more success, with less stress, with more ease, so to speak. Right? I saw my success rate higher. And that then eventually you move closer and closer to the bell, like yourself. It's like, okay, don't trade the first 15 minutes. Okay, don't, you know. But yeah, it was, and now I can trade anytime I want, really. I don't like trading at lunch or power hour after hours. I will occasionally, but very few and far between. Those setups usually aren't forming at that time and what I like to trade and how I trade and what I'm looking for. And that's why even in that journaling and tracking, you know, and I started doing that, you know, it was huge for me. If I never started doing that, I never would get to where I'm at now, where I can just pull up a chart and see if I want to trade it or not. Now I can pull up any chart, doesn't matter what the letters are, and I know what I'm looking for in that trade. If it forms, I can, or if I know it can form, or if it can form that chart. And then there are certain time frames like that. I'm really heavily into bounces. Reminds me when I first started, 2020, late 2020, mid 2020 into 2024. I had about 4 or 5 different tools I could pull out pretty much any day, depends on what the chart was building, you know, for my halt strategy, like these halt plays, which I am trading now here and there, which I tried to trade actually early on the trade the pool stream. I just didn't get to play. Anyway. So a halt strategy, you know, playing halts, bounce plays, shorting every once in a while, being able to short the top when I really like the setup for like the double top, trend line, the shelf cracks, like trend line cracks. Essentially when you see a trend line, when it cracks, shelf, all a shelf is essentially a consolidation area when it cracks, you know, high of day. And then I got to trading large caps. So I was trading high of day, low of day breaks, you know, that was so huge. So I was trading large cap, small cap, going long, going short, doing options, trading 4 or 5 different edges. Cause it was, and now we're in this, and you can tell, I mean, it's time to go to the TTP and I hear guys like Cat's him too, but Nos or Mitch or it's ugly or it's gross out or it's been pretty ugly and gross out. You know, small caps have gotten hot again for sure, but they're running differently than they ran 22, 23, 24. They're kind of running, you know, more volatile and more like they were in some time before that, you know, like 2018, 2019, 2020. Even though then we were getting more things to work in my favor as far as what I saw, it's like the trend crack and the shelf crack that I talk about. It's just they're not forming as much now. And when they form, they don't work. So what works, and that's what you trade. A lot of the time, what's working is this, you know, reversals, these big and then back up. So bounce split, just whether you're trading the bottom or the tops. Those work the best. Breakouts are doing fine. If you want to take a breakout, you know, if you understand what you're trading, there's many ways to skin a cat. I mean, you can start using moving averages and indicators. I have what I call a Thanos crossover. I use every once in a while deviation channels here. You can see those are working out pretty well here. I like the 9 EMA, the 50 EMA is not bad. The Thanos crossover, of course, yes, Thanos is, you know, going into like a larger time frame. We'll go like a 10-minute time frame. In 5 minutes, fine too as well. And we'll go to play like, I don't know, I'm just going to go to a large cap ticker. Let's go to Tesla, for instance. And, you know, and seeing the move back over under certain areas for a short. So, you know, like if we make this bigger and say I want to get in for a short here because I see this reversal coming in off this really tight wedge. So I'm going in, but then I also see it's going to crack the 9. And the EM, not only the 9, but then the MACD. So the 9's here, the little light blue line going below the VWAP, cracking this uptrend channel. We're also crossing what I would call the Thanos crossover to the bottom side. And you would stay in this trade as long as the MACD stayed bearish underneath the signal line. And your goal would be getting back to the 0 line. So you could take target profit here, and then after and if and when, of course, should you still be in that trade because the MACD stays below the signal line, well, then you stay in long enough to get this, right? Many ways to skin a cat, and it's just finding what indicators and studies you use best. And I don't use a lot. I like the chart to tell me what to trade, and then the indicators to go with it afterward. Is PRFX running? Yeah, it's probably gonna flat. That's all. I like the upper and lower VWAP bands too as well. Rhea right now flat, upper and lower VWAP band not only flat but then kind of caving down. Same thing for PRFX. So when I see this over the years in small cap stocks. We're dead. This is dead in the water. It's going to be if I can talk, choppy. Not really trappy, but it will trap some longs and shorts because they'll think they're going to get a breakout, and then it'll just come up to 130 and fail. And then same thing here. So I think this kind of chops around in this 1 to 130 area. I love the upper and lower VWAP band. Kind of the same thing in effect here for AUID. You can see those bands not only flat but then tightening out. This play was stuck. Play was stuck in the mud. Wasn't going anywhere all day. It doesn't help. You get SHPL going 6, 7, 800%. Yeah, I'll never do AI trading. I mean, maybe down the line, smoke tuna, but I mean, I have a 90% win rate. I've got, like, I've showed this off before. No, I mean, this is crazy, So this is one of my top students and traders, and what is possible in the stock trading world. Man, I have too many emails. I've got to go back through and delete some of these emails. Holy bonkers of joyland. I mean, this is cool. I mean, he takes my morning alerts that I give, those levels I talk about that I do in the morning. Got a sell belt. Named it levels, as you can see there. Named a sell belt levels there. It's pretty dope. Pretty dope, right? Turned 950K to 4.3 mil on target. End of year 92% win rate. And this is me. I mean, that's about me, about a 90% win rate. I haven't done that yet, but I don't have a 950K account either. He's retired. He's older, right? And that's how I have a lot of traders that are like that. They made some good money, have retirement money. But yeah, I mean, 950K to 4.3 and self-administered IRAs, what even better, self-administered IRAs as well. Thanks to my levels. Thanks to this guy's levels over here. See, I just trade the levels. Just trade the levels. Just trade those damn levels. Yep. Juice Boys Let's see, going to start day trading my IRA. There we go. Need to catch up on my. There you go. Hey, Juice, if you want to turn that into a few million, maybe sign up for the morning alerts. What's funny, Rick C., when he came over, come over on the live stream here and there, and he said, this is about a year ago now or whenever, I don't know when this was. He had him for a while and, of course, was banking. I was like, yeah, but he spilled the beans and said at first, I guess he said his wife was not about. I was like, it's like, what morning alerts? Who's this guy? And I thought you joined Tradecaster for Sean Deckmar and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, this guy's really, and it was like, and it was funny because he's like, yeah, it's only $30 a month. I'll cancel it, blah, blah, blah. So that was so funny that the wife gave the hard time about, are you sure? And he was like, well, it's only $30 a month. It's not, come on, I'll cancel, babe. Yeah, so $30 a month. He's had a lot, but you get my point. He's invested a few $100s, and that's crazy to think he's invested $500, and he's turned $500 into $5 million essentially. That is crazy. If you think about it, it's just nuts. Oh, there's Shane. I'll give you 150K. Just turn it into 4 million. Hey, if you get, you got it. If you got it. Shane, I mean, I've had J-Web. I don't think J-Web's listening, dude. If he was, which is crazy, Shane. I need to play you a video. I don't know if I still have it. Let's see if I have it. John, let's see here. Here it is. Here it is. Let's see. Listen to this. This guy I do one-on-ones with, Shane. Tell me what head coach this sounds like, Shane. Tell me what head coach this sounds like. Oh, I can't download it. One attachment. I have to download it first. Okay, it's okay. I have to download it. Whatever. Cool. Listen to this. What head coach this sound like, Shane?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having one of them good old cold beers with that coach myself.
Doesn't it kind of sound like Sam Pittman a little bit?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having one of them good old cold beers with that.
Anyway, this guy, J-Web, was like, man, I'll split half with you. You take half. He's like, you can take half. I'll give you 200K. If you turn 200K into 200K, I'll give you 100K, You turn it, you make 100K, I'll give you 50K. I was like, man, that's a nice offer. It's a nice ass offer. Yeah, I know, right? I was like, man, I might take you up on that one. That's pretty good. Because a lot of people I work with have a lot of money. They retire and they have a lot of money. And so they're like, man, I see how you have a really high win rate. You know, and I hope Trade the Pool gets to this where you do copy accounts. I keep forgetting to ask them about that. Like, you know, you have a lot of prop firms out there. Usually it's futures where you can have copy accounts where I trade one. Like, imagine if I traded like yesterday in ROLR and I get in where I got, but okay, say I just hold it, but whatever. But ROLR and I get in one trade. All I got to do is take one trade. I get in at 1277, but I get in on 1277 in 10 different accounts. You know, same share size, 500 shares, 1,000 shares, but it copies the trade. So you're in 10 different accounts, 20 different accounts at 1277. Oh my. I want to look into that too. That copy, especially where I've gotten to, because I only take 1, 2, 3. Sometimes I'll take 4, 5, 6 trades a day. Not really where we're at now. Some days I take 4 or 5 here, but you get my point. Oh man, I would just be so honed in on getting that 1, 2 killer a day, because it would be like you taking 10 trades or 20 trades, but it's that same one. Just what Arkansas raised, yeah. Sam Pittman. It sounds like, and I'll give you this, then I'm gonna go head out for the day. I'll give you what Sam Pittman sounds like versus that guy, Sam Pittman. Oh, it's like the first thing I've Googled with him before. So here we go. You can see what he sounds like and him wanting a cold beer.
Coach, I asked you what the host of this party was going to be serving up today. What's the drink of choice tonight?
Well, you know, I'm not promoting it, but I like some old cold beer. I think I'm going to have one. I'm not promoting it now.
Enjoy it, Coach Pittman. Thank you.
Go Hawks.
How does Sam Pittman celebrate being bowl eligible?
Yeah. Well, I believe I'm going to have me old cold beer. And that's kind of what I like to do, you know.
All right, so there's Sam Pittman. Here's Jay Webb.
I wouldn't mind having one of them good old cold beers with that coach myself.
I mean, like, literally, that's his voice. He's not changing or anything. It's not like identical, but it's pretty close. What's up, Tack? My boy Tack and Ham. I love it. Smoked Tuna joining here at the end. Smoked Tuna Tack. I will be live tomorrow for free. I'm trying to get a Dual Stream Friday candidate to join me. Tack, Smoked Tuna. If any of either one of you guys ever want to join me on a Friday, I do what's called a Dual Stream Friday. You may have seen it before. I get another trader on, a little Zoom, little one-on-one, little talk, little kind of like a podcast kind of style. Ask you how you trade, what you're doing. You can show off some of your strategies, what to be looking for. You know, give advice, just facts, talking knowledge in the stock trading community. And then tomorrow night, I know a lot of traders love Friday night little shindig get-togethers. Tomorrow night, I wouldn't mind leaving the live stream up until 8, 9 o'clock at night here locally, and then having a good old cold beer with you guys and talking some stocks and maybe some football and whatever. Pig Sue, you know it, juice. Yeah, see, exactly. Yeah, it kind of sounds like him. It's funny because I had him do that. I was like, man, you need to send me I'm gonna send it to all my friends. I think I forgot about that, and I remember the email he sent me. But yeah, I was like, man, he sounds a lot like Sam Pittman. Not exactly, but you know, enough like him to where, yeah, and especially those two boys, I could see them drinking some beers together, for sure. Anything else you guys got? I'm gonna step off the mic. We really don't have any after hours runners right now. Just going back and check stock rocks here recently. Let's go to the scanners here on trade ideas. We got it. Is it just Chris? Is the other new one here? Is Chris the other new runner? Oris. Oh, right. Okay, I'm seeing that wrong. Joshua. Oris. I'll leave it in a 3-minute for now. I'll probably move it to a 5-minute in a little bit. ROLR not doing anything. Rhea, and what was the other one? PRFX. And yeah, PRFX was the one back down $1, not doing crap. It stuck out to the right. Vero's up too as well. So ROLR's not having an after-hour run. VERO is also on watch here. So Vero, and you can see how the VWAP bands catch the play team. When I see, now this can run. This has a look to run the way we're moving up and spreading apart. If you've been around long enough, and I forgot who I was talking with you. Oh, Freebie with Liquid Vision. Look, he's on YouTube. You can look him up, Liquid Vision, Liquid Trading. He's over in the UK somewhere. He reminds me on TradeCaster talking about when the hips spread or when the hips are flat. You know, I'm more of a I'm not a big Beyonce fan. I'm not a big. I like you can see my wife. I know Shane knows all my beautiful Avery. I like athletic looking bodies, you know, where it's all long arms, long legs, you know, kind of athletic, obviously. No hips though. It's just kind of, you know, maybe a little bit of hippage. I mean, I like a nice round booty. Let me know. I love a bubble butt. Trust me. Oh my God, I love a nice big booty. But I don't like the big hips. I'm not a big birthing hips kind of guy. It's just not my thing. Now, some guys love them some birthing hips, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about now, right? See those hips? Hips don't lie. When those hips spread, baby, it's time to have some fun now. And so you can see the hips are spread. Then the hips are flat. She's flat as a board. She ain't going nowhere. She ain't got no booty. She ain't got nothing. All right, he ain't got nothing. No offense. How many guys have NASA talls? I'll admit, I noticed that. How many men? Because I love it. I've got a nice, Avery loves. I got a nice juicy booty. She always smacking it and shit. I'm like, yeah, I like that you like my butt. You know, back in the day in high school, like, oh, that guy's got a nice butt. It was a compliment, right? Because you're telling that to girls, and girls are telling you that now. It's too many guys. Get your damn squat. What are you missing leg day for? Go get your damn squats on, okay? You expect your lady to have an ass. You think she wants to feel a flat butt back there? It goes from back straight to it's just back straight down, straight to your legs. Let's do something about it, guy. You know, that's got to be the worst shit-taking experience of your life. You ain't got no meat back there, man. Imagine you're on the shitter for 20 minutes. No juice on the booty, just straight bone. Bone to toilet lid. Come on, man. Let's do something better. Flapjack. Yeah, right. Flapcakes. I love it. I love it. I'm from Brooklyn. Okay, cool. That's right. That's my, yeah, hey. That's just the truth, though, right? We know it. We're talking truths over here. We're facts. But when it comes to stock, same thing. So we'll go to a 1 minute to kind of get my magnifying scope out and go through my different magnifying lenses, so to speak. And that's why I go to the 1 minute. Just say, okay, let me zoom in. Let me see if there's a chance. And I don't really think there is. I think we stay trapped. Going back and forth with this play. The one thing I do like is the W shape. So there is a chance to expand the band just a little bit and maybe get back in the 240s. But when we get flat kick, whatever, right? She usually will start to run a little flat. You can see even here, we start to try to expand. A lot of this is I'm not going to get into what we're getting into with SPHL. A lot of manipulation is as well for SPHL. Just talking a normal ticker, and when they're running, that's why I love using the upper and lower VWAP band. Not a lot of streaming services, and not a lot of brokers or charting services out there have it, but I absolutely love the upper and lower band. That's right, that's my boy. Tack, yeah. But yeah, if you guys, I'm not kidding you, Tack, Smoked Tuna, you guys, you have so much good information. Like I said, I'm not a big AI trader. I'm not really worried about scanners, but boy, Smoked Tuna, you know how many people would love to have that and make it easier on them, and they need that. I luckily can deal with stress. I mean, I don't know, whatever it is, I can. At first I didn't, but fuck, I sucked. My palms are sweaty, knees are heavy. I'm throwing up mom's spaghetti. I don't know what I'm doing by now. Short up that, you just didn't know what you were doing until I finally found the plan, and now it's so systematic for me. And so that's why I wouldn't mind down the line when I turn like 50 and I kind of get done doing the one-on-ones and I'm done streaming and maybe get to more like the master class kind of thing, because now I'm a little bit more big time of a trader. And I'm just thinking like the Adrian Mann's guy that I interviewed that was at the Money Show, and doing those kind of things, going to the Money Show and giving speeches and kind of looking. And I don't stream live every day, and I'm not doing one-on-ones. The only kind of one-on-one stuff that I do is the it's like master classes, like the AKNRs that I call them, so to speak, where you come meet me somewhere and pay X amount of money to trade with me for a few days and learn from me for a few days. Tuna signals, yes and yeah. So then, yeah, but I would love to have you guys on Tuna to talk about that. You guys are, you're great speakers, to be honest. You catch people's ears when you talk. It's a big thing of course, I've been doing this forever. My dad was a morning show host and radio, so I know the whole broadcasting, and when I hear someone talk, again, that's the big thing about me and the psychological and mental side of people. I'm really huge into that. And that's where that connects with people. When you sound good and you have a good voice, where you communicate and hit with people, I know that I can kind of tell. And so you guys definitely do, like when you call in the call-in show. And then, of course, Tack, you have, so much to offer as well. So like I'm saying, if you guys ever want to join me on Friday, I need to get you guys information. You'll need to email me. Email me if you want to join my dual stream Friday at joshasmith7@gmail.com. Would love to have you on to talk stocks, food, sports, movies, music, but mostly stocks. Juice says, make my watch list from the trade ideas and see which one. Yep. Yeah, that's me. I just get the high. This is what's running. What's the high of day momentum? What's the gap list? What's up for the day? Where's the mob at? Where are traders trading? And then I start trading the chart after that. So I'm like, hey, what's up? Why is it up? What looks good? What charts up for the day? And then just start trading that chart. Let's see. Still nuts that Adrian said 500 shares. You're like, you're going, yeah, I want to go small, 500 shares of Tesla. And you're like, that 500 shares? Tack, what time? Generally around 11 Eastern. 10:30 to 11 Eastern. Somewhere in there is where I like to do the dual stream Friday. Essentially about an hour after the opening bell. An hour and a half after the opening bell. Why? Because traders are still around. You know, stocks are still moving. So if you want to give examples of what you're looking at and why you're looking at it or what you traded for the day, that's why I like doing that. And again, because traders are still around. They haven't left yet. You still got some audience around from me going live at the opening bell. Of course, that's when everyone wants to join a free live stream. What's he trading? Why is he trading it? You know, so usually like an hour or so after the opening bell. You can, even if it wants to be earlier. I've had people join at the opening bell. I've had people join in pre-market. So anywhere literally from, I would say, 9 a.m. Eastern all the way till, you know, an hour or two after the opening bell. Anytime you want to join, like I said, just email me. Email me and say, hey, Josh, it's Smoke Tuna. Hey, Josh, it's Tack. Hey, Josh, it's Jew. I don't care who wants to join me. And say, hey, I want to join you. Is that cool? We do about 9 to 9:30. I'm like, sweet. Hey, I'll join you about 10 to whatever, you know. Yeah, oh yeah, Yahoo Finance is a good one. FinViz is another good one that a lot of people use. And that's the thing, just use what other people are using. Yahoo, FinViz, the same ones that everyone's looking at the same thing. Tack, that's doable. Yeah, let me know. Email me. Hey, well, yeah, for sure. I am all day for pre-market. Sweet. Yeah, just email me. Just email me later so I have your email so I can put it into a Zoom call. If you want to join me tomorrow, let's do it. I'm still waiting on a couple people to see if they want to join for tomorrow. I haven't heard back from them yet, so I'm not worried about it. You know, that's why I'm like, sometimes if no one wants to join, then I just won't do a free live stream. You know, it'll just be like, where's AK today? I thought he's live on Fridays. And I like that. Maybe some people, you know, where's he at? But yeah, so if you want to join me, I told you how to, and it's actually going more. So here we go. Okay, so this one actually is going a little bit more. I had a chance, I thought maybe to get back in the 240s. This play's moving a little bit. Bands are spreading a little bit. I love the bands here. Now what you'd want to look for is a bounce play. It's kind of like what Money Mitch did earlier with the SPHL, is you're going to get that first move up. Now look for a fib retracement back down to 230, 220 area if you haven't got in. I love seeing this spike. Now I know traders want to trade this. This is your one big long for the after hours move. It's not like it's crazy, but it's up $1.20. You know, it's nice so far for, you know, with the last, 30 minutes here that this has been live, 20 minutes, not bad, not bad, not bad. So now look for a fib retracement back down somewhere in this area for a bounce play. This is what I wait for. I just wait for the chart, you know, the chart to form and traders say, hey, I'm here. Here's the party. It's over at freaking Fred's, Vero's house. Let's see here. Where's that super trader Scotty Tradesman? Man, I haven't seen him in a minute, bro. Juice, even there are certain traders that, like Kush. I mean, I'm still friends with Kush, and I have his number. I text him on New Year's, just like, oh yeah, Kush, I haven't talked to him. There are a lot of traders, and you know, that did you see them and then they're gone, and I'm like, where did they go to? You know, like they just, it's like they leave the face of the earth. Honestly, I have no idea. You know, I don't know. I have no idea. But I do remember him. It was like Juan Trades. Juan Trades is another one that a lot of people like. That he was in the small cap sector with me, mainly for the most part. You know, I love nowadays. Of course, I dabble into everything. Well, equities wise, small cap to large cap. But yeah, he was a big small cap trader that people liked, and the same with him. I mean, it's like, and I think some people were like, oh, that knew him a little bit better. Said I guess he had health issues, maybe, and then maybe that stuff forms for some people. We just don't know it. You know, maybe they got stuff going on, whether it's with them or family or. Done. All right, sweet. Just took off some Vero. Good job, Smoke Tuna. This is the play for after hours. It's Vero. Smoke Tuna, sweet. Hey, Justin, you're awesome. Yeah, I'll email you back, brother. Catch you tomorrow. Sweet. Gotcha, bro. Sweet. Let's fucking go. Sweet. Yeah, I'll add you to the list. Same thing. Tack. Just email me, and we could do a double. I call them double dual stream Fridays, where I have two people on at the same time. I did that last Friday. I had J Trades on last Friday. I had Caesar on. I'll actually put that on right now for you guys in after hours, since we really have one runner. SPHL's not doing anything. Vero is your runner, and there's that fib retracement was very minor right there, and this letting you know how bullish we are when these retracements come in. Don't come back that much before they take off without you. That's what I always call that slingshot effect, where it kind of comes down and right back on up before you can even get filled. Hey, it lets you know you're ready for tomorrow. I'm telling you right now, get ready for spikes tomorrow. SPHL held up all day, well over the VWAP. You know, you had ROLR holding up a lot for the day. Tomorrow, in pre-market, after the bell, we're going to see some spikes. Could be former runners. I would imagine we have a new one as well. Keep your eyes on the small caps tomorrow. It's going to be freaking fun. Smoke Tuna, Tack, Freaky, and Friday Takeover. You ready for Freaky Friday Takeover tomorrow? Double dual stream Freaky Friday. Oh, because it's going to be freaky, baby. I might even dress up like a wrestler tomorrow just to be in the, oh yeah, talk like this. Smoke though, love you guys. I've been yapping it up all day. Sure, the wife is ready to take we always take a walk, then we work out, and then I feed the pack. Well, we feed the pack together, but anyway, I say I feed the pack because I feed the 14 dogs and the 2 cats. She does the bunnies. Anyway, but yeah, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. Let's go real quickly to levels here for VERO. See if we see anything here. Oh, shocking! Another 52-week low play. We have seen, I am not lying, well over 152-week low plays over the past 6 months. This is, let's go back here real quick. Here we go. Is that L you're talking to? L, I know it's probably L. That's just like, I want to go for my walk. Where the freak is dad? We have a dog that's like a human. Like, no lie. All right, so I see those 2 resistance lines right there. $2.80 and then $3. Now, if we get over $2.80 and $3, she is going to have some room to run. Is Vero. Go back to the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, over the 4-hour time frame, I'll go ahead and put one more line in right there. We're somewhere into the mid to high threes. So here we go. Vero resistance areas. 275, 3, then 3.5 area. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm telling. And that's the only thing that's gonna suck tomorrow. Smoked tuna for someone like myself that streams live. There's gonna be like 30 tickers. There's gonna be like 30 tickers we're looking at tomorrow. That's what's like. It reminds me of. Oh boy, she's still going. That's what reminds me. It reminds me of. September, where you get one hot day, then another, and then at the end of all those hot days, you've got all these tickers to look at. So what is it, 280-ish, 280 into 3 resistance area strong, then over that it's about 350 into 365 or so. So again, this is the play of the day, love it, or after hours, at least as of right now, VERO. What I'm going to do is, SPHL is slowing down here, boom, this is slowing down, 5-minute time frame. Throw that there. We're going to put Vero as the top ticker to watch in after hours. I'll throw that in a 3 for now. Give it a little room to run. We've got the areas labeled out there. We can see the next area up in the line right there. So we'll leave it about right there. Actually, I'll go auto. I'll leave it on auto. Lost boys, lost girls. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled afternoon and rest of your evening. All of you coming over here on a Thursday afternoon, appreciate it. From Bothy, Jose. Was in chat this afternoon. Appreciate it. Topher coming on over. Tack and Smoked Tuna. Boys from over at Trade the Pool. Take advantage of, like I said, Trade the Pool. A lot of good action. A lot of good stuff coming up with them. Their platform, updating it as well. Using limited risk, someone else's capital where you don't have to worry about it. You have 5K, 25K, 50K, 100K, 200K accounts. And VERO is ripping right now. VERO ripping. Like I said, let's see if we can get through this resistance supply zone. And if we do, she's probably going to run right on up to the 350 area. Lady Getty, yeah, Juice tomorrow, free live stream, free tomorrow, and I'll put that out there. Come join tomorrow, free double dual stream Friday. See you all around. I can type around 8 a.m. Eastern for pre-market trades and levels. Let me put my links out there one last time to put those at the bottom. That's what I was trying to do earlier, and then all you guys came over and were alerting, which I love that you guys. Sorry, Avery, I'm trying. Anyway, she can't hear me in this room. It sucks. I could try to talk to her, but she can't hear me. All right. There we go, which I'm glad you guys came over. I love it. I was like, oh, wow, a lot of people are coming over here in after hours. I was just trying to do a quick little recap, with you guys. And just the next thing you know, we get to talking, and I love it. I love doing this. All right, cool. Instagram and YouTube, go follow me. Go subscribe to me on YouTube. You're going to get a lot of good information. Instagram, same thing. Whatever I post on YouTube, you're going to go on Instagram, and you'll get a lot of extra information on Instagram as well, right? So you'll come over to Instagram, boom shakalaka, then you get a little dive into the AK life as well. Check out the sandwiches, my cars and rides, my beautiful wife, and what city is it, alerts and trades. The Razorbacks go Hogs. Woo Pig Suey with a big 40%. Look at this. Look at this right here. Ready? Let's go, baby. Whammers. Up 40 points last night. We're killing it. Yeah, the AI's coming to life. Look at the AI. And, of course, this is an AI. That's truly my X5M competition. The beast that is. And, oh, I just absolutely love this. And, of course, all these great, you know, posts and stuff. Instagram, YouTube, follow me, subscribe. You need help, book some one-on-ones with me real quickly. My website, just so you guys know. I don't know why that was a bad link there. Prime. Okay, that was weird. Okay, let's put this out there. That didn't work for the website. Here's the website link. Website link. Website link. Don't know why that wasn't working. I was like, what in the hell? Boom. Live stream, $70 a month. To come over, watch me live Monday through Friday. Pre-market all the way to after hours. Live stream, $70 a month. Morning alerts, $30 a month. Half a year, $350. $700 for the full year. Live alert, the morning alerts and the live stream, $1,000 for the year. And again, don't forget, some guy just has the morning alerts, and every once in a while gets my live stream, and mainly using my levels on large caps. The Rick C guy turning essentially 1 million into 5 million plus with a 92% win rate using my levels. So here are all my different packages and what I do. I do one-on-ones. Again, I just got out of some today. They're hour-long, done through Zoom, and I help you out as much as I can. Your mentor, your philosopher, your coach, your tutor, your motivator, you name it. I'm there for you to go over your trades, go over charts, figure out what you're good at, what you're not good at, smack you around a little bit. Not really. And I'm still, to some traders out there, I do have a sale going on that I'll let still kind of slide, which means, hey, if you get my, which I'll probably promote one more time tomorrow because I had someone still booked the other day. Like, hey, can I get that sale still? Like, I think it was on Monday. Anyway, if you get my live stream, I'm throwing in the morning alerts for free, and I'm throwing in one-on-one for free. If you get the 6 months of the live stream, I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. If you get the yearly live stream, I'm throwing in 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. If you get the yearly live stream pack and the morning alerts for you to have me all year long, saving you 2 months on the monthly, in case you pay monthly, I'm throwing in the 23 pack. 23 one-on-ones with me. That's 23 hours of lessons and trading and going over things. I do them in pre-market. I do them in market. I do them in after hours. If you buy the 4-pack and you only have $200 but you want 4 lessons, I'm throwing in 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. If you buy the 6-pack, I'm throwing in 2 of each. If you buy the 12-pack, I'm throwing in 3 of each. And if you buy the 23-pack, I'm throwing in 6 months of the live stream and the morning alert. So that way, whatever you get, the live stream, you get the morning alert, or whatever you're getting it all, right? So whatever you book over here, unless you just want to get the morning alerts, which you're just going to get the morning alerts. But if you buy any other package on my website, you're going to have the live stream, the morning alerts, and one-on-ones with me. So you have me to come over before school starts to make sure you have all your homework correct and ready for school. Then we go to school together. And then you come see me at least once or twice a week after hours, in market, right? So after school, right? So I need to make sure you're doing your homework right. That leads you back to doing the homework in the morning before the stock market opens when you're trading in class. Then after class is over, you do one-on-ones and you review trades with yourself or with me, right? If you have all 3 together, we get a system going, we fucking bank. I'll see you guys tomorrow on a free double dual stream Friday, looking like smoked tuna and hopefully tax joining as well. Banger ring, lost boys and girls. See you in the morning.
This is my first time doing the Zoom while being on my live stream. I'm on live right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm live streaming.
Okay, all right.
Let me see. I'm gonna put y'all in the building. Hold on, let me see.
We still can't see you, bruh.
I know, cause I got the OBS. I mean, you can see me on my live, but I can't switch it over to the Zoom.
Yeah, you can only do one at a time. Yeah.
See that? See?
I want you to be great.
Let me see. Well, let me see. What I could do is I could get off my live stream. I mean, because we already made it.
If you go to OBS, you can switch. You can turn the camera off and then switch it to Zoom.
Okay.
You don't have to stop streaming your thing. Just turn your camera off on OBS.
Yeah, just deactivate it.
Settings.
Camera. Yeah, you go to the camera settings and you shut it off.
Okay, so stream, recording, audio, video. Nope, it's not on that.
Go to sources. I'll tell you how I'll do this. Go to sources, handsome. Go to your sources.
Wait. sources?
Yeah, like you have your media source, your display capture, your video capture device. Don't you
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Go to your video capture device and
Okay.
click and click it like shit. Here, I'll show you on my live stream. Go to your video capture device and do this. See that? And
So it is?
and then but you want to deactivate it. See if I activate it, you have
Okay,
to
deactivate it.
Deactivate it.
Okay. Oh God, turning everything off.
Boom.
Okay.
Now you come over to us and join. You click the video button on the Zoom. Click the video button on the Zoom.
Yes, I did.
There he comes, just a walking down the street, singing do I did it dum did it do.
What up, y'all?
What up?
In the building. Hey, I caught the best trade today. Oh, doing my live, boss. The best trade of my life.
Congrats.
Hold
Cool.
on. Can I share the screen with you? I'm gonna show y'all how I did it. Y'all know me.
Yeah.
All right, let me go to it real quick, guys. Let me go to it. Let me share my screen. Where is it at? Where's my share? All right, request. I'm gonna show y'all exactly what I did. How I caught the best. I caught the best upside. The best upside, guys. All right, let me
Spy.
see.
I'm assuming it's the spy.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, sir. Where is it at? Let me go to it real quick. It should be this one. And share screen. Okay, here we go. All right, let me close this out and go to my chart and show you why I did what I did. So I'm gonna I got this. These are both spies. So I have the 5 minute for my my traders, guys. Can y'all see the charts?
Yep, we got it.
Okay. So I do a 5 minute for the normal traders who like to trade off for 5 minute, and I have my hourly. So I'm gonna tell you what I did. I traded off
TK,
my
you still
hourly
around?
time frame, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how I did. Let me bring it up real quick. Go to my hourly time frame.
Pause, Jay. TK, you still around?
All right, can y'all see the hourly time frame itself?
TKW. Hopefully you're still around. Since you literally just alerted us, literally was putting my stuff on to work out. With Trade the Pool right now, Trade the Pool pick me up, so you can go over to Trade the Pool over on their YouTube, and you can see here like going live. So I go live with him on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So there we go. You can see me on some of the live streams, and of course, then we got the shorts over here. Hey, the play of the day. Got my short. So anyway. So no, it was long story short with here in the short of trading futures, like a good job, good, yeah. Well, what's helping you out too? Probably prop firm like Trade the Pool, but Trade the Pool's future or it's not futures, it's equity stocks. Anyway, long story short, no, Deck stopped paying everybody. We're still a team, you know. We're gonna be getting together in New York, this, that, and the other as far as last March, and then all of a sudden May got a text. He has to lower my pay. He's not gonna pay me as much anymore. Numbers are down. Sorry, it just is what it is. And then in June, text everybody and essentially said, hey, not paying anybody anymore. If you want to stream live in your own lobby, you can. And so I was like, okay, cool. I'm definitely, and I at that time knew I was going to be leaving anyway to do my own thing, it looks like. I was like, well, it looks like I finally have to go do my own thing. You know, people ask for years, when are you going to do that? Anywho, long story short, so yes, he just stopped paying everybody and split the band up and then deleted all our stuff. Point being, I was going live one Friday and I came back from running errands and my live stream was off and was taken down. I got an email like your monthly whatever to Tradecaster is canceled or this, that, and the other, and I was like, oh wow, okay, he literally just took me off and deleted everything and I'm done. Yeah, and then it sucked too because at first he was like people were sending me like videos and stuff, but he was, oh, we just didn't see eye to eye anymore, and we had to go different ways. It just didn't. I was really annoyed with that. Where and I've said, made it known to him, like, hey, that wasn't cool to me. Me and Jade Trades helped you raise. I know it's your baby, but we were there from day one and always promoting. You know, I was always tagging you and shit on social media. You can't be saying we didn't see eye to eye. You told me it had nothing to do with business, and you're a great trader, and I love what you do. He just don't have the viewers, and he's not making the money essentially on streamer-wise anymore, and so he can't pay us. And then he tells everybody that we didn't see eye to eye, and he had to go separate ways. I'm like, come on, man, let's be real. Whatever, is what it is. So no, anyway, stream live on my own, do my own thing now, do stuff with Trade the Pool. I went to the Money Show, which was really dope. So in October, they flew me out to Orlando, paid for me to fly, paid for my room, paid for my everything. I was at the Money Show representing them as a stock analyst. So would have never have had that if I stayed, with him. He was never going to pay for that kind of stuff, or Cobra trading. And so it's really cool that Trade the Pool asked me to, and they pay me to stream live with them. So it's been I felt like it's free agency. I was out in free agency, left one team, went to another. No hard feelings, the deck. I mean, I'm not worried about what happened. I could see that happening. I get it. I understand it. I just wish it was let us know ahead of time, weeks or months ahead of time. And then after we left, don't kind of rub us in the, our name in the dirt and make it sound like we just weren't doing things right or something. I'm like, me and Jay trades are nothing but, and Jay was hurt a little bit by it. You could tell. Anywho, so yeah, long story short, but I'm glad you're trading, my man. I remember your name, TKW, and of course when I'd go live on Tradecaster, but then it was transferred over to YouTube, or whatever. And I remember seeing you guys on YouTube when I'd go live for free or whatever. So anyway, I'm heading out. I'm out for the day. I have my information out there all above. Of course, I'll be back in the morning for another dual stream Friday, where I am free on Fridays. Of course, I have the paid service Monday through Thursday, but Friday I'm free and try to invite traders on to talk stocks and have a little roundtable discussion, which this is last Friday's roundtable with Caesar, Riggs, and Jay. Hopefully to see you tomorrow, TK Dubs. See you then.
Yeah. Okay. So all I did, and again, shout out to AK for always, teaching me about the trend lines and so forth, because and on how and for everybody else who's listening, so on how powerful trend lines can be, guys. Whether it's on an uptrend or a downtrend, again, you pay close attention to your trends. There are psychological levels that will 9 times out of 10 rinse and repeat themselves, guys. So all I did was, once I figured out the rotation or the range that was on SPY, started from last Friday. If you notice right here, look how we started. From these bottoms, we got this nice rotation from the bottom of this purple trend line to the top portion of this trend line. You can see that clearly, AK and Caesar?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Okay, so every time we hit around that level, let me go ahead and draw that for those who are looking at it and not know what I'm talking about. Let me go ahead and, so every time we hit around the tops, we know that is a sell level. Every time we hit around there. So that means go for puts. Now, every time we hit around the bottoms, those are call signals. That means to buy back to the upside. So all I did was just play that trend line today. Let me go to it real quick. Let me close this out. Show you what I did. All I did, I told everybody to get prepared. So this morning, oops, take my time. Yep. So all I did this morning was waited for the 10 o'clock candle to come in. Because you got to remember, these are hourly candles. So after this 9 o'clock candle performed, we knew we had data that was going to come out. That was going to be the consumer sentiments. That was going to be at 10 o'clock. So I told them the game plan. I said, and I'm so used to SPY now, I know the psychological movements to it. So I said, guys, watch this trend line still holding. I said, notice every time we pull back, buy, step in, and protect this trend line. Equaling out, pullback failure, pullback failure. I said, look, as we go from post-market into intraday, into pre-market. Let me move this line out, move this thing out the way. I said, watch this level here, guys. I said, look how we hold it. And I'm going to show you why I got these lines as well. Now, I played all of these lines to a T, Caesar and AK. Now, the reason why I got these lines, if you notice, I titled them. So if you notice, let me move it over to the side. I got here, right here. Yeah, so right here, I got Wednesdays, pre-market lows, which was located right here, guys. Pre-market lows, pre-market lows. Yeah, right here. We have pre-market lows here. And then I have my other one dated for Monday's high day here, right? So all we did was take pre-market's high, because you got to remember, that area acted as resistance at one point. So what was once old resistance can now possibly be utilized for support. So y'all notice that? That all I did was take Monday's tops and now utilize that for support. Because when we were underneath that price point, you pulled back. You pulled back until you got that break above that price point. So as we got this hard pullback, all I was doing was buying in these key areas. I bought here, and I bought here as we pulled back. Because I told everybody, I said the way this is setting up, this could be setting up for a major bear trap. I said because we're already starting off pretty bullish in pre-market. Let me go to it just a little bit. Right about here. Yeah, so right here from pre-market bottoms, I said, guys, look at this setup. From Wednesday's bounce to Thursday into Friday. I said, guys, pay close attention to this trend line. I say, see on how we're leveling out, we're still holding. I said, we got some key levels that's going to be around that trend line that can add this double support, triple support. I said, we got that Wednesday's low of day, and we also have Monday's high of day. So after we got this 10 o'clock candle pullback, I waited. So as we started to pull back down, I bought in, held my levels. So therefore I had a lower risk, but more of a higher reward. So I utilized these price points to the best of my ability. Next thing you know, buy, step back in, bought right back on up, sold it up to the top, boss. And all I did was play the rotation from the bottom of that trend line to that mid trend line. We rotated from bottoms to the midpoint, and look what we got rejected at, right? Midpoint now acted as resistance for a possible put. Back on down. Bam. Done. And that's all through the guidance of you, AK. Learn from the best, baby.
There you
You
go.
taught me everything I need to know on how to respect and appreciate my trend lines. Understand, as long as those trend lines hold, you play the trend lines because those can be psychological levels where we didn't play off this level more than once. Buy stepped in, buy stepped in, buy stepped in, buy stepped in. Got a little crack below down to the pre-market. Towards that Monday's high of day. Again, why did I utilize this level? Because again, what was once old resistance, Monday's area, which held up as resistance, now being support, I bought in at these tops because now all I did was reverse that level from resistance now to support and caught that move back up to the upside. And I told everybody to be prepared for that possible rotation from the bottom of this trend line to the top portion of that trend line, and we bang. Got it. Got it, boss. That's it. And I learned from you. And again, I want to give a shout out to you guys because I learned everything from y'all. Caesar, AK-47. I learned from you guys, man. You guys are the greatest, man. I thank y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Hey, right out of the gate there with a little mini lesson there. Love it. Right out of the gate. Dropping facts. Dropping facts. Love it. Yeah, no, you gotta. Yeah, it can't get. It trends your friend. Do not step in the way of a train. And so it's very simple. Yeah, you've learned through the years what lines to use. And which ones not to use, and you just sit there and trade your lines. Like I said, put your lines in and trade them.
I mean, and then like I said, AK, look at this massive bear trap, and I warned everybody. And again, what gave me the notion of that was because of how we were already setting up at pre-market.
Right.
With pre-market, we were already setting up for a bullish movement on up to the upside, almost giving us like a cup-like pattern. So if you look at Wednesday's tops, right, going in from Thursday into Friday, what do you have? You have a U-shaped pattern. You literally have a U-shaped pattern right in front of you trying to go for what? A red to green move. And psychologically, we know on how those levels like to play out, especially on Fridays. What do we normally do on Fridays? We short squeeze. So when we pull back down, I told everybody, I said that trend line is holding, guys. I said we could be going for a possible bear trap. And another reason that gave me notion was because on how this candle closed out first. I said, now, if we would have closed underneath that trend line, then that would have been a different story. Because now this trend line is turning to resistance. But this first candle, a 9 o'clock candle, closed right at 9 o'clock, so that means that level held. Now, as 10 o'clock candle came out, and also I looked at that candle's close. So I looked at the lows, and I looked at that close. So I told everybody, and there's another trick that I tell people about too, AK, I don't know if you tell people about this too, that depending on in Caesar, depending on the direction, you can utilize those candle closes for the next leg either up or the next leg even down. Yeah. So right here, for example, pre-market, right here, this green candle closed out, right here, because you got to remember, as everybody who's listening, your green candle closes up, your red candle closes down. So when this candle showed that we had bullish strength and bullish momentum, the first thing that I saw, AK, was a bull flag pattern. That was the first thing I seen. I seen an engulfing green candle, good strong bullish candle, putting it right back on top of that trend line, also equaling out to a possible bull flag pattern right here. Bam. So all I did was watch this candle's close and go right across the board. For those who don't know what I'm talking about on how to utilize closes for the next leg up, you take the previous candle, right, and you mark a line right here. So that previous candle close was right at 690.38, right? Yep, right where I got that right red line at. So if you notice, go across the board, guys. Pull back failure. Pull back failure. Where did those buys come in at? From that candle's close to this candle's open for the next leg on up. Also, if you notice, guys, we have a bull flag pattern. So you had a lot of signs that was giving us bullish sentiments. So you had a bull flag pattern. We was on top of this trend line. Look at the setup. You had a bullish movement to the upside. Now, as we were still moving on up, I wasn't gonna chase these tops, and I told everybody I wasn't gonna do that. I said, guys, and the reason why I wasn't gonna chase these tops because I recognize these high areas. That's the previous 52-week high, and that's the new 52-week high. And I'm not about to chase to the top. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wait for a pullback bounce. So as we ran on up, I watched this level. We went green to red. This level, 52-week high, turn it to resistance, and pull back down. I'll say, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait for us to pull back down to some old key areas. So once we pull back down, I bought in for that nice bear trap because I told everybody to be prepared for a bull trap back to the upside. Once we came back down, what happened? Look at this, all this buying pressure pushing back up to the upside, and we got that candle now on top of that red candle's close, now turning that into support, and it got that push to the upside, and that was it. Easy. I just got a little different method of madness on how I trade my stocks, and at first I stick to the trend line, confirm that, and then I go for the moves inside the trend line. But again, shout out to AK47 and also Caesar for helping me understand on how valuable your trend lines are, how valuable your BWAP is. You got to take these into consideration. And another thing what a lot of people fail to do is, and I mean, you guys can probably agree with me, AK and Caesar, that a lot of traders, all they do is look at one intraday. They look at one intraday and try to figure out on how to make a move. I tell a lot of people, what you have to do is step outside of that. Instead of looking at one intraday, go back out just a little bit where you can kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together. Take from Wednesday's movement to Thursday's movement into Friday's movement, you can clearly see a range or clearly see a setup right in front of you if you take a step outside of that one particular day that you are trading to kind of give you an idea of the overall setup. Because again, taking Wednesday's tops, going into Thursday's bottom, into this area of Friday, all we did was create a U-shaped pattern. And that's another thing that a lot of people fail to do is take a step outside of that one intraday, go back a little bit, look at the past areas to see, okay, you're going to have a psychological area where sellers came in at. You're going to have a psychological area where buyers came in that you can utilize for the present. And what did I do? I used the psychology areas on Thursday's plays, right in this little zone, played it right back up towards Wednesday's area. Easy. And then also, what pattern did you have? A nice U-shaped cup-like pattern. And uptrend, I put everything together to kind of give me the idea, guys. Man, what's the next level? So I made a 1 hour trend line that for my 1 hour traders that may utilize this this chart, and I got a 5 minute. And look at the 5 minute even did the same exact thing on a 5 minute time frame. Once you got back above that trend line, what did we do? Got that nice catapult right back up to the upper portion of that trend line. Easy. And then again, trend lines. Trend. And AK preaches this all the time on how important the trend is. And the reason why, guys, the trend line is so important in every aspect, guys, all the market does is rotate. You either rotating up or you're rotating down. It's always a designation area where the market is trying to go. Guys, that's why it's called a trade-off. Because when buyers are in control, we pushing up to a certain level that we're going to cap out, where sellers can now come in and then pull it right back on down. They work hand in hand. All the market does is rotate. Look right here, for example, guys. Once you ran up towards 694, you rotated. You rotated down now to the 680s. Then you held 680s. You rotated all the way back into position. Guys, all the market does is rotate. That's it. So don't make trading complicated. Once you identify yourself with psychological levels, play off of those levels. Why do you think I had so many lines on my 1 hour time frame? Because I utilized those levels. Think about it. If I wouldn't have put in those lines, I wouldn't have known where to bought in, buying after this pullback, right? All I did was utilize Monday's high, Wednesday's lows, utilize those areas to the best of my ability to play it right back up to the upside. But I took those levels. And AK and Caesar can agree with me on this. All the market does is go through 4 states every single day. You just have to identify what it is. And I got a drawing right here that I use for my people. 4 states that the market goes through, guys. You go through either a trending state, a ranging state, which is the channel, a breakout state, or a reversal state. Once you identify yourself with whatever state that we in, you play that, guys. Uptrend, downtrend, range, breakout, reversal. Once you identify yourself with that, play off of it. How did I know to trade this? Because I played off of a what? Trending state. Right here. We are uptrending, trending to the upside. I identify myself with the state that the market was in, and I played off of it.
You a player. Just a player playing the market. So
and I've learned a lot from you guys, man. I mean, you guys showed me everything I needed to know.
You getting any trades in today, Riggs?
Oh yeah. Caught some longs on NQES and the Russell. Currently in a long swing trade on silver. Silver this year so far has, well, it's been my baby and my go-to this year. Uh, from purchasing it in the 70s, and I really started playing it when I was in just before the end of the year, when I was in San Antonio. I was driving back from Houston, and this thing it gapped up to like 70 something, ran all the way to 82, and I traded that. And then since then, I just been playing. Every time it does a massive 4 to 5% pullback, I just start scaling in. Because of the margin requirement based off of how much it's moving per day, like TD Schwab has increased it, but there's other brokers where it's relatively cheap. But today I caught a nice buy on Russell, ES. I'm still looking to re-enter the ES for a movement back up to the 700 area. NQ, I'm doing some day trades, but I'm also going to probably end up holding a position over the weekend because I'm looking for NQ to hit 26,150 next week. I'm also be looking at the end of the day to pick up some triple Q calls to expire next Friday because I think at least by sometime midweek next week we'll be back over 26,000 on the NQs. And I can share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead, boss. Yeah, I closed mine. So, in other words, you're predicting more upside to come, Caesar?
Yeah, there's more upside to come, in my view. So if you look at my screen, so here are some levels that I have on NQ. I'll show you the trade that I caught on ES. So I caught ES once it broke back above the 69.71, which was yesterday's closure, and my target was to the 700, but now I'm looking to re-enter it again, being that it's holding above yesterday's daily high. And then with silver, where's silver? Silver, I picked it up yesterday around the 74 level. And if you go to a 4-hour time frame, I had ran a fib and it was around a fib retracement. So I'm liking this back up to the 82s and possibly a breakout to 89, just because of these tensions that are, ramping up between, well, one between US, China, Russia, right? With the US overtaking a Russian tanker, like oil tanker that came out of Venezuela that they overtook during in international waters. And then you have Trump talking about going after Greenland, which is set in the European countries to band together, where they're going to end up, essentially possibly going against Trump or going against the US. So with all these tensions ramping up and Trump, stating that next year they're gonna add 1.5 trillion dollar to defense budget. So I'm just picking up as much rare metals, stocks that have to deal with rare metals to be able to, hold out for, this long-term play based off of escalating tensions.
All right. I like the thought process. What do you think? Okay, let's say this. It's a huge year in 2025. It was like a Santa rally. We always talk about that, right? Santa rally. It was like a Santa rally all year. It just was, we kept going, obviously, after the tariff thing in April. How much more upside do you think we have until we actually do get a good size pullback? We haven't had one. I mean, we've been more consolidating, between like 670, 650s, trying to get to 700. Do you think we'd do that anytime this year? Or is it just pretty much straight up again?
So I do think we're going to have a pullback sometime this year. It'll probably maybe like a decent 5 to maybe 8% pullback. Probably when Powell comes out of office is when we're going to have that. Either that happens, or let's say, tensions between the US and European countries like really ramp up, like he's dead serious about going after Greenland. That's going to cause massive uncertainty, and it basically will have a reaction similar to what happened when Russia and Ukraine conflict started, right? So headlines that you want to look for is tensions continue to increase between the U.S. and some of the NATO and European countries pertaining to Greenland. The other thing you want to look for is China possibly mobilizing against Taiwan, right? Because on a political level, what the U.S. just did with Venezuela just basically opened up a can of worms where now it gives any other country that has the military capabilities to overthrow or take over another country that they deem that leader is doing whatever or whatever they feel that is against their particular law, even though that leader is not a citizen of their country, right? So the things that I'll be looking for is tensions between Europe and the US increasing, Taiwan, but I think China going after Taiwan is more so going to be around 2027. And with Trump's, saying that like he wants the market to run up and like, continue to take out all-time highs, we might not see a decent retracement until, maybe Powell is about to come out of office.
How many more interest cut rates do you think we see this year? Do you think we get any more? We come down some more? We stay the same?
I think we stay the same. Maybe like we stay the same until Powell is out of office, right? Once Powell's out, like if Trump gets someone that he wants in there that's ready to do his bidding, we're gonna get a couple. But us getting more cuts, it's not a good sign for the economy, right? Especially with the tariffs and stuff like that. And obviously, like, the judges, they've agreed not to give their opinion on the tariffs today, right? So there's a lot of underlining things going on, especially like with the numbers of the data numbers that have been suppressed, right? That we're not really getting the true numbers of things. So once a lot of these other things start to come to light, yeah, we're going to see some pullback. But as far as cuts, maybe one if with Powell still in office. Once Powell's out of office, contingent upon Trump getting someone he favors in there that's ready to do his bidding, we could see anywhere from 3 to 4.
Wow.
And that's towards the end of May, right?
Yeah, towards the end of May is when Powell will be out. And it's because like after May, towards the end of May, we have June, right? So I think like the next Fed meeting would be like in June. And then like the next one after that would be like September, October, and then towards the end of the year. So we could literally see like three, every Fed meeting after Powell's out, a cut.
Okay.
Yeah. Be interesting to see. What do y'all think about that today? I mean, both of you guys, your opinion on the no decision. We all that build up to it, and then nothing.
Nothing.
So, I mean, with that, like, I'm not surprised, bro, because like it's literally like it's almost like a page out of Trump's book, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this massive announcement, and then last minute pull out. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do this. We're gonna put tariffs. We're gonna put 100% tariffs on such and such country. Comes to implement it. Oh, we're gonna push it back, another 2 months. So a lot of it is just keeping you on the edge, expecting whatever. And honestly, I'm expecting them to just keep things as is. And if they keep things as is, the market really doesn't, move because I feel the market has become desensitized to the whole tariff situation. The only way that we could really see some solid movements is if the Fed, the Supreme Court says, oh yeah, Trump, you can't do this, and they take back everything, which then the market would really run up.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too. I was wondering what your thoughts were. I was thinking spike too. So yeah, it was my thought process. If they did somehow do a knee-jerk reaction and have to erase everything, then yeah, then you think too the market goes up if that happens. What about you, Jay?
I think so too. That we're gonna have that bullish rally to start off with, and like I was saying, and I agree with him in due time. I think we're gonna get that pullback, but I think starting off we're gonna be definitely getting that bullish rally back to the upside towards the 700 pluses. I think so.
And that's what I'm looking forward to is that break of 700 because I think then we get some nice bigger movement. We have been a little choppier days, a little bit less rangy. Would love to see some momentum and some breakouts again, and I think that's when that would happen. And I'm a big fan. And here's what's crazy, Day Trades. I was going over. I always get these like memories or when I share stories, and it was when the SPY was around 504, and I was like, oh, I remember when I was over in his lobby. We was talking about the 504 boys.
Yeah.
And that seems like it was yesterday, but that was so long ago now. And here we are at 700, and it's just crazy to see a $200 move, and that seems like that was just yesterday. So yeah, it's been fun, to see that journey of back when it was even. Remember we did those roundtables
Yeah.
With deck, back in the
It was
day. And I
under, it was
remember,
under 4, bro. It was under 4 back
yeah,
then. Like,
because
yeah, like so to see where it's at now, like it's really amazing. And one thing that like people need to understand is that the market is designed to go up. No
Oh yeah.
matter how much of a pullback we do or whatever, like, people get into positions and a lot of times they tend to oversize, which really affects, their psychology. But overall, like if you don't over position yourself, like, and you can just ride out these waves, or you wait for when there's like a nice, massive red day. Like, you go buying, bro. Like, I get excited on red days. Like, if the market had like a nice bloody week, yes, please keep on going. Let me get that discount. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
all
Yeah, buy
over.
low, sell high. Exactly.
yeah, man. So people get, they get really bummed out when we're having these massive sell-offs. But I'm just like, just you look at it from like even like a consumer aspect. That we just hit the 7,000 again. From a consumer aspect, it's like every time there's a massive pullback in the market, it's like view that as a discount. You go to
Exactly.
the store, like most people, they can't wait for Black Friday. They
Yeah.
can't wait for Cyber Monday or this and the third. Why? Because on these specific days, you're getting a massive discount. Well, shit. If in 2 months from now the market drops 20%, yes, be excited. Let me put
Yeah.
somebody to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let me go shopping. Like
Yeah.
have a list of companies or trades that you're looking to do, and then go shopping, man. And it's like I'll even bring it to the rare metals, bro. Like I'm seeing so many people now talking about silver. It's like, bro, like
Yeah.
the time to pick up silver, bro. Like I started picking up silver in the end of 2024, right? Because gold was too expensive. I bought a lot of gold at 1,700, and I'm just like, gold at 4,000, I'm not interested,
Yeah.
because the most upside I could see right now for the next couple of years on gold is maybe 5,000, maybe 5,500. There's not a great ROI. I bought in at 17. And then I'm like, okay, I'm looking at the rare metals and I'm like, what can give me the greatest ROI, right? Silver. Because silver was still undervalued and underperforming. It was like I started buying it between $29 and $30 an ounce. And now you look at this thing is at 80. And in outside of the US, silver is over $100.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So it's like I buy silver here for 70, $60, and I go to freaking China, or I go to freaking the Middle East or in Europe, I'm selling it for almost $100 an ounce.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you said too. I mean, I've said that about Bitcoin. It's when it got so expensive again. Yeah, it's you think about that across the board, but Bitcoin would be another one. But point being, I'm just thinking like you, like logistics. If someone said, and I know how much, just say a car costs, and it's like a car costs $60K, but now they're charging $120K for it or $400K for it. I'm like, I ain't buying that car. It's a $60K car. And the heck am I going to, it's like, well, I ain't doing that. You want to come back down to my levels, I'll come back down and play with you. But you go way up there, then no, it ain't happening. So yeah, you're right. You didn't really think about it that way sometimes with the analogies that I always love to give. And yeah, that's a great analogy of, Black Friday or how things cost. I'm like, hey, if it's on sale, or if it's way more expensive, then yeah, that's what you should be, eyeing and understanding those things. If it's way overvalued and it's super expensive now, don't trade that. Find something else to trade that is undervalued and has a good price and move up. Same thing again. Like you just think about that and then with your, a TV. If a TV normally costs 800, but now they're charging 8,000 for it, you're not gonna buy that TV. You're gonna buy the other one that's 800 or whatever.
Oh yeah, you go find the Temu version, or you go find the Chinese version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you buy that, and you get the best, because a lot of it. I mean, a lot of times when you're buying things, like you're basically buying a name, right? Because once a brand has established a certain thing, they can charge a certain amount for the same level of quality that you're offering. So back when I mainly traded stocks, like it used to be called a sympathy play, right?
Yes. Yep.
Like whenever I was trading like a stock in the pharmaceutical sector, or I was trading a specific tech company, and let's say, for example, like the whole craze of AI and everything like that. We have Nvidia and AMD running up because they just made some massive deal, this and the third. Yes, they're gonna move. Let's say Nvidia and AMD, they're in the $200 range. They're outside of my price limit, right? For what I'm looking to gather within that day or week, they're outside of my price limit. So then what I would do is I would go and I would look up stocks in that same sector, right? That maybe had usually that had some sort of affiliation with these companies. and then I would trade those stocks because now there are more people there are more people with like less, that are non-credited investors that will look to start purchasing these lower expensive stocks because they have the greater amount of upside, whether it be 30%, 50% or whatever, but you're going to get a better ROI versus if you buy, Nvidia at, 190, but Nvidia only goes to 200. Yeah, you're only getting a 10 point, but it's like if you go and you drop $1,000 or $2,000 on a $15 stock and that stock goes to 30, that's a hell of a return.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So that's how I view stuff. So when something gets like too expensive, okay, what's in that same vicinity that has the potential, but also like, I'm paying attention to the geopolitics. I'm paying attention to what's happening and how things are just amassing and accumulating. And it's like, holy shit, like are we potentially on the route of like, World War III, like the US just knock off the first domino where it's like, oh shit, like, we just invaded a country.
Yeah. Literally, yeah. No, and you're right about that. The sympathy plays. We'll see that all the time, even into the small cap sector. You're going to see that just across the board. It's one thing, to keep your eye on too as a trader. It's just all the stuff that you learn. Like I said, we get into this, like myself, like, oh, you just see the glitz and the glory and the money that people make, and you go, okay, I'm just going to buy and sell. All right, this is going to be easy. I'll figure this out. And yeah, then even all the way to that, to like where you're like, you have no idea. If someone would have said to me back when I first started learning about this in the Tim Sykes days back in 2015, it said sympathy play. I'm like, sympathy play? What are you talking about? Sympathy? Like, it feels bad for the other play, so it's spiking? I mean, well, I guess my analogy would be close, but but yeah, it's like, what do you mean sympathy play? But there's just so much stuff that you have to learn and pay attention to, and that's another key thing for sure.
Yeah.
100%. So, all right, guys. Just had the holiday season. We do anything for Christmas, New Year's? Any big plans? Any? I think J Trade's welcomed someone into the world.
Yeah, my baby girl, man. My brand new baby girl, man. Yeah.
Congrats.
Appreciate it, boss.
Yeah, congrats for sure. So, how's that going? New baby.
Oh man, good man. It's a blessing. I can't even complain, man. I mean, bringing a new life into this world, and not just that being, motivation to me to keep going because now it's another life I don't want to let down. That I definitely want to aspire to do great in life. Leave a legacy for herself and so forth. But yeah, it was definitely a blessing, man.
Yeah, she got a great daddy. I know that already.
I appreciate you, boss.
Well, glad to welcome another little niece in the world. So yeah, man, I can't wait to cook for him one day for sure.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you know what they're gonna eat? They're gonna have some Brussels sprouts, my friend.
Sprouts.
Brussels sprouts, huh?
Oh yeah. Jay always gives me a hard time about those, but yeah. So y'all do anything? You've been traveling, didn't you, Riggs?
Yeah. I spent the holidays in Asia. I went to Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea. I spent New Year's in Texas. So in San Antonio, I have a trading office that I'm working on in Texas. So
Cool.
rearranging some stuff, and they have to like replace the carpet. So I had to move some stuff around, and we're still arranging like the trading setups, the desks where had like the TVs, the monitors mounted on the wall, but because the monitors are so massive and the wall is sheetrock, the owner of the building was like, hey, you got to take those down. So I had to put them on mounts,
Okay,
and then
gotcha.
just rearrange some stuff. And it's still coming together, but I'm pleased with it. I'm pleased with like how things are coming along, and I'm even more excited that there's going to be an exchange opening up in Texas this year, I believe.
Yeah.
So a lot of good things are happening, and yeah, and I'm currently working on securities license because your boy's about to go down the hedge fund route.
Ooh, all right, nice. Yeah, I like all the guys, the big boys like you that've been doing it long enough. I see like Michael Nosses of the world or whatever. It's like y'all work with it's this and it's y'all get into a hedge fund. Y'all dabble in everything essentially.
Yeah, because like as a trade, like once you reach a certain point, it's like you want to continue to expand, right? And by the grace of God, I've been able to do really well, and I've been able to educate people and grow my network from here in the U.S. to abroad and stuff like that. And it's like, just going the institutional route is just the next level because, I guess you could say like I've proved it as a trader, right? So now it's like, okay, what more can I do? And for me personally, to be able to grow where I can, trade 100 million or 50 million of my own capital, that's going to take some time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Versus, okay, now because I've been able to make X amount of returns per year, year on year, and individuals have taken notice of that, and now they're willing to invest, but say, okay, well, let's do this like on a legitimate basis, and okay, set up a hedge fund, you invest in a fund, do the management and stuff like that. So looking to build up to get to at least somewhere close to some of the people in the industry that I've looked up to, from Carl Icahn, George Soros, Bill Ackman, and stuff like that. I mean, so yeah, so that's what I've been working on lately.
I can say this: I beat Bill Ackman, but Trade the Pool did that tournament back in October, and it was like based off a 3-day stretch. And I don't know, like, did y'all find his worst 3-day stretch? Because he like ended a 3-day stretch like down like 7-9K. It was so funny, but yeah, we had that challenge at Trade the Pool. So when you said that, I was like, oh yeah, he is a big name, but yeah, I was like, hey, I beat him over a 3-day stretch, but it was
hell yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I mean, because bro, like everyone has their moment and stuff like that. I mean, like even them. I mean, bro, like, and that's like he's taken some monumental losses over the years. Like I remember when he got crushed with Herbalife, bro. Like
yeah, I remember that. Yep. Yeah.
Whew, like so, yeah, so. And then some of these funds have blown up. Like I remember a few years back, a few years back, there was a fund that blew up, shorting Nat Gas. I took like a $48,000 loss on Nat Gas, but a fund like bro, we got squeezed.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's definitely it definitely it's a different ball game, but I'm excited for it.
Got to ask this because I was thinking about Asia, and I, of course, would love to travel over there. What is your favorite food dish when you're over in Asia?
So it was in Thailand. I love their pad thai, pad thai, like it's like like a see-through spaghetti.
Okay.
With they'll do it with shrimp and chicken.
Okay.
I love the mango sticky rice, bro.
Okay.
The mango sticky rice is smacking. Like you are gonna be like finger licking. It's a sweet, like you would have it like a dessert. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was really good. I ate a lot of Wagyu beef with again, like with that, like it's like a flat type of pasta spaghetti thing, like really really good with basil, a bunch of like different herbs, bro. Like if you want to go to a country, bro, like I would say definitely Thailand. It was great. Like I did Muay Thai while I was out there. But the food, bro, is amazing. Like you could, like if I tell you how much I was paying for food and ordering in and stuff like that, bro, like an average of like $5 to $10.
Yeah, I've heard it's,
for meals.
I heard it's super cheap, and not only to get there, flights, stay, the food. Got a guy.
Natural food, bro, like natural foods, like the best coconut water I've had in my life. And bro, I've visited a lot of Caribbean countries, South American countries. And when I tell you like the best coconut water I had in my life was there in Thailand, like, dude, like amazing. The freshness, the greenery, the people are really friendly. There's so many different things to do. I did a lot of like biohacking. I did freaking I did what is it? Acupuncture with red light therapy and electrical stimulation. Dude, like and stuff like that here in the US goes like north of like $200. Bro, $60.
Wow, yeah.
Wow.
Like amazing. Like you could literally do that like once every 2 weeks and stuff like that. But the food over there is great. You can get fresh juices. You can get fresh coconut water, fresh pomegranate juice, fresh apple, pineapple, orange juices, bro, for like 60 cents a bottle. Like for like a 16 ounce, for like a 16-ounce bottle.
Wow. Yeah.
Under $1, bro. I'm like, what? And this is fresh, like, bro, amazing. Like, so if you wanna check out, like, definitely there, I would say there because there's so much to do. You don't need to rent a car. You can get around by either Uber or like those mopeds, which is really fun. And I recommend the mopeds because you can whiz through traffic. It's really dope. Singapore was nice, very clean, amazing food. It's a melting pot. There was a lot of Indians there. Malaysia as well was beautiful. Oh my God, bro, the food market in Malaysia at night, amazing. Like there's a long strip about maybe 3 blocks long where you can walk down and you can, try different street foods. There's a lot of restaurants on both sides of the street selling a bunch of different foods. Bro, I ate the largest oysters in my life, bro. Like I felt a little disrespected because that shit was massively long, bro, and huge. Like that shit hit the back of my throat. I was like, oh, this ain't right. I had to cut that in half. Like it's wild, but
Yeah.
like the food out there, bro, it's amazing, and your money goes a long way. They're a heavy cash like driven country. You can do they prefer it, but obviously you can pay with your card, Visa. Visa and Amex was pretty much accepted everywhere there. It was just great, bro. Like where I'm literally excited to plan to go back again this year. Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people like all of a sudden you start talking Asian and the people in the chat are like, "Oh yeah, we love it." I've just heard that a lot too, and then even I saw a post here recently that it's cheaper to go to. I think it's the Tokyo Disney World, but to go to Tokyo, it's cheaper to fly to there and go travel and go to that park than it is to go to Disney World Orlando. Because again, flight is about the but once you get to Disney World in Orlando and all the food and how much everything costs down there compared to like is
Expensive.
and that's why it's actually I was like it's cheaper, and they like this guy like broke down how much it would cost for each one, and it would be cheaper unless you stayed off the property, way off, in some cheap ass hotel and ate really cheap in Orlando. I'm like, that is crazy. And then you're eating cheap. You're not eating like you eating good food, eating healthy food.
Oh, 7-Eleven, bro. Yo, 7-Eleven in the Asian countries, bro. Yo, top tier, bro. Yo, 7-Eleven in Thailand, bro. Amazing food. Like they had like pre-made food where like you could literally go back. Like they would heat it up and you could take it with you and eat. Fresh fruits there that they're selling. Like sushi rolls, bro. Vegetables. Like there's 7-Eleven, bro. I'm just like, yo, what is America missing? Like what is going on here?
Hey,
Because like
well,
7-Eleven
sugar
here.
factory. It's like a sugar factory when you go into our 7-Elevens.
Yeah, bro, but over there, bro, yo, natural, amazing tasting food. I'm just like, and so, bro, things under like I got a whole bunch of stuff that you would think I was buying food for like 3 people for like $15.
Wow, that's awesome.
Over here in the US, I'm like, yo, $15 would probably give me a bottle and maybe a chips and a bar, like
Right,
three
yeah,
items. Over
yeah.
there, bro,
That's awesome.
it's different, yeah. So, and in Tokyo or in Japan, it's even better because you can go get ramen and all sorts of stuff. Like 7-Eleven is the truth out there.
All right, I love it. Hey, we got three amigos heading to Asia. The Asian tour with us three.
When? You know what I mean? Say the word, bro. I mean, say the word.
I can probably pull that off. It's just J Trey's got now. He's got like 18. He's getting he's baby.
Don't do that. I know you're about to say don't do it.
You like me with the dogs, bro, so I get it. I understand, man. I totally get it. I love it. Big family that makes you, build more rounded. I see that too with bigger families. A lot of the time those people they're very loving, very caring people. And you definitely are that, my man, Jay. Well, to finish it off, last words. We'll get it. Like I said, try to do this once a month, once every month. I want to get you guys on to start the new year, especially talking the SPY. You guys both trade large cap pitcher overall kind of stuff, So I want to get people in the first one that I did this year to kind of get an eyesight and mindset or whatever what it might be for what we have moving forward into 2026, where we have the market, how many. The decision with, Trump today and not having a decision actually in the end to, is the SPY going up anymore? How much more are we going to go? How many rate cuts are we going to have? So very appreciative, very informative. I'll be posting this. I did record this, so I'll be posting it and sharing it to the world that didn't watch it today. They can then go back at least this portion of it. So last words, though, heading into 2026, what you got? Go with you, Jay, and then we'll go over to Riggs last. What you got, Jay?
For 2026, like the things that I want to say to everybody, man, I do wish everybody nothing but health, happiness, and much success, man. Whatever you went through in 2025, leave it where it's at, man. Start a new life, start a new chapter. Whatever you didn't do back then, work on trying to doing it now. With a lot of traders that I do talk to, about, a lot of getting discouraged, overthinking. And I tell a lot of us, man, we went through that, of starting our way, trying to figure our way out through the market. Like me, you, Caesar, like we had trouble. We had times in our lives where, we were losing confidence in ourselves, not knowing if this was for us. But the fact is we didn't give up on ourselves. We believed in our craft. We believed that we could make a change doing, with the market where it only benefits us, but it benefits our families. And now look at the position that we're at. I mean, God has blessed us with so much where again, not only are we taking care of ourselves, we are able now to take care of other people. And it just goes to show you, whatever you try to pursue in life, man, don't ever give up. It's not going to be the easiest, but you just have to keep breaking through, because God wouldn't put you through anything that you can't handle. I've been through hell and back. Through the grace of God, I have great people like you guys all over the place. And if I can make it, you guys can make it. So for 2026, like I said, guys, just start again working on yourself, working on your health, and first and foremost, work on your happiness, man. Make sure that you are okay. Again, because you can't try to take care of others if you're not taking care of yourself. Take care of your number one person that you see in that mirror every day. Take care of you. Again, always put God first throughout everything that you're doing in life, and you'll be able to make it. So shout out to everybody. Happy 26.
Boom. Good words. Always dropping facts and the knowledge. Over to you, Riggs. What you got for us for 26?
For 26, I'm gonna say, as individuals, just look forward to improve on your physical and mental health. Take time for you, absolutely. You know what I mean? Take time to appreciate the small things. And oh damn, bro, you got some guns, yo. Put those away, bro. I'm looking at that straight emoji.
Not even close to you, man. Not even close to you.
Nah, bro. I haven't worked out in like 3 months. I just started up like this week. I've been to the
Get
gym
it,
like
Jay.
3
Get
days
it,
now,
Jay.
bro. I'm super pro, but I'll bounce back.
There we
But
go. There's
essentially,
them, boy. We rep the guns. Look at the tattoo. Look at the
look
tat.
at that guy, man. Damn, bro. Let me cover up. Let me cover up real quick. I'll see y'all in like 2 months. And next time we do this again, I'm gonna pull them out. I'm gonna pull them out. But just be patience, man. Just patience. Have patience with yourself, with whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish, whatever your trading goals are. Obviously, I mean, you guys see that like myself, AK, and Jay doing this full time. It is something that is achievable. It's just a matter of time, patience, and setting the steps or the cornerstones to be able to achieve that. If you're trying to look, how to position yourself this year, like I said, you want to watch out for some specific headlines. Granted, instead of, while you're home, instead of watching Netflix or Amazon Prime or whatever, start digging in, what's happening abroad. So maybe you can learn how to position yourself, right? Maybe you're over here, you're trading on a personal account, and you're like, damn, how can I find ways to save more money? Well, you might want to switch, and I've said this before, you might want to switch your accounts to a business account and start trading it that way. Obviously, certain brokerages will have like maybe a minimum requirement for you to be able to have a specific business account with them. Other brokers, not as much. So you have to take the research upon yourself to find these brokerages. Although at some point, I believe by mid-year this year, PDT is going to be dropped down from 25K to 5K.
Oh, those two. Or is it 5? Is it 5?
No,
Oh,
2K.
I think it's 2.
No, 5K.
Is it 5? Okay.
I was told 5K. Between 2 to 5K. So between 2 to 5K, but I was talking to a broker yesterday, and I believe it's 5K. So there's a lot of different engines out there that you can take advantage of or utilize and position yourself to be able to make some money. Like the next couple of years, the amount of volatility we're going to have in this market, like it's not going away. I know some people like, oh yeah, it's gonna die out. No, it's not. They are continuously increasing the threshold of of things as far as like the limiting ups, the limiting downs. At some point this year, you're going to be able to trade stocks 23 hours a day, right? So, for people that are working 9 to 5, these next few years are going to be the greatest where you're going to be able to make money. So if you're working, again, you're going to work at 7, 6 in the morning, you're getting home at 3, 4, you missed the bulk of the market. Shit, you'll be able to trade the Asian market. You'll be able to trade the London market because it's literally going to be 23 hours a day. You can trade the blue chips, small caps, penny stocks possibly. So keep an eye and prepare for those things. Have a solid plan. Obviously, we're not always going to follow our plans to to the T. So be lenient on yourself. Be patient with yourself more than anything. But journal, journal and prepare. And once you start making some money, get outside of your city, get outside of your state, get outside of your country, and really see what's out there, because the amount of opportunities and ways you can make money outside of the US is immense. Like I can't even begin to, elaborate on how big it is.
Yeah. Well, the average millionaire back I remember seeing like a study or whatever back in the day, but the average millionaire has like 5 or 6 income streams, something like that's 5.7 or whatever. Some 5 to 6, something like that. Find different ways. It's not just all going to come. We're not going to be in the NFL and get a contract for $40 million a year, or the MLB and get $300 million guaranteed. That ain't going to happen. We ain't going to win that lottery ticket, okay? So, or you're not winning the lottery most likely. Even though, how crazy is that, guys? That 1.8 bill was literally 5 minutes from me. That gas station, 5 minutes from me. So
that's why. But like those stuff like that, it's like, you're wishing upon a star, and it's like, I believe in more taking control of your destiny and doing, what you can for yourself and your loved ones. And again, focus on trading, get better at trading, and then use that as the cornerstone to be able to diversify into real estate or whatever else that suits your passion or that you can do. But the thing is, it's picking a focal point, mastering that, and then that thing will feed whatever other ventures you have. So, make this year great, like for yourself, for your family. There's a lot of opportunities to make money. You just have to have the plan for it and prepare and, be present.
And another thing we didn't talk about that you even were kind of mentioning there would help traders, and if they, which we finally will have that lower PDT rule for like traders like myself. When I first started, I only had like 3K, and I couldn't really trade that much. Use prop firms. You earn yourself with futures. And what I'm doing with equities. There's prop firms out there. So whether you're trading shares, you're trading equities, essentially, or if you're trading futures, you have options out there to not risk your own capital, and that way you're not blowing accounts. Because I can't tell you how many people, and everyone asked me that. Like the other day, I was on a new server, whatever it was, a chat group on YouTube. And they wanted me to join anyway. And I was chatting with them, like, how many accounts did you blow? And I'm like, I never blew one, thank gosh. But that gets my point. The person that asked that, I wonder how many he blew, because I don't be the rude person. Well, how many did you blow? But
you want to know?
Yeah, right, yeah. But he knew most have, and so don't blow your account, and so go use those prop firms too as well to your advantage.
Can I touch a little bit on that as well?
Yeah.
So obviously, like, we're still not at the 23-hour a day for trading equities. But futures is something that you can trade 23 hours a day. So if you're trading S&P, SPY, or SPX, if you're trading the triple Qs and whatnot, or let's say you're trading gold stocks or silver stocks, that you can trade these actual commodities on the futures market. Yeah. And as AK said, yes, there are a ton of different prop firms out there that you can purchase an evaluation to trade with them, and be able to take a certain amount. Like I mentioned, as an individual, for you to be able to, let's say, make $1,000 a day on one account, it's a bit hard depending on the size of your account, right? Because if you're trading with a 5K account or a 10K account, you're most likely probably going to maybe making $200 to maybe $500 a day after commissions, maybe not as much, right? Or maybe after some losses. But it's very hard to make $1,000 in a 5K account or in a 10K account. It's very easy to make $1,000 on a 50K or a 100K or a 200K account. And what these prop firms do is they allow you to have the buying power to be able to do that. And if you ever blow the account, it doesn't cost you anything other than what it costs you to purchase the account and what it costs you to activate the account. So if you're someone that you have $1,000 to your name, when you are starting off trading, there are a lot of emotional attachments to your physical money that you've worked hard for. The minute you see red, like your palms are gonna start sweating, your body's temperature is gonna go up, and you're gonna be like a deer in headlights. I'm speaking from experience. That happened to me various times. So with the prop firms, there's a less of a emotional connection, because in your mind, it's like, this is not real money. And if I lose, I'm only losing $200. Imagine you put 5,000 in an account, you take a trade, it goes against you 500. More often than not, new traders or even intermediate traders, they're not going to respect that stop loss. What they're going to do, they're going to double down. It drops against them some more. Now they're down 1,500, right? So when you lose 1,500 or $2,000 of your $5,000 account, you almost lost half. That, and because you're gaining experience and understanding, regardless of the education or the mentorship that you've had, there's still things that you have to learn about yourself. So the beauty about these prop firms is that you're able to learn more about yourself. You're able to get more acclimated to the conditions of the market and the specific asset classes that you're trading. and the fee is a mere $50, $20, or $30. So you're paying $30. So let's say at the end of the day, it costs you $600 to be able to learn that you're not patient about this setup. You're patient with this one. You're too you're not respecting your stop losses. You're doubling down. There's things that you need to work on. All of that costs you $600 to learn versus it costing you $2,000 to learn.
And that was one trade. And that was one trade, you know, and that
You know
wasn't a
what I'm
lot of
saying?
learning.
Yeah. So with the prop firms, like, it could be $20, $30. So you're talking about maybe, 60 times. It took you blowing 60 accounts to be able to realize things because again, you'll learn there's a fundamental difference between understanding something on a book level and an actual implementation, right? J Trade is talking about the trend lines, AK talks about the trend lines and stuff like that. But when it comes to it, most of the time, most new traders, you're gonna second guess yourself. Oh, do I trade? And when you hesitate and you don't follow the plan, then you end up chasing, and then a small little retracement, you get out because you're scared. Then it starts going the way you want it. You get pissed off at yourself. You start raging. Then you just like, you know what? You throw caution to the wind. You're wiped. You know what I mean? So that's the beauty that I like about these prop firms. And again, to be able to trade 5, 20 accounts or 10 accounts where literally if I want to make $2,000 on a day, I trade the 10 accounts collectively. All I have to do is make $200. On a $50,000 account, I can make $200 relatively easy, and so can any other person. And when you start making smaller amounts but across multiple accounts, you're hitting your goals.
Yep.
Right? You're not sitting there like dealing with the size and the parameters. Like, okay, wow, if I really want to make 1,000, I have to be able to withstand a $200 to $400 drawdown.
Yep.
For some people, that's a lot, and they can't deal with it.
Love it. No, facts. That's why I want to touch on those prop firms now that I'm being, of course, being a part of one right now, and so it's nice to have.
Snap, word.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Trade the Pool. I've been with Trade the Pool, so So stream live with them. I went to the Money Show in October.
Yeah, I saw when you posted it.
Yeah. So that was huge. So that was it's been nice to be with them, and they're it's kind of like it was like free agency. I left one and then I got picked up by Trade the Pool, and so I'm streaming live with them and doing stuff with them and giving them posts and information. They took me to the Money Show, paid for my trip, so it was awesome. Love some prop firms for sure, and they're definitely a way for especially for newer traders to not risk their capital and to learn. So
yeah, I mean the amount of money you can pull from them, like it's crazy. Like I see all the time people pulling in 50, 60, 100, a mil. Obviously, to bring the seven figure, you have to go through the process where you actually get moved to a live account. So if some of you guys are questioning, like, okay, how does it really work? So initially, you pay for an evaluation. Once you pass the evaluation, they bring you onto a second account, which is still a sim account, but everything is based off of actual live market data, right? So now as you trade those accounts, they might have a consistency rule where there's a certain amount of money that you can make per day on the set account based off that account's value. And then once you reach a certain threshold, you're then able to withdraw from the account. Some companies they'll allow you to withdraw 50%. Others they'll allow you to withdraw 80%. Others they have a specific number that they will allow you to withdraw for the next 6 or 8 payouts before then they reevaluate you and move you to a live account. And the goal is to be able to get to a live account. So imagine you get moved to, you start off with a 50K account and then you get after 6 payouts or 3 months of getting consistent payouts, they move you to a live account. Now that live account, you're not trading a full $50,000. It's mainly like you have the buying power of 50,000, but your initial what you can lose is the profit that you've accumulated that they'll put into that account. So it might be, let's say, a $5,000 drawdown. So what they'll do is they'll put $5,000 in that account, but you get the buying power of $50,000 or a $100,000 account. And as long as you stay within those parameters, you're going to be able to grow that account. And eventually you grow that account to where you're doing, 10, 20, 30K a day or a week. So it's a really great way to get the best ROI. And ROI stands for return on your investment. If you spend $100 or $200 and within a 30-day time span, you're able to withdraw even $1,000, right? That's 100%. That's over 100%. That's over 300% return
crazy, bro.
on your money. About 500% return on your money, right? You invested 200, You took out 1,000. If you took out 2,000, you're getting back over 200% return. Well, over 1,000% return on your money. So look at things that way. When you see these people posting about, they're making 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, you got to remember they might be trading with a different account size. They're not making 80,000 trading a $50,000 account. They're most likely trading a seven-figure account, either 2 million, 3 million, right? Because then making 50,000, 30,000 a day is easy when you're trading with a seven-figure account, which is the equivalence of you trading a $10,000 account and making $300.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Just got to look at it in perspective. A lot of people don't want to do that, and that just got to do that. We've talked about that many a time where everyone gets into it. I think a lot because they see that big money, and it does not come right away. It is you got to put the time in, you got to put the grind in, and then down the line you got to understand that like that. Yes, let me just get my $200, $100, $300 days and add those up, and learn that I don't have to have $500, $1,000 losses. Those don't need to come because that's what killed most traders. They have. I remember Matt talked about this on one I've had to him in the past where we have big losses, break even, small wins, and big wins. If we get rid of the big losses and all we have are small losses, break even, small wins, and big wins, you're going to last in this game. It's just traders like you were talking about at first get deer in the headlights and they get in that trade and they don't respect their stop loss and their risk. And next thing you know, they're down 500, they're doubling down. Now they're down 1,000 and there goes half of their account or a quarter of their account or whatever. And now their mental state is freaking out. It just is not a good thing to do. And essentially my point being back to the prop firms. That's why I brought that up. There's a good way to avoid doing that at first and learn how, hey, let me just get a small account. Like you were saying, 50,000, there's 20,000, whatever account size there are out there. And again, go read the rules. All the prop firms have different rules for, like you were talking about. Find the one that best suits you. And then, rinse and repeat. You're going to go through a few, evaluations. You might go through 10 to 15, but the cost of that versus the cost of you risking your own capital is far different. So, definitely take advantage of that. So good words there to end this double duel stream Friday with you guys. Appreciating everyone for, of course, over here, Jason, Ingrid, all the guys that are, I know there's a lot of people that are just soaking this in over the last hour or so, but appreciate you guys getting on here. It's been very, very knowledgeable and beneficial, dropping facts, from J Trades and his trade and how to put lines in, Caesar and all the different markets. I feel like you cover a lot of different things in the sector of investing. So having you guys on together, and like I said, to start the new year, being that you guys trade the big picture. I know, of course, I cover that small cap sector. There's really no need to talk about small caps, but large cap to invest down the line. That sort of thing is what I want to open up traders' eyes to. And I am, of course, going live here on YouTube, and you guys definitely bring that to the table. So again, thank you so much. Do what?
Tell everyone to look at defense stocks. If they want something going into next year, long-term defense stocks.
Yep. I feel you. Feel it, brother.
CCTVs, like companies that make CCTVs.
Yeah.
What is it? Cybersecurity companies, like all of those in the next year or so is going to be
booming, huh?
Yeah.
Love it.
AK, somebody from my chat asked if, do you ever trade large caps?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't trade them as much as I used to. I still trade them, probably once or twice a week, maybe at most. I'm since been going live, the small cap sector has gone bananas. September, October, died off a little bit late October into November, but now we're getting 500, 100, 300% movers on the daily. Especially now yesterday we had 100% movers. Well, if I have a 100% mover, no offense, there's not a lot of reason for me to go over to large cap, so I have a 100% mover in small cap, so I can easily get 1 to 2 points off these small cap movers. And I can, you can bank off that. And so I haven't liked either the direction overall with the SPY after we made that huge move up. I would say about the summers where I started to notice overall getting a lot of misdirection. So out of the gate, we turn red, then we turn green. And so we go high today to low today. And you're trading more range where what you're trading, in my opinion, that's how you have to trade the SPY and the large caps. You'd have to look on it more of a bigger time frame, like you were when you're showing your lines earlier, the trend line, and taking bounce plays off of old resistance and new support. It's hard to look in just an intraday and say, oh, here's going to be a good setup. I see this trend building, or that you have to trade a bigger picture now because we're trading a bigger range. In my opinion, we're stuck in that 670 to 700, 690, whatever. Sometimes we've gotten down to 650, but I haven't seen it just goes back to my trading. Go back to 22, 23, 24, and I literally just put this out on my social media 2 years ago today, so 2024 was when I was trading large caps and small caps every day. Within 5 minutes after the opening bell, I was up $5,000 on 2 large cap plays and 2 small cap plays. And so that means at 9:35 a.m. I've taken 4 trades already because the opening bell was so easy. And there was 2 different large caps. So I traded AMD and Meta to the long side. It was just a lot easy for me to predict. Now I'll be like, okay, this is going to be the play at the bell. I like bet to do this, and I'll go watch it, and I'll be like, the fuck are you doing? You're not doing what I thought you'd do. You're going the opposite direction, you know. And so and then it's hard for me to then switch my mind around and go, okay, well then we just got to go short because the long's not there. And then we get the small cap. Since I've been going live, which now it's all me all day, every day, right? And for my streamers, and a lot of them are small cap traders. And then we've been hot, literally. Like June when we kind of were done with Tradecaster, it started to get hot in the small cap sector into July, and it really started to get spiky and boomy. It did through August, died off a little bit, and then September. I don't know. You can go look it up. Go look up QMs. QMs went from like 5 to 300. Go look at SMX recently here, November, December. It went from 5 to 500, bro. 5 to 500. We're not talking. We're talking a $500 move. There ain't no large cap ticker moving $500. And so when I have a ticker that's going from 5 to 500, you get where I'm glued to. And then because then what do we get? We get sympathy plays. So then we had TGL, we had AFJK, we had all these other crazy runners that are going 3, 4, 5, 1,000%.
Man, which one was that? Was that HKD the one that went from like
that was
like 200?
Yeah, that was the craziest ever. That went up to $2,500. Opened up new IPO play. It was around 15 or 20, and then just went boop boop boop, bam, right up to 2,500. Yeah, that was nuts. So it's one of those streaks like that where it's hot, and I'm just in small cap sector. And I literally said this on the Discord yesterday, and I was talking about that earlier this morning. I was like, don't worry. We're going to get back to a time when I'm loving my large caps again, and I'm trading small caps, and I've got my large caps, and I've gotten them both together. But it right now has been more small caps for me. And that's the good thing I like about stock trading. You can float around and find what you like to trade. I mean, look at you guys. I like this. Okay, I want to go over here. And then what is it? It's all about the chart. You don't care what the ticker. You don't care if it says ASS, if it says FART and says fart. I don't care if that says fart, ass, shit. I'm going to trade the ticker. I'm going to trade the chart. I'm not trading the ticker, right? You build that chart up, and that's what you're looking for, So I don't really care what the ticker is. When that chart builds up, I'm trading that ticker. And does Caesar have a YouTube channel? I don't think you do. Or do you, Caesar?
I do. It's Trigonometry Trading.
Let me look that real quick. I'll get it on the chat. I think I followed you. I thought maybe I did. Let me see.
So. I don't know.
I follow him on everything.
Let me look it up. All right, so let's see here. I got, dang it. I'm not, where am I? Let's see. I got YouTube pulled up. I don't think I do follow you. I thought maybe I did. I'm following a lot more people than I used to follow. Oh my God, I follow a lot of freaking people now. Let's see here.
So far, AK and Caesar, we created a new high of day on SPY 94, 694.3.
Yeah, we're rolling.
Yeah, I follow you, AK.
Well, I don't know why I don't follow you. I'm saying subscriptions and I'm going through them all. I don't freaking see it.
You follow me, bro. You gotta follow me back.
Yeah, right. I don't see it. I don't know why. And okay, let me search you then. Let me just look it up. All right. You can if you have the link, you can put it on the Zoom. If you have it, have the link, put it on the Zoom or put it on my live stream if you can.
Yeah. How would I do that? Let me see.
Do the chat at the bottom if you want to on the Zoom. There's that little chat button.
Yeah. Let me go to my account.
Yeah, because I'm following I must have clicked on some other people. I'm following some bands I didn't even know I was following. I'm following this band. I ain't following you.
Let me see if that takes you there. I just posted a link. See if that takes you there.
There we go. It clicked up over on this side. I heard it. Whoop.
Did it work?
I don't know why it's not letting me click on it. It just says YouTube. It acts like it's high. Oh, there it goes. Finally, but it only takes me to YouTube. It only took me to YouTube. Didn't give me to your page.
How would I share I am so. You know what? I'll do this. Copy link. I'll send you. I'll post a link to one of the videos.
Yeah. We'll get it out there for traders. I'll get it out there.
There you go. See, that does it.
There we go.
Yeah, that's another thing I gotta start doing, getting more, putting more of the stuff out with on YouTube, because I've been talking about silver for like the longest time, from the 30s, gold. I was talking about AMD back when AMD was at like 100, targeting the upper 150s and possibly 200 area. So yeah.
Love it. Yeah, and I of course, now that's the thing too. For the longest time, I really never really focused in on doing that social media stuff and just posting stuff, which really doesn't take much time. Just recording and just, post it later, just so people have some information to go back over. So yeah, absolutely appreciate it. Again today, Jay, I think everyone has your information, but if you want to put it out there, go ahead and put it out there again. Yeah, Jay Trades, it's where you can find it across the board.
On the original name on all platforms.
That's right, baby. You gotta love that. And of course, Caesar Riggs. And there's his YouTube. I'll have that out in the chat right now. Go follow Caesar Riggs 24 on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. So go follow those guys. These guys are some of the best traders I know. They're really good friends of mine. Again, thank you guys for coming on today. It's been an honor.
Appreciate
you too, boss. You stay blessed, man.
Oh yeah. We'll have you back on again very soon. I'll be talking to you guys, and I'm not kidding you. We need to figure it out. 3 amigos.
Hey, I'm down.
3 amigos.
What it was? Chevy Chase, one short, and what was the third one? Who was the third one? Was it Steve Martin?
Steve Martin. Oh, Chevy Chase. Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, Martin Short. There you go.
Y'all look at y'all schedules. Y'all let me know.
All right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. We know you, Mr. Bachelor over there. We know you. We know you. The eligible Bachelor coming up this year on ABC. Coming up. That's right. September the 19th. You better stay tuned on ABC. The Bachelor Rigonometry Trading Caesar will be the newest Bachelor. That's right.
Hey, AK, I bet $5 Caesar be sliding in his shirt and socks like Tom Cruise on Risky Business.
Oh yeah. Hey, well next time we have one of these, he's gonna come in with the shirt off all ripped, and he's gonna make us look little scrawny boys. So he's got it.
I ain't gonna do y'all like that.
Okay. All right,
Stay
boys.
covered up, man. You saw me today, man. I stay covered up, right? I'm not there yet.
All right. How about this then? How about this? Who we got? Y'all watch any college football?
Yeah. Florida State. Is it Florida State?
Is that your team, Florida State?
I like them, but I was the other day I was looking at the damn. I'm trying to think of the state. It's not Alabama.
Ole Miss.
Shoot. I'll go with Florida State.
All right, that's your team. What about you, Jay? Are you even into college football at all?
LSU. I mean, where I'm from, LSU.
Yeah. I didn't know. I just was asking. I didn't know. Of course, me and I'm Arkansas. I'm a big Arkansas fan. All right. How about because I got the
Pittsburgh.
Okay, Pittsburgh. Okay. All right.
Hey,
what do you got?
New England.
New England. All right. Well,
I've been a fan since Drew Bledsoe, bro. Like I've been a fan since '94. So it's been rough sometimes. I don't jump. I'm not jumping the bandwagon. So I stay there.
All right. Yeah. Well, do what?
Who do you got?
Oh, Broncos. I'm surprised I'm not wearing my Broncos hat today. I usually wear a Broncos hat. So a huge Denver Broncos fan. Yeah, my brother was born out there, and Avery's actually from Denver. So that was kind of like a matching in heaven when we got together. I'm like, oh, you and your family's from Denver. This is awesome. But yeah, so Denver Broncos. My brother was born in Colorado Springs. In the late 80s, they were watching Elway and the Broncos. I was like, who's this orange team? And I fell in love. And so that's my passion. Broncos over probably all other, which... There's Elway. There's an Elway jersey right there. So there's my Elway jersey.
Oh, nice.
Got the Wings poster up there too. You got the Wings Elway. There's Jordan. There's my Jordan Elway. My two goats.
AK, I gotta ask, man. How often do you actually play the games that you have in the
back?
Cause like you got like a hell of a setup, bro. Like damn.
I would never leave out that room.
Yeah, right. When I first got them, I played them all the time. Me and Avery both did, but I'll play them probably about once a month now. I'll kind of have my arcade night where I'll feel like a kid and I'll come in here. I'll get like whatever, like tonight will be a good night with Oregon versus Indiana in the college football playoff. I'll throw that on in here, and I'll put some charts on, so it's all like, the screens are on. I'll turn all the arcades on, and I'll go from one to the other and kind of hit them up, and yeah, get a little smoke on, get a little drink on. I'll come in here with my, feeling good, and I'm like, all right, time to kick some ass, So about once a month. At first it was all the time, but yeah, the next house. You guys wait. I got 2 skee ball machines already here. I got a side-by-side Denver Nuggets hoop 'em. Hey, next house, that game room, bonus room, the stream live room. Oh, if you think this is a sick setup, You just wait for that when that next house is built. That thing is.
Hey, Caesar, you know how he's trying to be very careful. Call it a stream room instead of calling it a man cave. He's trying to be extremely careful with wording that, just in case he's watching, in case the wifey watches.
Wifey's like, ain't no man cave
You want to say man cave so bad.
Oh man, I love it.
I saw the blueprints, man. It looks pretty dope.
Yeah.
Is it in Arkansas?
Yeah, Arkansas. Yeah, it's yeah. So for a it's going to be about 3,600 square feet, right on 3,600 square feet. We got 6 acres of land, and building that with that setup, 8-car garage, right? It's going to be a big daddy, a nice one, good size. I mean, it's only 3 bedroom, but every bedroom's big. It's 1,000 square foot living room. It's nice, but we're talking like 500-600K. That's it. So 3,600 square foot house. Like there's one house out there they just did 3 acres. 3 acres. It was 3 bedroom, 2 bath, or 2.5. No, 4 bedroom, 2.5 bath. About 2,600 square feet, or somewhere right around there, and it was 400K. So imagine what other state are you going to get 3 acres of land, beautiful land, and then have a 2,600 square foot house, brand new, for 400K? Not me.
I don't know where. This is the first. The only place I could probably say something close to that would like maybe Texas.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I love it, man. Yeah. So I found my dad. I say my dad. Luckily, because the guy knows my dad. I know the owner of the land, because the guy that is the GM of the Dodge Chrysler Jeep place that I get all my. Into a charting lessoning in so let's just go 30. Into a charting lessoning in just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's hot. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught then of the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be. That's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4-hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4-hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now, over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich area and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines You have sideways consolidation, like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel. Essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. And they always want to go and like put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right? In between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about trade the pool and thinkorswim. When you put these now, you just you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree. Right there, it shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. So I'd say your channel, usually for uptrends, are usually from 10 degrees, that you're going to work consistently, are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the one. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see if it will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310. Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just, making sure this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on, you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel, I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridor. So I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs, essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom, kind of boom, you know, it's kind of choppy through it, but you know, definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here. You know, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away. Each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? Yeah, no, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go, at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier. Or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This old floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then we're going to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. You know, what you'd want to do is take this one because, shit, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both the line, anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join or they've moved on or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. Yeah, you're good. It's not even lunch yet. So you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. And go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. There's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, say, to 52-week high, which I think that will be that, yeah, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. You know, that's kind of a saying I could have. You know, learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, you know, we start breaking and, okay, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines of trade. This can be something you can go back to, like Bothy or other traders, even the king line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You know, you're in your early still ages of your trading journey to you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be, once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, you know, just get rid of them. You know, so whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here, and we're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. You know, it's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from... Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left, but and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. And I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. You know, it's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3 minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1 minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. Or not. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. You know, so let's what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day, honestly, right there, that little sandwich area, a little touch to touch, wick to wick, as I call it. And then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1 minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, is see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one that's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK-47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels because I don't need current. That's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong, and look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which one I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this last, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy Patrollies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy Matrolli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines, which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle, wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, you know, good, you know, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. You mean waffle fries? Stop doing that. Stop. Say, give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right, stop doing that. There's your down trend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell off. And 350. We gonna get high of day. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Good sell off there. Let's see here quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out too. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see, how close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me just know. Let me know. If so, then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word. Read not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, scale in and out. So two things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, it's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, Skeptic Stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into, like, right here. Not even that. Right here is good. And, and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from, like, 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, generally most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, 50 cents. Just depends on what we're setting up. How we always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40 cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40 cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal, we're looking for short up top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30 cent reversal. So okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here, 310 down to 270, 40 cent reversal. So typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to move it until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market. After a certain amount, depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, like, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, now you can generally just use that chart and then, also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually like a play, I want to go with the sandwich. I want to say, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. I like this resistance area. Past chart history, you saw this too, as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320 to 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40-cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40-cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. Like I always say, build me the chart. Show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40-cent bounce play. Like, this chart's running technically sound. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different, I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce. And so, yeah, always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quit home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then. Even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here. And we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. The days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new, I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade, right? Those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here, once we get in the market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And if, like I said, if you want to lower that, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. Moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You obviously, I don't want to keep doing that. But my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. I always love this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it it had to have been 2021 into 2022, right? Because I know it had to have been 2020 and 2021 because there wasn't a lot of, whatever reason I didn't come into about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until, I remember it was about 9, it was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30. And there was this perfect, not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line. A trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour, like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this is going to be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days or even in power hour how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, if it's already been moving, until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26 or this low of day right here that we double bottom off of the next day that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market that now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them run on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that 3 thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love the chart, why I love teaching you guys the chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, and I have slowly gained this, underground following, which is crazy, with Trade the Pool, and that shout out, with some guy over in Europe, and he, gave me all this love, and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me, essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK-47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a paradigm. You got it. Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today. Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674. The ultimate high of the day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel boom. Called this out in pre-market before the opening bell. Obviously, I was gonna say how long? It was only 15 minutes for the opening bell today. That I said we'd either go down and hit that 660 mark, or we were flying right on back on up and going to 674. And I was getting 674 from this little big supply-demand zone, sandwich area, pivot point. It's either somewhere between right here to right there we were going to hit. Right here. That was going to happen. It was a done deal. If we went up today, we were going to hit it. This is where down the line when I see we're green. And the main thing for me would have been reclaiming 668, which it was kind of, and we can see that was key in the end because we claimed it and we kept holding it, although it got a little bit lower. But this little kind of fall off and drop in that juncture and that gap fill, I knew if we got over that, we're gap filling to here. So there's already $1, which we pretty much were doing and hitting that almost. But I was like, if we do that, then we're filling it. We're going all the way back through this, and we're going to here. And now we're going to here probably for the day, most likely. But a call out in pre-market, and this is why I've been doing those morning alerts for years now, over 2 years, and I can give out levels before the opening bell, and they get hit. Just like going back to plays like today and ONDS, and these are lines from past chart history that you could then go in today and use that we found from previous charts. Or going over to plays like GLTO and lines that I put in on Monday, or way back here were usable. Which again, I didn't put a flat top in here around this. I put more of an uptrend, but right around right there, fail, whatever. But then you go back and you can rinse and reuse and repeat and recycle these lines. Find the best ones, adjust some, go in. Now you should know how to trade, not only how to find them in pre-market, or again, if you're here and you come in, or you're here and you come in, just put your lines in from pre-market. It's moved enough. This is the lines, these are the levels that traders are going to trade. And then you need to do your due diligence at the end of every single day, like I said, and when it's a painted picture, and come through here and put your trend lines in. Put your downtrend lines in. Put your trend lines in, right? Find your trend lines. Find your downtrend lines. Go through and put all those lines in like this. The more you're doing this, like say right now, I know this one spiked, but say this just dies off and it's here. So in this time frame, in that 30 minutes before it exploded, you could have had all the lines in, downtrend lines, trend lines, all these lines should have been in, and like, okay, cool. Here are the levels to trade. Every day do this. Pre-market, come in. Go back to past chart history if you need to. If not, chart the levels that are in front of you. Go back through at the end of the day when it's a painted picture, put your trend lines in, put your downtrend lines in. Find extra little lines that you could have traded, extra little areas and trades that were there that you missed while it was moving. It's only going to prepare your mind, your eyes, your brain, your trading psyche for the next day, the next weeks, the next months, the next years. You got to do the homework. You have to do the homework. Let's see. FYI, I found out that if you click on existing trend line and go to move it, the angle shows up by ticker name. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. And then okay, I gotta look for it then. The cousin, good stuff, man. Looking forward to my one-on-ones. Yes, sir. Yes, the cousin. We got a lot of that training to come. How would you play a trend line crack when the VWAP is sitting just below, say, if it... I just get in. I always trust the chart. But, I mean, that's, again, like right now, if you're talking about CYPH, we'll go back over to it. We'll go to 3-minute time frame. Zoom back into today. But, yeah, I take them. Like right here is a good example of why you just, not that this is a great trend line crack, but I'd say this is an uptrend channel that you could have put in. So I still take those. Now again, we're not in a market where trend line cracks are working. I used to say trend line, like I would alert it. I mean, how many? Oh, God. I mean, I know a lot of you guys maybe hadn't been around for years, but 21, 22, 23, 24. If I said trend line crack, just trade it. I mean, it would just be close your eyes. Well, I'm like, and I'll be like, why? And that's, you know, I see CR Trader getting that now every once in a while. He's like, well, I like when people take my trades. Because I would had fucking, would be one banger after another. I mean, you could close your eyes, get in as soon as it candlestick confirm, and it was like this. You'd candlestick confirm, and it would just die off. And it was so easy to trade that you didn't have to worry about trying to top ticket. There's just no point. You just wait for the trend to crack and reverse down. So in the market conditions we're in now, I don't trade them. So right now I wouldn't take them. But in the market conditions that trend line cracks work, I'd, you know, just trade it. You know, once it cracks the uptrend, don't worry about too much of the VWAP. In my opinion, right? You know, but it just depends on, it depends on the play. This is not one you'd want to go trend line crack. There hasn't been, that's the thing too, which I teach a lot real quickly, another quick little small snippet for small caps. If you haven't seen a trend line crack work today, what makes you think you're going to have one work all of a sudden at lunch? You know, if you're looking for a breakout and everything, it just keeps failing at the thing, it keeps failing over and over throughout the day, and you're looking for it to, and I've seen that, especially back on the, you know, the TC days where, oh man, I want this back up to 350. And I'm like, dude, this keeps failing at 250. Like, it's got a long way to get back up to 350. You know, and I'm like, what are you smoking? This is where I say find the trends within the trade. If the trends aren't there and they're not working, or they're just not there, you wouldn't want to trade that first one that showed up, you know, a few hours into the market open. True, you know, of course, you may have that first trend line crack, and then it works out and it's gorgeous, and that may be the killer of the day, but you know, that's going to happen. But you usually would get multiple. You know, like even when we've traded mine before in the past, some are the first one, and sometimes it's the second one. But the first one I'd always trust because it was the market conditions that we'd see them, like in pre-market, like well, VWAP caught the play, and it would crack the VWAP, and it would just die right on off. And so right now, don't take trend line cracks. I just wouldn't. They're not a high win percentage. But when they are working and when they were working, you just take the trend line crack. I mean, I've talked about this on my trend line crack reversals here. Let's see if I don't have that lesson here. Oh, gosh. Maybe here on candlestick confirmation I have this. Possibly. Nah, I don't have it. This would be... this is not long enough or not enough. I don't know where my trend line crack. Shorting boot camp. Maybe this is it. That's day 3 and 4. That's day 3 and 4. I don't have trend line cracks on this one either, unfortunately. But when they were working, you didn't even have to worry about how if it was. I mean, you could go back, and as long as you found a trend line, it was like trade the trend crack. Because again, technical sound chart. So we were maybe on this this trend line that's been working forever. Well, it'd go up, go up, go up. Well, then it would crack. It would just go down, and go down. So yeah, just back in the day, you just didn't have to worry about it. So both of you right now just wouldn't be trading trend line cracks. They're just not working. But when they are working, you don't really have to worry about the VWAP most of the time. Now, it's something that I would say in a lot of tickers, be aware of it. I guess worry about it, yes, right? You know, and to know, especially if you maybe see it, which it did earlier, was maybe bouncing on it. But if you saw more bounces on it, then you definitely would worry about it. So that's always the key. Is it respecting the VWAP? If you take a trend line crack above the VWAP, do you exit at the VWAP and look for the next trade below, or hold through the move? Like I said, Paradigm, they're not working right now. If I could find I know I have them on my YouTube page, but I'll just kind of pull this up real quickly on my YouTube. I have these over on YouTube, and I'm just showing you, like, look when these things used to work. You're like, oh man, why don't these work anymore? I'm like, yeah, this made it really easy to trade. Let me tell you something right now. All right, so like, you know, you can go back and watch. This is over on my YouTube, so you can go back over and watch this. I mean, look at, this is AMC when AMC, and we remember how bullish this dumb, stupid shit was. Trend crack, candlestick confirmation, right? Just comes, and let's just go through some of these other tickers here. I'm trying to find some, go through these here. You know, there's an uptrend channel, right? Boom, crack, and of course you just continue on down. This is AMC in different time frames. Here, let's get to some more small cap. This is GameStop, actually. GameStop. Look at that. I mean, look at the perfect candlestick confirmation. You can see the uptrend channel. Top resistance line would be somewhere right around there. Your midline resistance somewhere right around there, right? And then crack the, look at it, right? I mean, let's go to some small cap plays. Got the M shape trend line crack, kind of wonkier, uglier chart even. Nothing for a trend line crack. And then when I take a trend line crack, like say if that's candlestick confirmation and that's my entry right here, well, my first exit is going to be at 950 to 945, somewhere in here. My second exit is going to be most likely a move through the VWAP into that 875 roll where we're bouncing here. So I take some of the top part of this channel and the bottom part of that channel, right? That's where I'd be taking. I don't know why I'm pressing play. I can just keep probably going through. Here we go. Jivo was her name-o. I remember this one. Candlestick. See, look how we're getting candlestick confirmation perfect here on a kind of a, again, bigger candles come in afterward. But look at that. Candlestick confirmation. Target one for me would be this juncture at 390. Second target for me would be probably the juncture here right around this resistance at 380 and the VWAP. And then my last juncture would be probably a move down to this 360 corridor. And of course, then but you can see how these work out. You could sit here in an entry at 411, 410. Look, for an hour, this is. Fuck short and tops. You can have 425 all you want. I'll take 412 and ride this out for days because of trend crack, right? That's where I miss these reversals. Pretty, volatile mid-cap play. Triple D, I remember this one. 21.50, 22, up to 28.50. Oh, who gives a fuck when a trendline crack shows up, right? Trendline crack, candlestick confirmation. You're in at 25.25, and you run this all the way down to 25 before you even reverse up. And still, even, you never go back to your entry over 40 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it ends up being later. Let's just keep running through these, right? Let's go to candlestick confirmation here. Again, beautiful uptrend channel. Get candlestick confirmation. Beautiful. This one that does kind of come up against you, but it does what it's supposed to. Fails at the old support line. And then the big candles of sell-off come in. Targets for me on this play. 640, 610, 615. And if I'm still holding shares because I've get to the point where I'm scaling out 3 targets, I probably would want to move down minimum. I say minimum, but probably somewhere to this 360 corridor. I don't know if that ENG got down to 360 or 560, but keep rolling through these here. There we go. Another one. And look at the candlestick confirmation. I remember taking this trade actually, ZOM. Gorgeous candlestick confirmation. It's right at the VWAP. This is what I would call watch for a trend line to VWAP crack. You get a great candlestick confirmation above the VWAP and it cracks through it. So when these are working, I don't give a fuck about the VWAP most of the time. And sometimes, yes, I'm taking it down to it, but I'm finding levels that we can bounce at. So we could bounce at 390. We could bounce at, anywhere between 390 and a 380. You've got to take profit in this area. Take profit somewhere in this area. 365, we'll call it into 360. That makes sense? Got it there, Bothy. Got it there. Paradigm. Makes sense. When these are working, these are working. One thing to do, go over to my Instagram. Go over to my YouTube. Please, guys, go watch these. I know. I'm almost done, Moose Caboose. Yeah, okay, cool. Mel, just make sure that makes sense. Want to make sure that makes sense. Wish I would have been trading 22. That looked, yeah. Yeah. Bro, 2020, 21, 22... 2019, 2018, 2019, 2020. I mean, I can go back to even my seminar. This is in 2022 as well. This is actually earlier in 2022, and it's whatever. But regardless, through that stretch, it was such clean charting. The charting was so clean. I'm gonna get rid of these. There's no way we're getting back to these uptrend channels or that one. So I'm gonna pull up. Why this is taking forever? Come on here. Oh, let me stop recording this. also known as AK48, pulling up the Zoom right now. Already got the record button rocking. And we're rolling. And we will have CR Trader joining us soon. Get your questions ready for Mr. CR Trader. We'll put him down here in the bottom right-hand corner for now, and then we're going to make him big in a minute so he can share his screen. Don't forget, have questions ready. Be nice to other traders in chat. Like it's like school. Oh, man. What's up, CR Trader? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, brother?
Hey, boss, how are you?
Hey, look at him. Hey, you know he's in the north if he's got a hoodie on.
Yeah, it's a nice morning here of Halloween. Rain all night, cloudy, so
perfect.
A little spicy out there.
Yeah, perfect for Halloween for the kiddos. Is it going to clear up tonight to get out and go trick or treating, or is it still going to be rainy?
No, it's going to clear out. Nice. So
nice.
We'll have time.
That's nice.
We can take the kiddos out there.
Love it. So of course, I don't really know where to start honestly with you, so I'll let you start. There's other traders that I can lead into. I don't know where to lead into you with you all, honestly, besides, I'd like to get in that flight simulator for sure when I get to Boston. That looks super fucking cool, and I saw that last night, so that was cool. But I want you to take off and do your own thing here today. I know you've been very successful in about a year and a half or so of your journey of really taking in the stock market. I know you were around beforehand, so I would almost treat that like a one-on-one, and then I'll intro, and then you just talk. So do that. My first question, like you, if you do remember, would be, how'd you get into stock trading? Tell me your journey. So tell traders your journey to where you are now, and then just get into your what you're looking for, your levels, and how you're shorting the top and how you're killing it. But do tell traders your journey, where you started at to, even before you got the one-on-ones, even possibly to then the one-on-ones, and where you were at. Because I want traders to understand it wasn't like you were straight to being the best of the best like you are right now. We struggle at first. We have a little bit of a learning curve. And I just want traders to understand there is that. Every trader I do one-on-ones with, they want to go straight to be like you. You got to get me like CR Trader. And I'm like, well, so just tell your journey, my man, and then get into talking about what you want to talk about and what you alert and your levels and everything. Go ahead. Your floor is yours.
Absolutely. Can you hear me okay?
Good. You sound great. Let everyone in chat make sure he sounds good. I think he does. You're hitting my levels on the monitor over here good, so you should be good.
All right, perfect. All right, cool. So yeah, and the reason why I'm asking is because I have my glasses. They had the headphones and microphone on, so I just wanted to ensure that the mic is working properly. So yeah, so I started my journey in trading. I traded my own stuff, for a long time, but long-term investments and stuff like that, nothing major. Day trading, it was right around the time, of the pandemic, with everything was changing and stuff like that. I have a good friend of mine that had joined Tradecaster, and, it was right after the pandemic. I was dealing with a lot of family illness and stuff like that. My mom was dealing with brain cancer. So he told me, he was looking for options and things and, things to do. So anyways, I went to his house one day, so Tradecaster a couple of times and stuff like that. So whenever I could, eventually, based on my family situation, I just joined Tradecaster. That was in the fall of 2022. But then, my mom's health turned a curve for the worse. So kind of have to pause and everything. I have met you. I haven't met you, but I've seen you in Tradecaster, and I talked to my friend and be like, hey, this guy is way better. This guy is up and down, deck, and this guy AK-47, he's right on point. So eventually my friend, did what many people did and just follow deck and lose a lot of money. And eventually when things settled down with my mom's health and everything, I came back to you. I have purchased around Christmas time some one-on-ones with you so I can learn more about day trading and small caps. But then I came back in the spring, I believe, 2024, when once things, when my mom has passed and, it's rested and everything has settled in. I came back to you and say, hey, listen, I remember those one-on-ones I bought like over a year ago, like, wondering if you will be honoring. And of course, AK, being the man that he is, he just like said, of course, man, right away. He didn't hesitate, and he's like, yeah, let's see what we can do. I have been watching for about 30 days before I reach out to him just to ensure that, I can see what I do. And then we have the one-on-ones, and I really wanted to start. I opened up Lightspeed at that time, eventually moved to Cobra. But at first I was using I was trading a lot of large caps and day trading, and I was doing quite well. I had a cash account and a margin account on E-Trade, so I was trading options a lot based on your levels.
Right.
I got a very good handle of things, and this is one of the things that we talk about all the time, how the markets change. I used to trade ARM pretty much every single day. There was a great setup, and it was super profitable for me. Like ARM. And if you're not familiar with ARM, every single one of you have ARM right now in your phones and everywhere. They have all these patents that are given to Apple, Samsung, everybody else. So you have ARM in every single one of your electronics around. So it was good. It really worked out well for me. But then the market shift, right? So, and I wanted to do more small caps because of the profitability, how easy and quick, because I do have a full-time job, so I do this, as a business. I'll talk about this, once I finish about my journey. But so this is a business, it's a personal business for me. So basically, I shifted into small caps. I started learning more and more about it. Some people have asked me, what do you do for a full-time job? Well, I'm an ecologist, so I'm an environmental scientist, and I hold multiple degrees and multiple different things.
Let's not forget about that real quickly. So a lot of traders, which we did find out at the AKNR in January of this last year, like, oh, you went to graduate school where, Mr. CR Trader?
A couple of my degrees, the most important one that I have is from Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. I have a degree in green engineering and hydrodynamics, and I also had a graduate degree from Harvard.
Yeah.
Which is my most recent.
Yeah. So when you have that brain on your shoulders, team, most of us don't have that kind of brain. Let's just be honest. And I will say, it doesn't matter you're maybe a smart person or a numbers guy. It doesn't always mean correlate you're going to be a great stock trader. But there is just that. Unfortunately, sometimes, yes, there is that where he does have that brain on his head. And in my opinion, has definitely helped him be mental wise. Now, maybe not, I can see levels, but his mental stability, like he talked about, we were talking yesterday on the Discord about you being a pilot. Like me, when I'm trading, it's so calm, cool, collected. That's huge. And so you going through that schooling and all that pressure you've been through and all of that's huge, like beneficial for your stock trading. So team, don't forget, this man right here is extremely smart and talented and has a brain on his shoulders that a lot of us don't have. I'm just going to say that. It's the truth. This is a very, very smart individual right here.
Thanks, bro. I've been blessed with what some people call an eidetic memory. So, studying has always been very, very easy for me. And I know Reese asked in the chat, it is TU Delft from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So I do have that. So I have advantages. So I have a scientific brain. So when I approach trading, I approach it from a scientific perspective also. I don't like to do things randomly.
Right. I don't want to cut you off, but I forgot about this. So when I was at the money show, this just hit my head. Bro, how many of those guys that were walking around with they just were like, I don't need your capital. Those multi-millionaires that have been doing this forever, all were engineers, bro. I'm like, like almost everyone of I talked to, they were former engineers, and you have to have a blah, blah, blah kind of brain. And I'm like, and it just hit me just now. I'm like, that's you. You're like those guys. You're like, that is you.
Yeah. So, because of the way I operate, basically, I spend a significant amount of time over the past 18 months since April 2024 making scientific observations. And I do collect a lot of data. I see a lot of things. I research a lot. So I learn from AK. I have joined other chat rooms. I have followed successful traders. And I'm trying to learn the most I can from everyone and then see what works for me. So that's very, very, very important because, you know, we need to find out who we are and how do we approach these things. And the biggest thing about that, guys, is that the biggest barrier, as you probably all know, the biggest barrier on this is ourselves. So we can learn a lot of technical stuff, but if we don't overcome our own barriers, emotional, it becomes really, really challenging, extremely, extremely challenging. So, Eki, can I share my screen? Or
Yeah,
not?
yep. Go ahead and press the share button if you want to, and then I'll even just make you the host if you want to. So I'm just gonna make you the host, the hostess with the mostest there. So yeah, you should be able to just share your screen right away now.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, right. J-Bo in chat. I feel like a rock now. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're not trying to make anyone feel dumb today. I'm not trying to do that. I wasn't trying to. I was just letting you know this guy over here. A lot of people don't know that, you know, and so I want people to understand it's you know that and especially like I said, being at the money show and hearing that, I'm like, wow, that really plays a part, you know, for sure in your journey and how successful you've been.
Right. So let's see. Can you see my screen now?
We got it, boss.
So one of the things I do, and I would recommend for everyone in here, is to learn, you know, to try to understand who you are and where do you have the most success, I have this spreadsheet that I, just created. It's just a simple Excel sheet where I record all of my trades. This is my spreadsheet from October 1st through yesterday. You know, I usually will do it today, but, you know, I'm here on the stream, so I just updated it as of last night. So, and I log every single day. I have this sheet, and I log every single day the trades that I took, if it was pre-market runners, how many wins, how many losses, long, how many win and losses short, the amount of profit, the loss, what was a stop loss, and what was the net profit, and the net profit at the end of it. So when I look at my month, you know, and this is how you get to know yourself, you know, not just thinking that you know, don't use your gut feeling, actually create something that's going to give you some scientific data to yourself about yourself. So I see then I take most of my trades in pre-market during the morning session. And recently, this is the new trend over the past month, after hours. This has been very active and super profitable. You know, here's pre-market, what I call pump and dumps, bell taking profit strategy. It's something that I follow, then I look at it. It's similar to what Kevin Avery does, but it's not quite like that. Mine has some different parameters. Lunch hour trades, afternoon session, power hour. Here's my aftermarket. So when I look at it, here are the amount of trades that I took over the past 30 days, 142. I only did 12 longs, and guess what? I lost twice more than I won going long. And then I shorted, and I went 98 times and lost 32 times in short. So I know I'm a short bias trader, and even if there's a good setup for a long, which they are, and I've taken some successful ones here during the morning hours, 4 of them in a month, that tells you what are actually more, what am I more comfortable with? And that's very important because although the setup is there for a long, or AK called really good bounces, you know, in areas and stuff like that, but I'm not comfortable taking them. So I get on the way. My emotionals create their own barrier. So why would I take those trades? You know, the probability of me getting spooked out, or like then I'll start trading with emotions, not with a system, not with a plan. So I try to remove those emotions out of the plan, of the trading plan. So at the end of the month, this is my percentage of income. Although I do 28 trades, basically at least once per day. Some days I don't do any, but at least one per day in the pre-market. It only equals 8% of my profit. Almost 70% of my profit come during the morning hours. After the bell, these runners, these small caps that have already given us some charting during the morning. So we already know what traders are thinking and where are they pushing to. All right. And here's the past month, which is a new thing. Almost 60% of my profit came from the aftermarket hours. So for those like me and like all of us, right, we have limitations in time. We got family obligations. We got other jobs. Find the time that you're most successful and try to create and build your business around that time. That's what I would recommend. And this is a very simple spreadsheet that I can share with everybody, and then you can just adopt it, and change it whichever way you deem as necessary. Okay. So that's one thing that I want to share. The other thing I wanted to hear, then the question I get a lot is, how do I find my levels? So let's go into this morning runner. HKD pop on the scanners. All right, it goes. As you can see, I'm on the 5-minute here, which is usually what I trade on. But the first thing I do, I go onto the 4-hour chart and I'll go back in time. And I start finding the areas of support coming from the top right here at 3. You can see here, it became a big obstacle over multiple weeks. It couldn't break 3. When it finally broke 3, it went up. It was coming down. It broke 3. It had a big pull. Went up, broke, up, up, up. Okay, so 3, I marked 3. But look at this area up here. 370 is a huge, a very important level for this. And then you got all these charting here. So when this stock reaches between 340 and 370, and it doesn't come out of it, it stays there. It's a very, very big, place to be. So if I'm a trader going long, so the way I short the tops is thinking about if I am going long, and I jump in, so, I found these levels, I mark them up, and then I'll come right back in here, right into the 5-minute. Look, okay, this is, let's go on the 1 minute. So it popped. Oh, it broke up. It pops up in everybody's scanners. All right, I'm jumping long in here. Oh, bam, back. Oh, it came, create a bounce, 220. Oh, it's breaking again, breaking. Oh, it's going. It broke the VWAP. I'm going long again. Now, if I'm going long again, at 240, 250, well, I see that we already hit 280 and we rejected from there. Today, I may sell, so I sold. No, I'm pushing. Let's go. More buyers. Let's go. More. We want more. But then we hit a level that we have found, then a significant barrier. So what will happen to a lot of these people, if we get there, we hit it on the 5-minute with a BOS, a break of structure candle, a yellow candle on the 5-minute, which means there was a significant increase on the volume that broke the structure of the trend prior to. And we got to that area and we couldn't break. So we go, again, we're trying to break in here. No, I'm going to sell. All right. So I sold and I took to the next level down here. So I got the short at 298 and I got out around 271. Because I know all these people going long because I see the amount of volume that was traded. which you can see, and there's an indicator for that also, which I look at it. Look at this. In this 5-minute candle, 4 million shares were traded in 5 minutes. So when I look at the float of this thing, which is around 10 million, I thought I saw 11 million HKD.
Yeah, I think float's right around that 10, 12 million, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So 10, 12 million. So imagine that. They traded almost 50% of the float in a 5-minute candle. So what do you think is going to happen? Of course, people going long are going to want to take some profit, at least some of it. So that gives you a little short, which is why I only took it for 25 cents and I didn't hold anything. You can see that I posted on Discord. If I thought that this was going to keep going, I would just hold it and keep going. And you can see here, you know, obviously we're bouncing this area. Now they're going to try to break. So look at this. They're going now, right? We're trying to break 3. So let's look at this like if we're watching a live trade right now. So I'm on the 5-minute candle. This candle already has 2 minutes to go. So it hasn't break the structure yet. We haven't done that. So we are within the same trading pattern of prior. Here we go. Here comes the volume. You see the candle lighting up? Let's see what it does. This candle needs to push. If the next candle open about 3 is in above the whatever the body of this candle closes, then we're probably going up. So let's just see it right here. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go to do that. So as I'm looking at this action, you see I have a minute and a half to go. I am having a plan. I'm formulating my plan right now. Where am I going to go? Okay, if I'm going to short this, I already know the 370 is probably the ceiling, and the D's has created what on the AK-47 indicator is a sandwich area, which is that big giant corridor of up and downs over multiple weeks and months.
And who doesn't love a good
sandwich? So once
sandwich?
we get here,
I said, who doesn't love a good sandwich?
Exactly. Who doesn't? So if I'm going to short that, I am going to probably spread my orders in there. But before I do that, I want to see how we get there. So here we go. Look at that. We're lighting up. Okay, so this is good.
And it's key too, just like I love what you're talking about there, which most traders I've just noticed don't do that. They're not formulating the plan. They see a trade and they want to take it right then and there versus let the trade work out. Watch it, wait for it, let the setup work itself and have the plan formulated. And maybe it doesn't happen, but you already have the thought process ahead of time of what to do if and when it does.
Exactly. Now, how do I know if this is going to push through all of this or get all the way to the top? Well, we're going to have to find this pre-market volume. You see the biggest push happened in this 5-minute candle over here. We're working right now in another section right here. So let's see where this is going to go and what parameter is going to give us right now. We're at 3.42 million. That's the median, that's the average.
And how long have you been using TradingView?
Since I started.
Okay, so yeah, I was wondering. I didn't know if it was something new or if you've been with them for a while.
No, since I started. I had E-Trade before, and I really, researched the different ones and the amount of indicators and everything. So I started with TradingView since 2024.
Nice, good.
Yeah. I was with Lightspeed, Cobra, and then of course I found TTP, which has been, a great thing.
Yeah. Oh, we can all say thank you for that, my friend. me especially. I 100% thank you. I can't thank you enough for that, for sure. I mean, just that and it was Myron too. A little love to you that was in chat today, still probably listening. You guys that one day for whatever reason, I forgot exactly how it got brought up, but you guys started talking about it. I'm like, hold on, what's this TTP thing? And I'd heard of it before, but once I saw you and Myron, two traders that I, respect big time. I respect everybody in chat, but as far as their trading, I may not respect the way they trade, but I do for sure yourself and Myron and how good you guys are. And so that opened up my ears and eyes big time. And then you can see how many people we have had signed up since that. So I can't thank you enough for you guys to talk about that and share your journey and that you've been using them. And yeah, very, very thankful, my friend.
Yeah, you can see in this trade, the next candle opened red. People, they're scared. They're afraid. They came all the way from the VWAP and that 5-minute candle, and they start selling. It really didn't go. I call we break a level once the next 5-minute candle open and closes above that level. So right now, we have not break that level. What's going to happen is probably it's going to retract. It's probably going to go down. It's probably going to start selling off right now. Why I didn't get in? Because I didn't have any indication right now for me to get in. The candle wasn't good enough. It was not going against one of my levels. We were trying to see if we're going to break. Actually, we're looking for a squeeze to go to the level we want.
Right.
So we didn't trade it. We didn't get in. And that's very important, right? I think that we did talk about that, or we posted something about that recently in the Discord, because I said to somebody, there were people over there, well, let's do this, let's start doing that, and when there's not a good setup, and it doesn't fit our plan, and we start trying to find setups because we're trying to see, trying to find something that works. And I posted in the Discord a couple days ago in the morning, and for those that were not there, but I follow Tom Dante, is trader from London, from England. It's really good, really successful, and speaks really, really good without the BS and the try to sell and stuff. And one of his famous quotes that I really love is, he said, finding and taking excellent trades is not the hard part. The hard part is trying not to do anything stupid in between them. And I just love that because it is so truth, right? Sometimes we're in green, we're doing, and then we just jump into a bad trade, and then we get rid of all of our, all of our profits just because we did something stupid in between a good setup. I made a good trade this morning. I made over $600 on this ticker right now that we're watching. But it didn't give me the next setup. So I'm not going to jump in on this and just risk, my profits on that. So
love it.
Well, this one doesn't seem to be working. So we'll wait and see if they're going to push it, later.
Reese asked, why not short it at 316 at reversal? So talk about those double tops and what you're looking for there.
Okay. So you mean right now, how do we knew that the 316 was going to be the reversal? How do we know that? I guess right now, you mean in this candle, if it closes red and it opens green and start pushing again, will I jump into that? Is that what that means?
I think so. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what that means.
Yeah. I didn't know the 316 was the reversal. The setup I was looking in here, it was actually a setup to go up. So I didn't feel confident. If I don't feel confident in the setup, I won't trade it. Because otherwise, why am I doing 50-50? That means 50-50, then 50% of the times you win, 50% of the time you lose. So when you put things in a grid, and you look back, if you take 10 trades like this setup, find 10 trades like this setup, and find out how many times it became a short and how many times it went to a squeeze. I guarantee you the majority of the time it went up.
Yeah.
But in this case, it did it.
Yeah.
That's why it's a 50-50. It's not worth taking.
That's what I love about you. You're doing the back testing over and over and over here, and that's what makes it such a... Like myself, when you see the setups and you take them because you have that edge. That's your edge. We talk about that all the time, of course, on TTP. You got to find that edge. That's it. When you have that edge and you can just trade that over and over, you just wait for that setup to come your way. and then trade that, you know, and then having that patience too, like you're building in, which, you know, of course I know you've seen from myself, and now you're doing it all the time. That's so key, just to be able to let trades go, like right there, like I'm not going to short it. I'm going to short it here. Here's where my short area is and how it gets there. And if it works out, I'll take the trade. And if it doesn't, then it's all good. There will be another one of these in 10 minutes and 50 minutes, an hour, tomorrow, next week. There are going to be so many more of these. You don't have to get every single 10, 15, 30 cent move, because you know your A+ setup and your edge is going to show up. And when it does, you just take, I mean, again, it's like you got no, like, let's just say you got a shit out of nowhere. You're, oh God, you go shit, you know, you don't go, oh, I'm going to hold this one in. Maybe. No, you go take the shit. Same thing when you, like, when I see the trade, I can't help but take the trade. You know, I'm like, this is the trade. This is the one. That's exactly what CR Trader's talking about right there.
Exactly. And so if I can, like, I want to show one more.
Yeah,
I
know you got to get out here at the top of the hour. I don't want you to be able to get to your normal life and what you got to get to. Don't worry, team. I'm going to get CR Trader on again. Don't you worry. And I like this time frame too, because I can get him on next Friday and then another trader on as well at the same time. You know, so we will get CR Trader again, guys. Don't you worry.
So we traded this a few days ago. So this is in market. So when a ticker goes and give us this kind of setup, look at this. It opened, it went in a 5-minute candle from $7 all the way to almost $10.50. And then it kept going up. So guess what's going to happen? Traders are going to jump in. We're going long, we're going long, we're going long. Yes, let's go, let's go, let's go. I found this 1250 level, and it was a huge level. That's why I put them in white. When I put a white level, like, I am very confident that it's going to reverse there. So all these people that start going long in here, and he went, tested that level, came back, and then he went, no, we're going back again. This was just profit taking. Let's go. And then it didn't break. It didn't get there. Oh my God, let's get out. Boof, sell. Bounce, get it covering, you know, sell. And we got down here to almost the VWAP and this bounce area. Oh my God. And during the entire, almost all the rest of the morning into the afternoon, all these people that were going long, that were trapped, what we call trap longs, were like, we got to get out of here. We got to push this thing. And they did. Once they start going, and they start building this up. When it got here, I posted on the Discord, guys, this is going to go back again and test these 11 to 11:30 area where this fell from, with potentially a very quick spike all the way up, as people desperately, they are trapped long, are going to hit the sell button to minimize their losses or to break even.
Those holding hopers, baby. That's those holding hopers.
Exactly. And this is a 5-minute candle. Look at this in here. And it did. Look what happened once it did that. Boom, boom. It went into here, 11:30. A lot of people sold. Oh my God, no. Let's go again. And in this 5-minute candle, this thing went up, poof, filled up all of our orders. A lot of people in chat, I know, banked from it, because we created a plan ahead of time and we waited for it to happen. And it became super profitable. I got like $3,800 out of this. Is really, really profitable. So you see the setup, you wait for it. Okay, you don't try to force it, you know, and that's very, very, very important.
Yeah, I love it. And look how the lines worked out even at the very end of the day when you cracked that bounce. That was just, gorgeous chart right there in the end, and how to trade that, where you get reversals up top, you got shorts down below, even bounce plays were working there. That was a nice ticker right there. Man, I can't thank you enough for coming on, man. You're seriously, obviously, as most would see, one of the best out there doing this that's not streaming. So having you on, and again, just having you as, I always want to say a student of mine, but I know you're your own trader in your own right, so it's hard for me. I never want to pull the Tim Sykes and say, look at my millionaire traders, because you did everything on your own. I didn't teach you how to short the top here, how to use breakup structure candle. I taught you the simple essentials at first, and you took those off and ran. And that's what I tell a lot of traders, you know, going back to, say, the TC days, you know, that you might get to 3rd or 4th grade over there. My goal is to take you into high school, maybe even college. Well, that's where I took you. I took you to high school. I got you into college. And now you know a lot more information than you did before. But then when, like any 18, 19, 20-year-old, you've got to look around and have that motivation and going, like I just saw, I was talking about yesterday in a one-on-one. I saw an interview, it was Kevin Hart was on the podcast with Joe Rogan. He was talking about, man, he saw a Bezos at a party. He was at a party where Jeff Bezos was there, and he's like, I can't believe freaking Bezos is here. I gotta go talk to him. And his buddy was like, nah, don't be that dude. Don't go over there and don't do that. Kevin Hart's like, why? I want to go. Look, that dude knows so much information. I've got to learn from him. And so you've got to be that person. You got to be like, I take you to high school or college, like I got you there, and then you did everything else on your own. You looked, like you said, you looked at me, you looked at these smart traders, you looked at these other traders, and then you formulated who you were as a trader. And that's what you got to do. A lot of traders get to, even if I get them to high school or college, they get stuck because they then, I can't be there every day for you, right? So you've got to do what you're doing. You got to do the back testing. You got to do the studying. You've got to go back over your trades. You got to figure out what's working and what's not working. You've got to look at all the other people and what they're doing to formulate who you're going to be. And I love that about you, my man. So I can't thank you enough for being a great friend throughout the years of going back to last year. Almost a year ago on the dot, we were getting drunk and having a good old time at Lincoln Park and eating some barbecue up until 1 or 2 in the morning. Getting you going to and I still have my bracelet right here. I finally had to take it off but I still have the bracelet you made for me, so I honor and treasure this. But my cats kept playing with it, so I had to take it off. I usually I wrapped it around my mic over here. So man, for being a great friend, but then also being such a great trader and mentor, dude, I can't thank you enough, honestly, for being here and being being the trader you've been for Discord and everyone else out there.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate all your guidance, bro, and everything you have done for me and for everybody else. We keep saying this in the chat, let's just grow as a community. There's enough, we're not taking fish from each other. There's enough fish out of this ocean for us to go and work together, try to grab it together. And that's what I really want to do. And I know we're going against time here, but I just want to give the last advice in terms of trader pool for everyone.
Right. Yeah, you got 3.5 minutes so the Zoom cuts off.
Yeah, so I seen tons of traders in there saying like, oh man, I'm at my 16, 15 evaluation and stuff like that. So I want you to see, so this is your business, okay? And what I want you to look at trader pool as a tuition payment, okay? But the biggest thing is how many times you have been frustrated because you took the trade, but it spiked a little bit more based on the flow, the volume relationship, and your daily loss got hit, and the trade eventually worked for you. So if you add up the amount of evaluations you have failed, the smaller evaluations, if you can, my biggest advice to you is the next time that you start a new evaluation, get the biggest account you can get. Why? For example, the Flex 200,000, you have a $4,000 daily loss. If you take $1,000, 1,000 shares into a trade, let's say you're going short on top with 1,000 shares, you need to be wrong by $3 before your daily loss hits. If you're wrong by $3, this is not like, one of those spikers to go $5 at a time. I'm talking about like HKD, right? Like you're looking for 3 and you're going in with 1,000 shares at 3. And if you're wrong, your daily loss is not going to hit until you get a 5.
Right. So
that will give you the biggest amount of room, especially when you're in market. Then you can average up a little bit and ask that question. How come you did 250, and then 1,000? That's because in that ticker that you saw that I posted earlier and that trade that reads on Discord, the level was 350 to 360. So I built a small position before, one right after, and my average up position right at the top of that level area of resistance. So then the trade came down, so I ended up with an average of 356. So I was able to take a good trade for 25, 30 cents out of that. So that's how I manage the risk. So that would be my advice. The 50% consistency on the Flex account, it means that you cannot make more than $6,000 in a single trade.
Right.
If you are a trader that makes over $6,000 in a single trade all the time, then you should worry about that. If you don't, then don't worry about that consistency rule because you're not going to trigger it ever.
Right.
I have a max account. So mine, doesn't have consistency rule. So that would be my biggest piece of advice, because you can really, really, really work your way and avoid those emotional frustrations that get on the way of potentially having a good setup or a good trade.
My man, thank you so much for coming over. We'll get you back soon. Have a good day. I'll text you later, of course. Have a happy Halloween. I love you, brother.
Love you too, bro. So peace, everyone. We'll see you in chat.
Yep. My man, the myth, the legend, CR Trader. Thank you so much. And that literally just ran out right there on the dot. Actually, I didn't even get to press the button. That just stopped it on me. The Zoom there for 40 minutes for free that we have. Gosh, I love CR Trader. Such a good guy. Family man. I feel like he's like my brother for sure. I had Lincoln Park. We went to Lincoln Park together. Blink 182. I gave him my VIP tickets because of CrowdStrike last July. When it comes to CrowdStrike, you remember that I had Blink 182 tickets VIP, and of course that's with this little bracelet. He went for me. Him and his wife went for me because I couldn't make it up there to go with him. Avery couldn't. Then it was a fiasco of a week. First, Avery had to travel for work. So she couldn't go, and then I'm still going to go and fly by myself, and then go with CR Trader, and then I couldn't go because the day I go to fly up there, CrowdStrike says no, everything's canceled. So from that to doing the one-on-ones and how he's grown on his own over the past year, really on his in his own right. Again, we'll get more CR Trader on. I know you guys want more questions about his entries and what he's doing in his trading, so we'll definitely get CR Trader on. Here's HKD starting to pop up a little bit there. So again, though. Thank you, CR Trader, for that amazing Dual Stream Friday.